Chapter 29. Nahia used her levitation skill to rise to the saddle Eki Ilargi Asar had been fitted with. She guessed it was the Turgnamus's doing, since she and Logan had not done it, and obviously the dragon could not do it without help. With a very subtle movement, she sat in the saddle. She was wearing full armor and was armed with a lance and shield, as Lieutenant Fradir had instructed them. Sitting in the saddle, which was made of wood and leather with engravings in the languages of the dragons, she felt very strange. On the one hand, she felt like she was on top of the world, being on a dragon, and on the other, as if she were committing a crime for which the dragons would tear her head off. She looked around from the height. They were in the flying field, getting ready to practice. She saw Logan ride Aroa Zuri Indar swiftly and nimbly. Nahia and Logan had decided to call their mounts Eki and Aroa, since the dragons' full names were too long. They had not told the dragons yet, of course, fearing they wouldn't like it much. They supposed they would not, because they were their dragon lords and had to be respected, so for the time being they would keep it between them. Beside them was Lieutenant Fradir riding Tien Ordijat, the enormous, swift dragon whose scales shone blue like the sky under the sun's rays. "Time to fly, riders. I promise you it's a unique experience. You'll remember this day, this first moment, for the rest of your lives." Nahia, who was already nervous, became even more so with his words. "The first exercise will be stepping on the takeoff squares drawn on the ground and taking flight. You will fly in a circle 1,000 paces high, and then you'll come down and land in the landing circles. Both the takeoff and landing must be perfect, as much on the dragon's part as on the rider's." Tien Ordijat sent them, along with a feeling that they must do it right. It was a matter of honor to fly with adequate propriety. "Riders, fasten yourselves to the saddle. That's the first thing you must always do before flying. Never fly without being well secured. Hastiness is a killer, especially for riders. Forgetfulness and incompetence, too. If your swift dragon turns or soars abruptly, you'll fall off if you're not well fastened, and it will be your death. There's no excuse for it." Logan looked at Nahia, and she saw his fear for her life in his eyes. Nahia wanted to reassure him that she would never forget to strap herself to the saddle, that nothing would ever happen to her. The saddle had a hook on either side to place the shield and lance so her hands would be free. Nahia hooked them there, then she took the 2 wide, hard leather straps that came from the front of the saddle to fasten around her waist with a thick belt. This way, the rider could not fall out of the saddle unless the belt or the 2 straps joined to it broke. In order to facilitate the rider's hold, the saddle had stirrups like a regular horse saddle. But, the saddle being long, the rider never touched the dragon's body. It appeared that the saddle had been designed with that in mind. "Riders, are you strapped in safely?" the lieutenant asked. "Yes, sir, we are," they both replied. "Very well. Lance and shield in hand?" "Yes, sir." Nahia and Logan picked up their weapons. "Let's start the exercise." "Gracefully, with dignity and ease. You are swift dragons and dragon riders. You must always look the part," Tien Ordijat demanded. "Let's go," Fradir ordered, and Tien Ordijat took off with a powerful leap, beating its enormous wings. "Hold on tight," Nahia received Eki's message. Nahia tried to hold on, but she had both hands full. This was not going to be at all easy. She pressed her legs to the saddle. It was all she could do. Eki gathered speed, and spreading his wings, began to fly. Aroa, with Logan on her back, did so too, almost at the same time. As soon as they took off, Nahia felt her stomach dancing and herself sliding back into the saddle. She tried to keep straight and stop her stomach from playing tricks on her. Eki rose too fast for Nahia's comfort, and she started to feel dizzy and scared of the height as her stomach turned. The silver dragon reached the stipulated height and began to fly in circles. During the ascent, Nahia had been too worried about not falling off the saddle and trying not to throw up to really appreciate what she was living. And yet, once they started flying parallel to the ground in circles, the dizziness left her, and she slowly recovered. Then she became fully aware that she was flying, and not only that, but flying on a dragon. "I can't believe it," she muttered with moist eyes filled with incredulity. They flew by some clouds, and Nahia felt she could reach out with her hands and touch them. She looked around and enjoyed the immense blue sky and the sun rays of that sunny day. The views were amazing. She looked down to the ground and thought she would become dizzy, but she didn't. Rather, she felt respect and admiration for being up there without falling. She could see the beating of Eki's silver wings keeping them in the air, and she found it awesome as well as unbelievable. "Are you doing well?" Eki's question reached her, along with a feeling of sincere concern. Nahia concentrated and communicated with him. "Yes, I'm fine, my dragon lord," she sent back, making sure she did so with the respect it was due. After all, Eki was a dragon, and they were in the middle of the sky. If she offended him, he might let her fall. She didn't think it that far-fetched, knowing what dragons were like and how cruel and ruthless they were. Better not to take risks. She and Logan had talked about it, and they were very clear on how they should treat their dragons. Not as mounts, but as their lords. Otherwise, they were in serious danger. They went on flying in circles, and Nahia started to really enjoy the flight. It was simply the best experience she had ever had. Flying was awesome. Even more than that, she looked around everywhere with eyes that risked popping out of their sockets. She had raised the visor of her helmet, and the air caressed her face. The air of the sky, not that down there on Earth. She saw several ducks flying beside them, and far down she saw the castle and the other buildings of Jadrakos, which appeared so tiny in the distance they were so high. "Unbelievable," she sighed in awe. "The views are beautiful from this height," Eki said, who must have heard her mutter. "They are. Everything is beautiful up here, my dragon lord," Nahia replied. But it was not only the views that made her wonder. It was that feeling of flying through the sky that filled her with joy. She felt happy flying in that infinite sky, a feeling which she would indeed never forget. She breathed in deeply and let the sky envelop them. She had never felt anything similar. It was impressive. "We land in the circles. Dragons, you cannot fail. You must land inside the marked circles. Riders, you are both waving your lance and shield in the air, and your posture in the saddle is anything but dignified. Make a better effort." Nahia came out of her reverie and happy thoughts to face the reality at hand. She was still a slave of the dragons, regardless of the fact that she was flying on one of them. She was doomed to serve the dragons, to fight and die for them on the battlefield for their greater glory. She huffed and held her shield and lance tighter, positioning them better. Eki began to descend, and Nahia saw that the dragon was not well directed. If Eki kept going down like it was doing, it was not going to hit one of the circles, but go beyond. She did not want to say anything. She might be mistaken, and it was only the optical effect of going down to the ground that distorted the distance. Eki landed and missed by 2 body spans. Nahia was very surprised. Aroa landed with Logan, and they missed by a little, less than a body span. Once again, Nahia was very surprised. Why could they not land on a specific position? The circles were pretty large, enough to hold a dragon. That was not the problem, though. She had the impression that Aroa and Eki had not calculated the descent properly, which was weird. "An awful landing, both of you. And the riders' postures, unforgivable. It has been the opposite of a dignified landing," Tien Urdijot sent them, along with a feeling of irritation. "Both when you take off and when you land, the riders must keep a straight back, be properly seated in the saddle, and have their lance and shield perfectly placed," Fredir told them, showing them how they had to carry the shield and lance properly. "You will practice this until you do it perfectly and with the required dignity," Tien Urdijot sent them. "Yes, sir," Eki and Aroa replied. Nahia sighed. At least she would fly, which she had loved. But she had the feeling that it was too wonderful to be real. They continued practicing taking off and landing for several days, and so far everything was going well. Nahia still had trouble believing she was riding a dragon, and let alone that they flew across the sky. So far she had flown little on Eki, who was turning out to be a quiet dragon. An introvert, or so he seemed to her. They had not had much interaction, since they only met for practice, and while this lasted, they had to follow the orders and teachings of the lieutenant and his dragon lord, Tien Urdijot. Nahia felt she should get to know her swift dragon lord. She had trouble accepting the idea, because, after all, Eki was a dragon. But she had to try, and learn how it thought, and see whether they would reach an understanding. She had no doubts that, being a dragon, it would be like all the others, a path follower. But even so, she ought to find out what its thoughts were. especially since she was seated on its back and her life was in the claws of the silver dragon. Today you'll follow my flight. It'll be the first day you'll be flying beyond the limits of this flying field. Be calm and well strapped to the saddle. Leave the shield and lance hanging on the hooks at the sides of the saddle. I'd rather your hands are free and that you hold tight these first few times. I don't want any surprises," Fradier told Nahia and Logan. They both did as the lieutenant told them. They held on to the front of the saddle tightly with their hands and pressed hard with thighs and knees. "Off to the sky. Follow me," the lieutenant ordered, and Tien Urdijot took off with a leap and began to soar toward the distant clouds. Eki took off with a leap, and beating its wings hard, followed in the wake of the great blue dragon. Aroa, with Logan on its back, followed at once. As she soared, Nahia felt that tingling in her stomach she already knew so well. It happened during every takeoff and landing. Her stomach went up and down, and she felt intensely nervous. She hoped it would pass with time, because it was not very pleasant, but for now it was still there nagging her. She took it as an alarm call from her body so she would be careful, since she was in danger. She looked to the left and saw the earth, Jodrakos, trees, mountains, and everything else grow smaller as they rose. It was not long before everything was very far away. They were at a great height, higher than ever, and the coolness hit her face. "We're going to level out our flight, and we'll head east without changing height." Tien Urdijot's message reached them. "Understood, sir," Aroa sent. "Yes, sir," sent Eki. In the air, Lieutenant Fradier could not give them orders, and it was his great blue dragon that did. Well, he technically could, but he would have to get very close, because at that height and with a bit of wind, words seemed to vanish as they came out of his mouth. It was as if the wind stole them and took them away. It had to be the speed at which they were flying, although Nahia didn't know whether it was very fast compared with the usual speed dragons flew at. She guessed not, although to her, it seemed like they were going extremely fast. As they flew across the sky at an incredible height, with the ground so far below it was dizzying to look at, Nahia began to calm down. This was the first real flight they were taking. The rest had been takeoffs and landings without much travel. When they soared, Nahia got very nervous, but when they landed, not so much. A little, but nothing compared to the butterflies that came up from her stomach when the dragon leaped powerfully, beating its wings hard to gain height. She didn't know why this was. On the other hand, Logan was more worried about landing than taking off. He had confided in her that it was then when he had a worse time, when they flew down to the ground and landed. She took a deep breath through her nose and felt the cold from their current altitude enter her lungs. At least she felt less dizzy every time. The first days, as soon as they soared high, her stomach vaulted and she felt terrible. Now it was better, although she still felt a bit queasy. Logan was luckier. He didn't suffer from heights. It did not affect him much. At least, not as much as it did Nahia. Flying might look idyllic, but it really wasn't. At least, not yet. Nahia focused on fighting her fear of heights, and Logan on his fear of landing. Lieutenant Fradier had told them it was natural to feel this way. Everyone suffered during the first flights, for any number of reasons. For the slave races, traveling through the sky was unnatural. They had to get used to it. The wind cooled her face since her visor was raised. It helped with her dizziness from the height. She thought again about the slave races and flying. The Fatum could fly, although from what Daphne had told her, not as high. The Fatum could rise a few hundred of paces, but not thousands, which was the distance from the ground they were flying at now. Neither could they fly great distances. They tired easily. Their wings were designed to levitate rather than fly, like those of a hummingbird. Yes, they could fly, but neither very high or too far. Even so, they could fly, and they ought to. But unfortunately, the heartless dragons had forbidden them. What was even worse was that they had maimed all the Fatum, so they would not even be tempted to try. A feeling of rage and hatred began to climb up from her stomach to her throat. Her inner flame lit up, and she felt like killing all those horrible monsters. She had to breathe deeply several times through her nose in order to relax. A moment later, it had passed, but she was left with a bitter aftertaste. "Now we will veer south and go down to 250 paces, gently." They received Tien Urdijot's message. "We will follow closely, sir," Aroa sent. "Yes, sir," sent Eki. Now, Tien Urdijat sent them. Nahia saw the great blue dragon make the turn wide, and then went down and once again flew parallel to the ground. Eki followed the movement and did it exactly the same. So did Aroa. How they calculated turns and distances in the middle of the sky was something that escaped Nahia. It had to be a skill the dragons had, similar to what birds used. Are you doing all right, Ryder, or are you having difficulties? Eki asked Nahia, who was surprised to receive the message. Nahia concentrated on communicating with Eki through mental messaging. It took her a moment. I'm doing fine, my dragon lord. I want to make sure you do not have any problems during the flight. It would be a disgrace to lose my rider so quickly. The message reached Nahia, along with a feeling of concern for her. It was a true feeling, not mere courtesy, nor did she detect any irony. So far, everything's fine, my lord, Nahia replied, surprised by the dragon's concern. It is my first time carrying a rider. I have no experience, and I do not want that lack of knowledge to lead you to death. I appreciate it, my dragon lord, Nahia said, quite surprised by the messages Eki was sending to her. It seemed like the dragon didn't want her to die. This was something new coming from a dragon. It almost seemed real concern. I am thinking that until I have that knowledge and experience, we should work together. That way we will achieve better results. This surprised Nahia. The dragon wanted them to work together? She found it shocking. The total opposite to a dragon's character. In fact, Eki had not ordered her to do anything so far, and Nahia didn't understand how this might be. Yes, my lord, what must I do? She asked with a certain fear, since the situation was new for Nahia. The dragons didn't work with others. They gave orders, and the rest did as they were told. She was stupefied. You must let me know if anything happens that puts your life at risk. Yes, my lord, I'll do that, Nahia sent back. This message sounded more like an order, and Nahia found it more fitting. It will be for the best. I do not know much about humans or riders. I would like to learn. I like to know knowledge in and of itself. Nahia had already detected this trait at the ceremony. This dragon was more of a scholar than a warrior. To begin with, it was a disadvantage, since they were headed for war, but Nahia liked that Eki had an interest in learning and treasuring knowledge. It was a quality that was not often seen, and least of all in dragons, she guessed. That Eki shared it with her so openly made it even stranger and more intriguing. Eki was not like the other dragons, and Nahia was beginning to realize this. Knowledge is power, my lord, she sent to the silver dragon, knowing it would like those words. Dragons loved power, loved being strong. They say that, it is true, but power is not what I seek, rather knowledge alone. The power that comes with it is welcome, but that is not my priority. I wish to learn. Nahia could not believe that a dragon had sent her that message. A dragon that did not seek power but knowledge? She could not believe it. She had not thought that such a dragon could exist, and she rejoiced that Eki was her mount. She imagined having chosen the red dragon. She was sure all it sought was power, and that it would treat her badly, without a doubt. That's a very good way of thinking, my lord, Nahia sent, beginning to see that this dragon was not only different, but that she had chosen very well. The moment you notice anything strange during the flight, do not hesitate to tell me. Remember, you are risking your life. I will do so, my lord. For now, what most affects me is when we start flying. It must be because it is an abrupt step. I will see if I can do it more gently. Anything else that affects you, Ryder? The height, my lord. Rising very fast makes me dizzy. Dizzy? I do not know the concept. Clarify it for me. Of course, Eki was a dragon and had been flying since it was a draka. It could not know. A fear of heights must not exist among dragons. If it did, it would be very awkward. My lord, to feel dizzy is when we feel a small attack of terror when we look down at the distant ground. What type of terror attack? I do not know that feeling either. You see, my lord, you can't breathe, your head swirls, and you might even throw up and fall down. Oh, how unpleasant it must be to experience that feeling. It sounds like a horrendous experience. I'm sorry to upset, my lord. Nahia apologized quickly, just in case. If you feel dizzy, let me know. I will fly more gently. If you get dizzy and fall, we will have a very serious problem I would rather avoid. I'll do so, my lord. They kept practicing flying, and the lieutenant and his blue dragon marked different turns and routes, all gentle and with warning beforehand. Nahia's flight was becoming more pleasant every time. Now she could look down and not feel dizzy. She also noticed that Eki was flying more smoothly and without changing heights. She was sure the dragon was doing it so she would not get dizzy, and that was something to be grateful for. It surprised her that the dragon wanted to help her. She wondered whether Aroa and Logan would also have a good relation or not. She would have to ask him at dinner after the flying lesson was over. Everything all right, Ryder? Eki asked her. Nahia was once more surprised that the dragon should worry about her. She could not get used to the idea. Yes, sir, I'm doing very well, my lord. Do not forget to hold fast to the saddle when I veer. I hold on with all my being, my lord, Nahia sent Eki, who the moment she noticed any alteration in the flight, grabbed the saddle tight. The flight through the sky went on, and Nahia began to experience a feeling she had never felt before. She didn't know how to identify it, but she felt well, very well. She was flying through the clouds with the cool wind on her face. She thought about lowering her visor to protect her eyes from the wind and the cold, but they made her feel good, and this surprised her. She didn't understand why it felt so good. She was even glad, almost happy. She looked at Logan, who returned the look. He was flying about 20 paces to her right. Both dragons maintained the height with a very stable flight. It was flying that was giving her that feeling of happiness. Yes, it was being able to fly and the pleasant feeling she had looking down on a beautiful landscape, an amazing sky around her. But there was something else. It took her a while to realize what it was, but she finally did. She felt freedom. That was what gave her this feeling of happiness. She felt free traveling through the sky with the wind on her face. It was something she had never felt before, a feeling that filled her with joy, peace, and happiness. Freedom, she muttered without realizing it. That was what she felt. That was what she yearned for. That was what she would achieve one day, not only for herself, but for all the peoples of Craido. And if she could, for Tremia and other continent worlds. She enjoyed the feeling for a good while, but then she realized it was not a full feeling. Yes, she felt free up in the sky, but she was not really free. She was still a slave to the dragons. The only reason why she felt free was because she was on a dragon, forced by dragons. No, it was not a full feeling of freedom, not in the least. She breathed deeply through her nose and relaxed. At least she was feeling something similar to what they would achieve someday. If before it had been something to fight for, feeling this freedom gave her even more drive. She had to feel this free, but fully, and not only her, but everyone else. That was what they had to fight for, and they had to fight with all their might. Freedom could be achieved. She reached out with her hands and tried to grasp it in midair. It slipped through her fingers. But it didn't matter. She would find the way to reach it. She would be free. Everyone had the right to feel free and full. We will now make 2 complete turns, 1 in each direction. Then we will fly down and land. Tien Urdijot's message reached them. The great blue dragon made the first full turn to the west, and Nahia felt something weird. She held fast, and everything went as smoothly as silk. They turned to the other side, and everything went well too. No problem. She looked at Logan, and he didn't seem to have any trouble either. Tien Urdijot now started to go down. Aroa and Eki followed. The great blue dragon was going down faster than they had been flying so far. Nahia felt her stomach lurch a little, but she didn't feel dizzy. Going down didn't affect her so much. She looked at Logan and saw that he was leaning back, holding on to his saddle with all his might. Are you doing well on your way down, Ryder? Eki asked her. Yes, my lord. I'm not feeling dizzy for now. Very well. That pleases me. Logan was not doing so well. Nahia could tell he was in a very forced posture. He must be having a terrible time. Eki seemed to realize something was wrong, or noted that Nahia was constantly looking at him. Aroa Zuri Indar's rider, is he doing well? No, my lord. Something's the matter with him. I see. I will warn Aroa Zuri Indar. Eki sent to Nahia, along with a feeling of concern. A moment later, Aroa fell back, going down more slowly. Logan seemed to recover a little. He wasn't as cramped in the saddle. Nahia wanted to send a message of gratitude to Eki, but she did not dare. She still found it very unnatural to communicate with a dragon, and even stranger when she was the one initiating the communication. It was one thing to reply to a message from her lord, and a very different one to send him one. Tien Ordijot has warned us that these first flights are dangerous for riders. You are not used to flying. That is very true, my lord, Nahia sent him, and looked back to see how Logan was doing. She noticed that he was not hunched over forward so much and seemed more at ease. A moment later they landed, Tien Ordijot, then Eki, and a while later, Aroa. Nahia saw that Logan was all right, and sighed in relief. Then she remembered this was only a simple flight and began to worry. Things were going to get very complicated in the air. Of this she had no doubt. At the same time, she remembered the feeling of freedom she had felt, and sighed. It had been wonderful. Chapter 30. Nahia and Logan were arriving at the flying field after a light meal. They had orders from Lieutenant Fradier to join him there to continue their flight instruction. How's your relationship with your lady dragoness, Aroa? Nahia asked Logan. Good, surprisingly good. I hadn't expected it to be like that. We keep our distance as lady dragoness and rider, but Aroa is kinder than I expected. A lot more. I must admit, I was expecting to receive orders and the usual abuse the other dragons have given us, but to my surprise, it's not like that. Mine with Eki, my dragon lord, is also better than I'd expected. Eki behaves in a friendly way, always keeping his distance, of course. Don't you find it odd? I mean, since they're dragons and our lords? I was expecting them to treat us like the other dragons. Even worse, to be honest, because they're our direct lords. This whole world of riders and swift dragons in the flying school of Jadrakos is very strange. The fact that Aroa, as my lady dragoness, should show certain condescension greatly surprises me, but I appreciate it, although I don't know why she does it. Yeah, I also appreciate that. It makes things much easier. Perhaps that's exactly the point, so that the learning process is easier for us. Logan ventured, and then he remained thoughtful. A dragon making our learning easier? Nahia made a face that showed disbelief. That never happened in Dracoros. You're right. The thing is that their behavior is very odd. Although we're their riders, we're still human slaves for them. We're here to serve them as they see fit, and that's it. That's what I think, too. Do you think they're planning something? Logan shrugged. I don't know. I feel sincerity in Aroa. I can't explain it, but Aroa's messages transmit that. I don't think she's fooling me, although I could never know for sure. It's just a feeling I get. That makes two of us. Eki's messages are true. I don't detect any deceit in them. Eki has me very puzzled. I wasn't expecting it to be like this. I thought we'd ride them, they would scold us constantly, and we'd have to obey orders all the time. Logan nodded. Yeah, I was expecting that too. And the fact that we can communicate with them isn't only extraordinary, but also most disconcerting. I don't send Eki messages unless it's in reply to something he has sent me. If I did, I'd feel like I was committing a crime addressing a dragon. It's very weird. That's because it's how we've been taught all our lives. And it's been ingrained into us with fire in Dracoros. I also find it very strange sending a message to Aroa, even if it's only in reply, like you. Even so, I always think the dragoness is going to be upset and throw me off her back to the ground from the sky so that I crash. Nahia heaved a deep sigh. We both seem to be having the same doubts. So far, I haven't noticed any double play. Let's hope things don't change, Logan said wistfully. You're more trusting than me. Let's hope you're not wrong. Let's hope so. Logan nodded. Lieutenant Fradier was already waiting for them with his dragon lord, Tien Ordijot, the great blue dragon. He motioned for them to come closer. Nahia and Logan reached their side. Good morning, aspirant riders, the lieutenant greeted them. Sir, Nahia and Logan greeted him with a nod. Today is going to be an interesting day for you. I believe you will enjoy it. Tien Ordijot sent them, together with a feeling of amusement. Sir, Nahia and Logan greeted him with a nod. Nahia did not have a very good feeling about that. Enjoyment in the air sounded dangerous. She took a deep breath and tried not to get nervous beforehand. It might be something amusing where their life would not be in danger. Logan looked at her out of the corner of his eye. His gaze was questioning. He didn't believe the amusing part either. Call your swift dragon lords, Ferdir told them without wasting time. Nahia and Logan nodded and did so. They produced their power glares, and shortly after the two dragons landed beside them. It still seemed terribly strange to Nahia that a dragon should come to her call. It had her totally shocked. Very well. Today, we're going to start with what's considered swift flight, Ferdir told them. Until now, you've been flying at a relatively fast speed, but that speed isn't the one used in combat. Today, we'll fly faster. Much faster. So you'll take extreme precautions, strapping yourself tightly to the saddle and holding on to them with your life. I'm not kidding. If you fall out of the saddle, you'll die, and the speed we'll be flying at could make you fall at any moment. Nahia swallowed. She had guessed that something like this was coming, since the first flights had been too pleasant. Now it was time to hold on with her nails and teeth to the saddle. We'll do that, sir, Logan promised. Get in the saddle and follow me to the heights, Ferdir told them, walking up to his dragon lord and rising to mount with great style and agility. A moment later, he was soaring in the sky. Nahia and Logan got on their dragons and went after the lieutenant. As they soared, Nahia made sure she was strapped in well. She saw Logan doing the same as they went up into the clouds. Nahia still was not used to flying through clouds. It was like going through an ethereal object, like entering a dream. If possible, she always entered the clouds with her visor up so the cloud could touch her face. It was a singular feeling to enter that world, damp and cool, and it calmed her greatly. Attention, we are going to fly north, without changing height, but at top swift dragon speed. Riders, hold on tight, the great blue dragon sent to them. Nahia grasped the saddle. If you are not doing well, let me know, rider. We must try and keep you from dropping. Eki sent her, along with a feeling of quiet. The dragon was trying to calm her, which Nahia was grateful for. Yes, my lord, I'll let you know if anything goes wrong, she sent back, feeling her stomach in her mouth. A moment later, Ferdir and his dragon lord were flying at top speed through clouds to the north. Aroa and Eki took off after them. In order to reach maximum velocity, swift dragons, you will need to use your special properties, Tien Ordijot sent them. Spreading wings and tail to seek maximum velocity. Get ready, rider, Eki sent to Nahia. Nahia saw the two crests rising on Eki's wings. She looked toward the tail and saw it spreading in the inverted triangle shape. As soon as they did, Nahia felt how Eki's flight speed increased almost double than usual. She was stunned. Suddenly, the clouds, sky, wind, everything went by her at a tremendous speed. She was going so fast that now the wind affected her face and eyes. She had to lower her helmet's visor to protect them. She released her right hand to lower it, and the force of the wind and the friction of the speed against the air threw her hand backward, then followed half of her body. She was forced to rectify her mistake quickly. She brought her hand back to the saddle to hold on tightly. Since she had to lower her visor and could not use her hands, she moved her head up and down hard several times, moving her waist as well, and the visor fell at last. The speed they were flying at was staggering. They went through clouds and traveled the sky so fast that Nahia could barely see anything. She had no idea how fast they were going, but she thought it was very fast. Since the wind hit her torso hard, she leaned forward over the saddle, almost laying her head on Eki's neck. This way, she noticed she cut the wind better and offered less resistance. We are going at maximum speed, Eki sent her. Nahia had already guessed as much, because everything that went by her did so in a blur. Birds, clouds, and the ground down below very far away. What she noticed most was the wind. Since they were going so fast, it seemed to hit her body with a vengeance. It was as if the god of wind were blowing in her face to stop her from going so fast, as if it were envious. Attention! We are going to turn around without changing heights, but at the maximum speed of a swift dragon, Tien Ordijot sent them. As soon as she received the message, Nahia knew she would be in trouble and was not wrong. Tien Orijat made the turn very wide. Aroa and Eki did not make the turn so wide. Nahia realized this was because they were smaller dragons and therefore could maneuver better. But the very swift maneuver made her body want to shoot out of the saddle in the opposite direction of the turn. She held onto the saddle for dear life so as not to fly off, and pressed her thighs to the saddle, managing to bear the strength of the turn. "Now we'll turn the opposite way," Tien Orijat called, and made the turn alone in the opposite direction. "Hold on tight, rider," Eki warned her as he maneuvered to follow Tien Orijat. Nahia felt her body whipping to the other side with a strong jolt. For a moment, she thought her waist would break. She grunted and held on tight so as not to be thrown off to the other side of the turn. Those movements at such speed were terrible for the rider. She glanced at Logan and saw he was completely bent over in his saddle, almost falling out of it. Nahia realized with horror that Logan, being bigger and heavier than her, was more affected by the momentum of the turns. They kept making turns right and left, and Nahia began to be afflicted with a new problem. She was beginning to feel dizzy and sick. After a few consecutive turns one way to change to several others the other way, she began to feel dizzy. She wasn't sure whether it was from turning so fast and changing direction, changing the turn's direction, or a combination of both. In any case, she was getting sick. She held up as long as she could, feeling as if she were in the middle of a whirlwind, spinning around its vortex driven by the winds. They suddenly changed direction again, and Nahia could not help herself and threw up to one side. "Rider, are you all right?" Eki's question reached her. The dragon must have heard her retching. Nahia tried to answer, but she was so dizzy that she could not stop vomiting. She couldn't establish mental communication. They were still spinning, making turns to the left at a tremendous speed. "Rider," Eki sent her, turning its head to look at her. Eki saw her throwing up to one side and realized what was going on. "Although you are feeling bad, do not let go. Hold on tight to the saddle and do not fall." This time the message reached her like an order. The silver dragon was trying to stop her from falling. Subconsciously, Nahia followed the dragon's order as they were taught to do. She held tight and the dizziness slowly passed. She stopped throwing up after a moment longer. "Attention, now we will make fast turns, followed by severe soaring," Tien Orijat sent them. Nahia swallowed. She thought abrupt turns and soaring sounded like a bad combination, more so when simple turns had made her so dizzy. She was not mistaken. They began to turn right, making smaller and smaller concentric circles, as if they were a whirlwind heading to the center. Nahia was dizzy again. They made one last, very tight turn that required her to hold on for dear life to her saddle, and then suddenly, they went up in a diagonal at lightning speed. "We are going up. Hold on tight," Eki warned her. The force of the momentum threw Nahia back, and she nearly broke her back on the back of the saddle that reached her waist. They soared higher, going through clouds at an incredible speed. Eki's wings beat very fast and propelled the dragon at amazing speed. Nahia wanted to scream, feeling like she was going to fall back and roll down the dragon's spine and tail to the void. She almost did. She managed to hold on by pressing her legs against the saddle hard. Once they were very high up, Tien Orijat began to make circles again in the opposite direction of the ones they had just done. And then he shot off to the sky. Nahia couldn't tell whether Logan was having as bad a time as she was. She hoped not, but this flying exercise was true torture. She became sick again and tried to throw up, but there was nothing left in her stomach but bile. "Attention! Now we are going to make fast turns followed by sharp descents," Tien Orijat sent them. Nahia almost felt like letting herself drop at the order. She wasn't going to be able to cope. She was undone, terribly dizzy and feeling awful. She had her stomach in her mouth and was running out of strength from holding on to her saddle so hard. She knew she had to hold up, or she would drop out of the saddle and fall to her death. She did not look beyond Eki's neck, because she knew that if she looked down, she would feel attracted to the void, and it would be even worse. "Hold on a little longer, rider," Eki sent her, and in his message she felt concern. They started the turns, and Nahia bore it as best she could. And then the descent began. also in a diagonal and at lightning speed. Nahia bent over the front part of the saddle and held on for dear life. They were nosediving, as if they were about to crash against the ground, they were going so fast. Nahia shut her eyes and let the wind buffet her in that dazzling descent. What she felt was that the descent suited her better. Her stomach returned to its place, and the air entered her helmet through the eye slit, refreshing her. They reached a certain altitude, and Tien Ordijot repeated the exercise. They started spinning, and after a while, nosedived at great speed toward the ground. Nahia knew she could do nothing but hold on tight and let the wind refresh her and make her feel better. Little by little, she recovered slightly, and by the time they finished the exercise, she was much better. "Attention! We finished the exercise for today. Now we land," Tien Ordijot sent them. Nahia almost got off her dragon before they landed. She so desperately wanted to be on firm land. Eki and Aroa landed. Nahia and Logan wanted to get off at once, but they had a problem. They were so dizzy they could not create the levitating disc. It took them a while to do it, but finally they got off. And when they stepped on the ground, they both fell on all fours and stayed that way. Lieutenant Fredier dismounted gracefully and watched them on the ground. "Practice is over for today. Tomorrow we'll repeat all the movements until you can bear them without any trouble. You must succeed at not letting the flight affect you. It will take time, but you will get there." Nahia looked at Logan. They had both pushed back their visors so more air would get in, and they could breathe better. They both knew that weeks of dizziness, throwing up, and upset stomachs awaited them. It was not going to be easy to get used to flying that way. The only positive thing Nahia found in this experience was that she was beginning to find that the young silver dragon was not a dangerous one. It was as if they were beginning to get to know one another a little, and a respect was growing between them that went beyond the bond that joined them. At least this was what she felt. She wondered whether the dragon would feel the same. Perhaps not. Most likely not, since he was a dragon after all. Chapter 31. Night was falling when they saw the lights of Eiselbag in the distance. Being somewhat more south in the kingdom, the weather had improved, and it was no longer snowing. The sky was overcast, and there were sporadic showers, but nothing like the constant snowfalls they had been suffering. Lily was in a good mood, which everyone was grateful for, especially Aiden, since she no longer pestered him, or, if she did, it was rather more fondly. The great red dragon flew over their heads, and they all looked up toward their lord and leader. "The land looks clear. We will move on until we reach Eiselbeg. That city is occupied by our army, and they are controlling the locals as they return to their homes to produce for their sustenance and that of our troops. Since we will not get there today, we will camp at an old mill I have seen on the outskirts. It looks abandoned. Tomorrow at dawn we will enter the city." Irakis Godigates sent them. "Good news. We might be able to sleep under cover, not like we have lately." Lily cheered up. "The tents we carry are enough for me," said Evo. "But you barely fit in them," Lily retorted. "Yeah, but since we sleep all piled up, I'm not cold." The big Taruk smiled. Daphne shook her head. They went on to the mill. It was built beside a river which used the force of the water to move its blades. There was a house beside the mill. The place was abandoned, surely because of the war. Night was already coming, and a light snow had begun to fall. They went into the mill and the house and searched them. They found nothing. They had been abandoned a long time before. But even so, it would be more than enough to shelter them from the snow and cold. They organized themselves, as well as the watch shifts. The Ardent squad stayed in the mill, the Igneous in the house, and the Searing would watch the perimeter. Irakis Godigates, as usual, when night came, vanished. They didn't know where it went to sleep, but they guessed it would not be very far. "How wonderful a house," Lily said, leaving her gear and weapons on an old chair and looking as if she had entered a mansion.
"Wow! Now you're happy with very little,"
Daphne told her. "It's this blasted kingdom and its endless, ever-present snow and cold. Now an abandoned house is like a palace to me," she said, lying on the floor and sighing in relief. "We're not made for this weather and this mountainous terrain, that's true," Evo admitted. "A dragon warlock gets used to any terrain and weather," Aiden said, looking out of a window. Yeah. You're like a parrot that repeats everything the dragons have taught it," Lily told him. I have not gotten used to it, and I never will. I need sunny weather, and not snow all day and all night. Can't we light a fire to warm up a bit?" "We're in disputed territory. We can't light a fire in case the enemy sees us," Taika told her. "Yeah, I know the manual, but I'm cold," Lily replied.
Aiden will surely give you a hug so you can get warm, Daphne told her, smiling from ear to ear.
Aiden blushed and seemed uncomfortable with the insinuation. "I'd rather be buried in the snow out there," Lily retorted in an outraged tone. "This is what we've got, so here we are. What we have to do is survive it," Ivo said, making himself comfortable, stretching out to his full length in front of an empty fireplace he was not going to light. "Our leader has left," Taika said, looking out of another window.
"Why doesn't the leader stay with the squadron at night?"
Daphne asked, wondering. "The dragons don't sleep beside the slave races. They consider it a dishonor," Aiden said. "Oh, that's weird. Look how surprised I am." Lily made a comical gesture. "I thought there'd be a tactical reason, but that's also quite possible," Taika commented.
"Well, let's eat some of our food and sleep. We'll have to take over the watch before we realize it, and tomorrow we have a long day of marching ahead. We must recover our strength," said Daphne.
"I totally approve of that idea," Ivo agreed, and he reached for his satchel to get his food. They ate their rations in silence and then went to sleep. Outside it was still snowing lightly, and only the howling of wolves could be heard in the distance, as well as the hooting of an owl closer by. These were sounds of the region they were already used to, and a while later they were all sleeping. The night was quiet. Suddenly, a dark figure slid down the chimney in absolute silence and stayed crouching in the hearth. He carried 2 black daggers in his hands. He wore a dark cloak, and a scarf, also dark, covered his mouth and nose. Only his black eyes were barely visible in the shadows. It was as if a shadow had taken shape. A murderous shadow. The figure stepped over without the least sound in the middle of the gloom to where Lily and Daphne were sleeping side by side. Skillfully, crouching, the figure placed a knife on the neck of both of them. He pressed down, and the touch of the cold steel woke them up. Lily's eyes opened wide when she realized what was happening. Daphne frowned and wrinkled her nose. "Hush, not a sound," the figure said, pressing his knives harder. "Don't move." They both remained still, not knowing what to do, but they reached for their daggers at their waists. "I wouldn't do that if I were you, beautiful and exotic foreigners. I'm the best assassin in the north. And although I was retired for a while, enjoying a frozen sleep against my will, I'm already thawed and recovered. I'd kill you before you even unsheathed."
"Vigo? Is that you?"
Daphne recognized him. "What other Norganian assassin, handsome, spectacular, and lethal, have you heard of?" "Vigo, what are you doing here?" Lily asked, unable to believe he was there with them.
"And why are you threatening us with knives to our necks?" Daphne asked reproachfully.
Vigo looked at them with narrowed eyes. "A little birdie told me you're looking for me and my friends, that you've come with reinforcements and a red dragon, huge and with a very bad reputation. I did not like that much, so I decided to pay you a visit. Let's say a deterrent one." Taika and Aiden had already woken up and were half raised with their hands on their daggers. Vigo moved his head from side to side and then looked at their knives. "Easy," Taika told him and lifted his hands. Aiden did not unsheath, but he did not take his hand off the pommel of his dagger. He was looking at Lily with great concern. Ivo was still sleeping, and he let out a snore right behind Vigo, who had passed over him to reach Daphne and Lily.
"But Vigo, we're allies, friends," Daphne argued.
"Allies is yet to be seen. I don't trust my own shadow. As for friends, there's still a long way for you to be friends." "Let me remind you that we saved your life and helped you get to your people," Lily told him. "I remember. And that's why I haven't cut your throats. Because of that, and because I'm a gentleman who doesn't like to go around cutting the throats of beautiful young ladies while they sleep."
"Then you're not going to hurt us," Daphne guessed.
"It would depend on what you tell me. Since we know one another very slightly, I will warn you I'm prone to doing crazy things. So you'd better not give me a reason for it, or this will get most bloody and macabre in the blink of an eye." "We assure you there's no reason for that," Taika said in a quiet, soothing tone. Then you're not here to capture us? Or has my little birdie tweeted the wrong information to me?
Vigo asked ironically. There was a moment of silence. No one seemed capable of finding a way to explain this contradictory situation.
This isn't what it seems, Lily started to say. It's not. Are you sure? Because it seems to me that there are 3 squads and a most ugly and horrible red dragon with an especially horrible set of teeth set on killing us.
Not killing you. Capturing you, Daphne corrected him.
Oh, very good clarification. I already feel much easier. Well, I'll take these knives off you and let's all be friends. Call that little red dragon of yours and I'll give it a hug, Vigo replied, filled with irony without removing the knives from their necks. What Daphne means is that the order we've received is to capture the snow panthers, Taika clarified, using his soothing tone. Not to kill you. Vigo tilted his head. All the panthers. All of them, but Lasgol and Camus in particular, Taika told him. What a disappointment. The most renowned and famous in the whole kingdom is me, without question.
They've specified Lasgol and Camus, Lily confirmed.
I'm not surprised about the weirdo, but why did the dragons want to capture the bug? We don't know,
Taika said with a shrug. We believe it has something to do with his magic, Daphne said, but it's only an educated guess.
Vigo sighed. As always, the weirdo and the bug have gotten themselves into trouble. The seasons pass, but things don't change.
We have to follow orders, but that doesn't mean we're going to capture you. In fact, we wanted to warn you, Daphne told him.
So that you knew, and would be able to avoid it, Lily added. And how do you know where we are? Vigo asked suddenly. If you let them go, we'll tell you everything. You don't need to threaten us. As we've told you, we're allies. We're on the same side, that of freedom, said Ivo, who had already woken up and was right behind Vigo. The assassin looked at him out of the corner of his eye and blinked hard. Wow, you're ugly, Oxhead. But I guess you're right. I'm going to withdraw the knives, but nobody do anything foolish, or we'll have a most unpleasant accident. No one will do anything, Taika promised, showing him both hands. I don't trust the dragon face. He's giving me the evil eye, and he doesn't have good intentions. I have a 6th sense for these things. As a rule, everybody loves me due to my irresistible personality and my unequaled assassin talent. And, when someone doesn't, I detect it at once. He doesn't like me. If you let them go, you won't have any problems with me, Aiden said. You have my word as the Draconid. Yeah, sure. As if that has any value here. The word of a mini dragon without wings and just as ugly as them. He won't do anything, I promise you, Ivo said. And very slowly he walked over to where Aiden was, while Vigo followed him with his gaze. If he does, I'll knock him out. I like that better. I trust the ugly Oxhead. Fine. I'll release them. Everyone feel calmer now. Vigo raised his hands, showing his knives, and stood up. Daphne and Lily got to their feet and turned to Vigo. How can we understand one another? Taika suddenly realized. You don't speak our language. Vigo showed them a ring with a large blue gem that shone on the index finger of his left hand. It has magic. It lets me understand and speak your language. It's a beauty, isn't it? It's a gift. And don't you even think of taking it away from me, or blood will run. We're not in a good mood, are we? Lily said to him. You wouldn't be either if the rumor reached you that we're hunting you, said Vigo, and waved his hands without putting away his knives. You're quite right, Ivo agreed. We should capture him. Those are our orders, Aiden said, standing up with his hands on the pummels of his dagger and sword. See, I don't like this at all, Vigo said, indicating Aiden with one of his knives. We're not going to capture him, you granite head, Lily snapped at him. He's our ally. We don't go against our friends, Daphne told him. If we don't comply, we'll be committing treason. They'll kill us for that, Aiden said. We'll take the risk, Daphne told him. If he does anything, knock him on that rock head of his, Lily told Ivo, who was right beside Aiden. Never fear. I'll keep the balance of the situation. I won't let this reigning fragile peace destabilize, Ivo promised. And where's that volatile little flame? I like that one. Taika looked out the window. Everything's quiet outside, but we don't have much time. They'll soon come to call us to relieve the guard. Then hurry up and tell me what's going on. And you'd better be persuasive, because I'm not in the mood.
I'll explain what's going on, Daphne told him.
And she summed up everything that had happened since they had come back to Norgana from Dracoros. She took special care to explain carefully what they had seen with the lilac dragon. Once she was done, they all remained silent for a moment. So they have an interrogated dragon that affects the mind. I already had a similar experience with a very unpleasant dragon. I don't like the fact that they're looking for us specifically. I must tell the others.
The white dragon we saw seemed to be in charge of your search, Daphne told him. That dragon was very interested.
True, and outside a black dragon was watching. They surely go together, Taika said. A white dragon and a black one are searching for us, and they use a violet dragon to interrogate the rangers they capture? Is that it?
Yes, and the army is also in on it, because the one who did the interrogation was a captain, and it was him who had the prisoner, Daphne added.
Well, if it's only that, there's really nothing to worry about. A couple of angry dragons with another one that affects the mind, and part of the army searching for us. That's nothing for us. We usually deal with matters like those before breakfast, Vigo said with a gesture that meant he didn't even care. You're raising a lot of interest. Too much, and that's very bad. Having those hunting you and us on your trail isn't good at all, Taika told him, and his tone implied that Vigo should worry. Vigo looked out the window. Well, perhaps it is a little worrying, he finally admitted.
The truth is, we don't know why they want to capture you, Daphne said.
Because we're very dangerous and lethal. What other reason could there be? Vigo said, puffing up like a peacock. If that were the case, they'd be searching for you to kill you, not capture you, Aiden said. I'll grant you're right there, ugly one, Vigo replied. Whatever, they're looking for us. Good to know. I'll tell everyone.
Are they close? Daphne asked.
I'd better not answer that. Vigo pointed at Aiden and then outside.
All right, when you see them, tell them we must talk now that we're here. And it seems like we're going to be here for a while. We have to organize our collaboration, Daphne said.
Vigo nodded. I'll tell them. What do you know about Egil?
We have news from him, Daphne told him.
The know-it-all had better be well, or else I'll get really angry.
He is. He sent word that he's established a web of contacts.
He's at it again, with his spy games. Yep, and it seems he's very good at them, Lily said. Too good for his health. Well, it's time to disappear. Someone's coming, Vigo said. There was a knock at the door, and they all turned to it. Your turn to take watch, Logar said from outside. They turned back to Vigo, but he was no longer there. He had vanished. Chapter 32. Nahia was flying upside down in the clouds at great speed, and she could not believe it. She was holding onto the saddle with all her might so as not to fall headlong into the void. She felt the straps that held her to the saddle very taut with the weight of her body and the armor that pulled her down toward the ground so far away. She could only pray to the heavens that the straps would hold and not break. If they did, she would fall to her death. It was a most terrifying feeling and, at the same time, exhilarating. She was flying, upside down, and simply the thought gave her gooseflesh. She was flying through the sky, hanging from her Dragon Lord's saddle, something unthinkable. Eki was flying upside down almost as fast as he did right side up, which shocked Nahia. When Tien Ordijot told them that they had to practice this type of flight, Nahia had thought at first it was a joke. But she remembered that a dragon never joked. There she was, following the great blue dragon and his rider flying upside down. It seemed absolutely impossible. Non-swift dragons do not use this type of flight. They are not fast enough for it to be effective. For this reason, they prefer not to take the risk and always fly right side up. But in certain combats and maneuvers, it is necessary to fly as we are doing now. It provides a unique advantage, and the swift dragons practice and profit from it, Tien Ordijot explained. Nahia had no idea what kind of combat might require flying upside down. In fact, she thought it demented. They couldn't fight like that. She wasn't even sitting in the saddle. She also did not think Eki could fight belly up. That movement was total madness. Some dragon must have lost his mind. It could be nothing else. But there was nothing she could do about it, so she held on to the saddle because she didn't want to die performing some crazy stunt like that. She looked to her right and saw Logan, who was also flying upside down, hanging from his Lady Dragoness Aroa, who didn't seem to mind flying upside down. It was simply spectacular, and at the same time it was terrifying. She felt great fear for Logan, since he was heavier than her, and besides, his armor also weighed more. She was afraid his straps would break and he would drop out of the saddle. The wind flew from the front, and that made her demented flight even more terrifying. Nahia began to feel nauseous. She thought it was the fear of flying through the sky and clouds upside down, but it was not that. She realized it was hard to think. Her head was filled with cotton. It had to be the blood in her body going to her head. If this was it, and she was practically sure it was, she might faint at any moment.
"You must hold up a little longer, riders. I know the blood is going to your head, but you need to hold up. A rider must bear this flight for a maximum time. The more you practice, the more you will hold up, and that is what I expect of you two,"
the great blue dragon sent them. Nahia was trying to resist, but she could feel her head beginning to go.
"Can you hold up, rider?"
Eki asked her with a feeling of concern. "Not for much longer, sir," Nahia managed to send back. They went on flying to the north, and Nahia knew she was not going to hold up. Her head weighed as much as a mountain, and she was about to faint. She made an effort to think about her comrades in Dracoros, but it didn't work. A moment later, she lost consciousness.
"The exercise is almost over, rider,"
Eki sent her. But Nahia did not receive the mental message. She'd already fainted. Logan fainted too, almost at the same time.
"Swift dragons, how are your riders faring?"
Tien Ordijot asked.
"My rider is knocked out," Eki sent.
"So is mine," Aroa said.
"Very well, we will switch to normal flight,"
Tien Ordijot told them. The two dragons turned over, and Nahia and Logan were both left hanging to one side of their saddles like puppets. The straps were holding and keeping them in the saddles, but their bodies were inert. They did not come to.
"We will land. They are not going to wake up for a while,"
Tien Ordijot sent. And the three dragons headed back to the airfield. The first experience with inverted flying, as Tien Ordijot called it, had been very disappointing and even less promising. Now, on top of that, they had a serious problem. Lieutenant Fradier had ordered a whole week of inverted flight practice until they got used to it. They had to manage not to faint. Nahia thought they would not make it, even after 1 month. Whichever way, they had to practice, and so they did. They flew upside down every day for a whole week, flying each time until they fainted. They had to admit one thing, though. Every day of practice, they endured a little longer. This gave them hope, although the exercise always ended the same way, with the two of them hanging unconscious upside down. The days went by, and at the end of the 3rd week, they finally managed to finish the horrible exercise without fainting. They did, however, finish with a pounding headache, as if their helmet had been pounded with a mallet.
"Congratulations, rider,"
Eki sent her when at last she made it. "Thank you, my lord," Nahia managed to send back.
"One more test passed. It is good news. We must pass all of them."
"Yes, sir." Nahia was happy to have passed the test. Not so much for passing it, as for not having to bear the torture every day. She hoped they would be taught other, less dangerous maneuvers, and pleasanter ones at that. She was wrong. She knew this the following day, the moment Lieutenant Fradier explained the exercise they were to do at the airfield.
"Now that you've overcome inverted flight, we move on to a new, very important aerial maneuver which entails a certain difficulty, both for the dragon and the rider."
New maneuver? Difficult for both? Nahia frowned, fearing something really bad. If it was also bad for the dragon, it might not be so bad for her. She shook her head. It would surely be equally bad for her. Logan was looking at her out of the corner of his eye, and gave her an encouraging sign with his fist. But Nahia's spirits were pretty low after the announcement.
"Today you will learn whirlwind movement. Follow me, and I will show you how to do it,"
Tien Ordijot sent them, along with a feeling that it was something important. A moment later, the 3 dragons and their riders were flying south, rising above the clouds. They reached clear sky, and Tien Ordijot flew horizontally for a while.
"Attention, I am going to perform the movement. Be alert,"
the great blue dragon sent, and it started spinning on itself as it flew in a straight line. Fradir spun with him, and first he was upright, then leaning to one side, then upside down, and then leaning to the other side. "Uh-oh," Nahia muttered, knowing at once she was going to be absolutely sick again. Tien Ordijot returned to flying normally, and gave them a wide berth to watch them.
"Go ahead, make the whirlwind movement. You must do it at high velocity, but do not try it at maximum speed until you have mastered it,"
he ordered, and sent a feeling of warning with the message.
"Yes, sir,"
Eki sent, and started spinning on itself. Nahia felt like she was being pulled from one side to the other, and then she was upside down. A moment later, she was coming up the other side and back upright. The full spin had upset her stomach. A moment later, Eki repeated the movement. Nahia felt her body go sideways and then down. The blood in her head did not bother her now. It was her stomach that started going up her throat, and that did bother her. Eki finished the full spin, and by the time Nahia was upright once again, she was already retching.
"You lose height with the spin. You must keep a level flight. When you finish the movement, you are 1 or 2 bodies below the height you started at. You must maintain yourself horizontal at all times."
Tien Ordijot sent Eki and Aroa so they would correct the error in their movements. "We will fix that, sir," Aroa replied. Nahia would have preferred that they did not try to fix anything, but she had no say in the matter. Eki tried to do the movement properly but didn't succeed. The dragon always went down, and if Eki corrected himself, he went upward. For some reason, spinning on himself more than once affected the dragon's flight level. The worst thing was that Eki made Nahia completely sick, and she ended up vomiting again. Logan was not doing much better, and Aroa only went right or left and lost height when she tried to correct herself. Aroa had trouble keeping a straight line of flight. Both Nahia and Logan would have given anything to have a skill against sickness. Unfortunately, they did not, and those constant spins at such great speed were killing them. The day wore on, with neither Aroa nor Eki mastering the movement, and with Nahia and Logan with absolutely nothing in their stomachs to throw up.
"We will continue tomorrow. That was not bad for the first day of exercise,"
Tien Ordijot sent them, although the message reached them with a sense of disappointment. Nahia and Logan went back to the fortress completely undone. They went straight to their bedrooms, not even having supper. They were feeling so terrible.
"Try to rest,"
Logan said before leaving her. "You too."
"It'll be better tomorrow."
Nahia shook her head. "I don't think so. Humans were not born to fly." Logan sighed.
"We'll just have to adapt."
Nahia nodded. "My head and stomach don't seem to want to." The following day, things did not improve at all. Neither Aroa nor Eki managed to perform the whirlwind movement in a straight line. Nahia and Logan couldn't avoid getting sick and throwing up. It was a horrible day for everyone, but especially for Nahia, who suffered the most. She was more sensitive to getting dizzy than Logan, although he ended up as sick as her with all the attempts his dragoness made. There was no way to avoid the disastrous end. They went to their rooms again, not daring to have supper, dizzy and with upset stomachs. "What were you saying about adapting?" Nahia asked Logan.
"It's going to take a while."
"A long time, rather."
"As long as we succeed. That's what's important. And we will."
"I'll try to be as optimistic as you." Logan tried to smile, but he could not. He felt so sick.
"I'm going to lie down."
"Yeah, me too. This is horrible." The torture went on for 2 more weeks, without any mercy. Aroa and Eki did better every time, and finally managed to straighten their flight. Coincidentally, or perhaps because of it, at the same time Nahia and Logan managed not to get so dizzy. Logan a lot less, and Nahia slightly. This allowed them to have supper for the first time in many days. "This is so good," Nahia said to Logan while she enjoyed a hot vegetable soup in the fortress dining hall after practice.
"Yup, it's good for the stomach."
It's a pity that tomorrow it'll all go back out.
Yeah, we'll have to warn them that there will be vegetable soup rain tomorrow, Nahia said, joking out of desperation. Logan smiled.
We've improved a lot since our first flight. A little more and we'll be able to cope with the whirlwind movement.
I can't understand what this movement is used for. I think it's nothing but a ruse so we don't graduate as riders.
The purpose of this maneuver escapes me, but I doubt it's so that we don't manage to become riders.
If we're talking about dragons, think again and you'll find you're right. Logan shook his head, but smiled lightly.
What's important is that we're improving. We must focus on that.
Yeah, I'll do that, so I don't despair.
The next session in the airfield drove Nahia and Logan back into hopelessness. When they were finally managing to overcome the whirlwind movement, they faced another problem. Today we practice the whirlwind movement, but in a different manner, Fredir told them. As you must have guessed, doing it only horizontally is narrowing its scope. We'll now make the movement in every direction. It is how it must be used, young swift dragons. It is taught horizontally until it is mastered. In practice, the movement is performed in any direction.
Tien Urdijot sent them.
So let's fly high and practice, Fredir said enthusiastically.
Nahia could not even raise her shoulders. Discouragement weighed like a slab on each of them. They got on their dragons, and these took off with a powerful leap. They were flying high just a moment later with the power of their wings.
Make sure you make a beeline in the direction you have chosen. Once you finish the movement, go back to normal flight. Then you can change direction and perform it again,
Tien Urdijot instructed Aroa and Eki.
Yes, sir, they both replied. Diagonal whirlwind movement to the south, the great blue dragon ordered.
Nahia just had time to strap herself tight to the saddle. Eki launched into a diagonal, spinning on himself at top speed like a hawk chasing its prey. Nahia endured the first spins, but then began to feel dizzy and sick. She realized the angle of descent, which she was not used to, affected her. A moment later, her stomach was complaining, and she had the feeling it was going to end up flying too.
Diagonal whirlwind movement to the north,
Tien Urdijot ordered. Eki and Aroa did so, and changed course to do another diagonal whirlwind movement. The spins of this one finished making Nahia sick, and almost made Logan ill, even if he was holding up slightly better. They were holding on to their saddles for dear life, so the spins wouldn't affect them so badly. But the two dragons were spinning fiendishly fast, and the upset feeling grew with every diagonal twist. Nahia felt as if they were making holes in the clouds when they went in on one side to come out on the other. She could feel the moisture seep through her visor, and this cooled her off a bit, and to her surprise alleviated her. She saw they were headed for another cloud, and with an abrupt movement of her head, she shook back her visor to uncover her face. As they passed through the cloud, she felt water splash her face besides cooling it, and felt better at once. Her dizziness vanished, and so did the nausea.
Now you will perform a vertical whirlwind movement. It is a very special movement, and the favorite of the swift dragons. On you go.
Nahia did not like the sound of this at all, but she had no time to even prepare herself. Eki flew horizontally and upright for a moment. Then he nosedived toward the ground, and as he got into a vertical position, he began to spin the whirlwind. Nahia, whose helmet was open, saw they were headed to the ground, spinning at great speed. If all their prior experiences with flight maneuvers had been tough, this one topped them all. It combined demolishing dizziness with a growing terror as they approached the ground. Eki was flying without reducing speed. They were going to crash. Beside Nahia, about 100 paces away, Logan was also going down riding Aroa, who was flying as fast as Eki. This was a crazy exercise. The spins had Nahia undone, and when she watched the straight descent toward land, she felt real terror. The fear she felt was so great that she couldn't even throw up.
Once you are 200 paces from the ground, change your flight to normal horizontal,
Tien Urdijot's order came to them. Nahia thought that with 200 paces, Eki was not going to have time to level out. They were going to hit the ground. The descent went on, and Nahia could only scream, "Ah!" She pictured herself stamped on the ground.
"I'll correct the descent right away, Ryder,"
Eki sent her. The message was not altogether confident. The dragon was doubting his own skill. "Ah!" Nahia screamed beside herself, picturing crashing headlong against the ground. Eki leveled out in the blink of an eye, and Nahia felt as if her waist snapped with the abruptness of the change in flight. They skimmed the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Aroa also executed the maneuver. The dragoness's talons skimmed the ground. Aroa had to gather them to avoid dragging them while it controlled the flight and became horizontal with the ground.
"That final control was a little long. You must work on it. You will practice the transition from vertical whirlwind movement to regular horizontal flight until it is as fluid as a pleasure flight."
"Yes, sir, absolutely, sir," said Eki and Aroa. Nahia realized that the two young dragons had not yet mastered all the aspects of flying, or at least not to the level which those dangerous maneuvers required. She didn't like this at all. They might have an accident at any moment, and the dragons would likely survive, but she and Logan would not. This worried her greatly. Suddenly, the worry became an upset feeling, and the feeling made her throw up. "Why?" Nahia cursed. She thought she had avoided it, but it had only been her fear that had delayed the inevitable. Once she got somewhat over it, she looked at Logan. He had also thrown up. What a pair of riders they were.
"We repeat the exercise. Rise, position yourselves, and improve it,"
Tien Urdijot ordered seriously. Nahia felt her heart sink to the ground. Chapter 33. Flight practice continued, and every day it turned a little more intricate. Nahia and Logan had succeeded at last in keeping their heads and stomachs under control. For a few days already, even in the whirlwind movement exercises, they were no longer getting dizzy and kept their seat in the saddle. Nahia did not know how they had become used to it, but they had. It was as if their minds and stomachs had suddenly become immune to the fast turns and upside-down flights which had made them suffer so much. Nahia found it most surprising because there was no magic, medicine, or anything else involved that had helped or facilitated their bodies to become used to the upset feeling generated by those flights. They had learned in the crudest way, by having the worst of times every day. To her surprise, and Logan's too, both their bodies and minds had become used to the adverse conditions. They were both as happy as they were amazed. But once they had succeeded, their joy was short-lived, and the difficulties returned. It was as if they could learn no other way than by suffering. That morning, it was no different. Nahia and Logan's joy was crushed by a new announcement.
"Today's first exercise is altitude flight. We will test your capabilities when we fly at high altitudes. It is not the same as flying at less important ones, as you will soon see for yourselves,"
Tien Urdijot sent them. Aroa and Eki wagged their tails from side to side, which Nahia had noticed was a sign of nervousness. If they were nervous, she and Logan were even more so.
"The riders must position themselves favoring the maximum flight velocity and also the fastest turns and maneuvers. There's nothing worse than a badly positioned rider for their dragon to lose speed. You must always sit properly in the saddle and avoid air friction,"
Ferdir explained. Nahia and Logan nodded without a word. Ferdir repeated this almost every day, which was his way of letting them know they were not doing it right. Nahia always tried to sit into her saddle. The thing is that the speed was so tremendous that the abrupt turns dislodged her. It was the same with Logan. It was not that they didn't know how to sit in the saddle. The problem was that they couldn't hold their position.
"Follow us, and I will show you the route and exercises,"
Tien Urdijot sent them. Ferdir got on the great blue dragon gently and gracefully. Nahia levitated to her saddle on Eki, but fairly less gently and gracefully. She still had to improve on that. Logan did the same and got onto Aroa's saddle. He did it better than Nahia, but not as well as Ferdir. Nahia took comfort in the idea that what was really important was that her rider's levitation was acceptable enough. She had enough with that. She didn't need to give the impression that she was a great rider. She left that to the veterans and those who wanted to look good. Once in the air, Tien Urdijot first headed straight to a group of clouds in the distance. He reached them and went into them, crossing them as he went on flying higher, coming out on the other side and still climbing fast.
"The first thing we are going to try is a swift ascent to the maximum altitude,"
the great blue dragon sent them. Nahia had a feeling this was not going to go well. All this talk about maximum altitude gave her the creeps.
Ryder, hold tight for the ascent,
Eki sent her with its usual calmness and a bit shyly. My dragon lord, what is maximum altitude?
That is a good question. I'm not sure whether he means maximum altitude for us swift dragons or for you riders,
Eki replied with a feeling of doubt. The maximum for us riders would be less, right? Nahia had no doubts about this, but she wanted to make sure.
We will soon find out. Sit in a fast ascension position,
Eki sent her, and the dragon spread its tail and wings in swift mode. Nahia felt the strength of the air's resistance as they rose at great speed after Tien Ordijat and Fradir. She did as Eki had told her, and leaned forward to offer the least resistance to the air friction as possible. She looked right and saw Logan also leaning forward like her. They rose in a speedy diagonal. Tien Ordijat and Fradir were fairly ahead of them, and the higher they climbed, the more distance there was between them. Aroa and Logan were now ahead of Eki and Nahia, who came last. Nahia didn't worry. She knew that Tien Ordijat was much larger, and therefore faster than Aroa, and especially Eki, who was the smallest of the three. Aroa also left Eki behind in all the exercises that involved velocity, especially when they had to fly at top speed and used their swift dragon skills. Nahia began to feel cold as they climbed higher. It was always cold when they flew high, but now she was beginning to feel it passing through her armor and clothes underneath. Tien Ordijat went on climbing, and Nahia had the feeling that the dragon wanted to reach the sun, or at least the end of the sky, if it had one, which she did not know. The more they climbed, and they did so fast, the colder she became. Her teeth started chattering.
How are you doing, Ryder?
Eki asked her with curiosity mixed with concern. Not too bad, but the cold is beginning to be an important issue, my lord.
That is because of the altitude. The more we rise, the lower the temperature and friction. This allows us to fly faster.
Less friction, my lord? Nahia did not understand why there was less friction. She still felt lashing at her body during the whole ascension to the end of the sky.
It is because the air is less dense the higher you rise. In other words, it is less heavy at a higher altitude. It is a curious phenomenon, and although all dragons know of it, it has never been studied in depth to determine the reason. It is something I would like to study someday, if I have the chance,
Eki sent her, along with a feeling of wanting to learn more about the laws that ruled the sky and the air in it. Nahia had the feeling, once again, that Eki was an erudite at heart, although the dragon was being trained for war because he was a swift dragon. She felt bad for Eki. The dragon would surely be happier studying the sky than fighting in it. One day, if trust grew between them and the dragon gave rise to the subject, she would ask him. Right now, she still did not dare, since after all, Eki was a dragon and she was a slave. She couldn't break protocol. Something inside her told her that Eki was not an evil dragon like the others, and that perhaps one day he would open up to her. At least Nahia hoped Eki would. For now, and until that day, she would go on addressing the dragon as her lord to avoid any trouble. I'll remember, my lord.
We are reaching the first limit,
they heard Tien Ordijat's message. Nahia did not know what this limit was, but Aroa and Eki reached it a moment later. What she did feel was a terrible cold that made her shiver. She realized she was having trouble breathing. She thought it was from the air on her face, but it was not. Just as Eki had told her, the friction was less, so she didn't feel the lash of the air on her body so hard. Then why was she having trouble breathing? As she was thinking about this, Eki was still climbing at high velocity with the aid of his wings he beat with great speed and strength. Eki must be getting tired, Nahia thought.
We reach the second limit.
They received the great blue dragon's message. As Eki reached it, she felt a bad headache coming on.
How are you doing, Ryder?
The silver swift dragon asked, concerned. Not too well, my lord. My head hurts a lot, and I can barely breathe.
Do not worry, it is natural. It is the effect of the great altitude we are currently at.
What altitude is that, my lord?
We have passed 24,000 feet.
Wow, that's a lot of feet.
Keep talking, Ryder.
Yeah. Speaking from Jadrakos or from the ground below.
The altitude is counted from the ground, or rather from sea level. Therefore, it cannot be from a kingdom in the sky.
Eki told her with his usual calmness when he explained things. Oh, see, from my land. And Nahia fainted.
Maximum rider level reached,
Eki sent. An instant later, Aroa sent the same message. Logan had fainted too.
Maximum level for the riders established at 27,000 feet up,
Tien Urdijot sent. The dragons climbed on.
We reach 30,000 feet. Let us go down so the riders do not die from lack of air.
Yes, sir, both Eki and Aroa sent as they descended at high speed at once. Nahia came to and realized she was in the saddle and they were flying above the clouds. She didn't know what had happened. She had a terrible headache and a stabbing pain in her lungs. She remembered flying toward the sun at top speed. Now, on the other hand, they were flying horizontally over the white clouds and keeping a peaceful flight. She must have fainted at some point.
I can tell through our bond that you are conscious again. Also that you are in some pain,
Eki sent, along with a feeling of relief. Yes, my Lord Dragon. Do you feel these things?
Indeed, the mental bond lets me know whether you are awake or not, or if you feel pain. With time, you will be able to feel it in me.
Will I, sir? This surprised Nahia. Dragons were very private, and she was sure that none of them would want a slave to know whether it was asleep, and least of all in pain.
You will, the bond allows it. Also other things you will find out with time. You must open your mind and your spirit, and you will pick up mine. It works both ways.
Oh, I'll try, sir. I didn't know.
It is not easy, and it takes time, from what I know. But it is something that will improve our understanding, so we must make an effort to do so.
I will make an effort, my lord. Nahia was very surprised that Eki would be predisposed to that. Without a doubt, the dragon was showing it was a unique creature once again.
We will achieve a great connection, I am sure. I want to find out all we can do with it. It is an area that interests me greatly.
Nahia was not at all surprised by Eki's interest in learning more. May I ask what happened?
We reached the maximum altitude you can bear. You fainted at 27,000 feet.
Oh, Logan too?
Both almost at the same time. The altitude, the cold, and the lack of air have affected you. You fainted. We had to go down to 15,000 feet and wait for you to awake.
I understand, my Lord Dragon. Dragons don't faint at that altitude? She risked asking. It was a related question. Perhaps it would not raise suspicion.
They do, but a lot higher, about 60,000 feet. We were born to fly. I'm afraid humans were not.
Nahia nodded. Do you still feel my headache and the pain in my lungs, my lord?
I still feel it. It is a new sensation for me. You are my first rider. I have no experience in these things, but I would like to learn.
I hope never to feel yours, my lord. Eki made a sound that Nahia identified maybe as a light laugh.
We will have to see when it happens. But it is unusual for a dragon to suffer pain, so it might not happen for a while.
Let's hope so, my lord, Nahia sent Eki. And not because she wanted to ingratiate herself to him, but because she really didn't want anything bad to happen to the young erudite dragon. If Eki was wounded, she would be sorry.
I hope so, too. You do not need to be so formal with me. You can drop the my lord dragon and use my name. I am your same age in dragon years, and I am not one for formality at all. I would rather our communication were open and informal. Between ourselves, you can treat me informally and at ease. I do not want you to fear me. I am not an aggressive dragon or a haughty, overbearing one.
Are you sure, my lord dragon?
Yes, sure. I would rather there is good communication between us. After all, we will fight together and have to cooperate and support one another. I am not the best of warriors. I will need your help. Please try.
Of course. Yes, thank you, Nahia did not go on.
Much better.
Eki sent her the message, along with a feeling that he was happy. Training went on for the next several days. Now that they had established the maximum altitude at which Nahia and Logan fainted, they went on to practice the very opposite, low flight. That afternoon, they were flying at mid-altitude when Tien Urdijot ordered them a new maneuver to learn.
Today, we will practice flying maneuvers at top velocity. It is important that dragon and rider are well in tune with one another in these flights. We are going to do what we call a nosedive with low flight. We will descend at top speed in a nosedive before leveling off close to the ground. Since this exercise has certain complexity and it might be problematic, we will do it over a lake in the east. Follow me there.
Nahia did not like the sound of that problematic situation. Surely it would be far more problematic for the riders than the dragons.
Nahia, this exercise might not come out altogether right,
Eki sent her as the dragon followed Aroa and Logan, who were ahead of them. Nahia loved the fact that Eki called her by her given name. Why? She worried all of a sudden.
I am pretty fast and maneuver better than other swift dragons because of my smaller size, but a low nosedive has never been my forte. I tend to brake too late.
Oh, wow. If you brake too late,
we will crash against the ground.
But in that event, only I would suffer from the blow, right? I appreciate your concern for me. Being a dragon, you won't feel it much.
What makes you think I would not feel an impact against the ground at high velocity?
Eki asked her, surprised. You're a dragon. Your whole body is covered with scales harder than steel.
Oh, I see your misunderstanding. Let me explain. It is one thing to have hard scales, and a very different one to have bones and muscles equally hard. Unfortunately, it is not so for any dragon. Our skin, our scales are indeed very tough, but not our bones, muscles, or ligaments. These are strong, but not unbreakable.
Nahia was astonished by Eki's explanation. She had always thought dragons were practically invulnerable, that nothing might hurt them. This belief was based on the fact that they were so strong, with impenetrable scales and unbeatable magical defenses. But she was beginning to see that she had made a big mistake. And not only her, but everyone. Dragons might suffer injury like any other creature. This was a very important discovery, since it made them much less all-powerful. But she had to make sure, so she risked asking a follow-up question. Then if you crash against the ground, you might hurt yourself? Nahia asked unobtrusively, since she didn't want Eki to believe she was looking for ways to harm dragons, which was her true intention in asking the question.
Hurt myself? If I crash against the ground at a great velocity, I would die, as you or any other creature would.
This answer, which was the one Nahia wanted to hear, filled her heart with joy, since it gave hope to everyone. Dragons could die. They were not indestructible. Also, no special golden magic was necessary. They could die from something as simple as a fall. A very strong one, but just a fall in the end. This knowledge nearly made her leap out of her saddle. Don't you have magic to prevent that?
Dragon magic is fundamentally elemental, with a minor part being mental and an even smaller part spatial. But it is mostly magic, and the most commonly used is elemental. There is no way to protect oneself from such an impact with elemental magic, and mental or spatial would not stop me from breaking all the bones in my body.
Yeah, if you covered your body with elemental protections, I doubt they would resist such a blow.
You think correctly. The only magic that might save me is spatial, but it takes a long time to use it. I would not manage to do so in time. Pun intended.
Nahia smiled at the comment. Eki had much knowledge for such a young dragon. Spatial magic? Like that of the portals?
That is correct. The only way to survive an impact in a free fall would be to avoid it. I doubt any other option would work. You might not die with elemental protections, but the wounds would be many and difficult to heal.
And how would you avoid impact if you're falling at top speed and you only have a moment before the crash? Is that even possible?
In theory, it is possible, but in practice, I do not see how it would work.
Why not?
To avoid the crash, I would have to open a portal using spatial magic, and as I said, there would not be time. Spatial magic, like opening a portal, takes very long.
Nahia was delighted chatting with Eki. The information the dragon was giving her was invaluable. No one among the slave races knew about any of what she had just been told, or at least it was not common knowledge, if there was anyone somewhere in Craido who knew. Everything Eki had just explained would help the cause. First of all, because it made the dragon's creatures susceptible of suffering harm, as they all were. This was something no one even suspected. The dragons had made sure to spread the idea that they were indestructible, invulnerable, in order to terrorize all. But Nahia was finding out that it really was not so, and she was doing so from within. It is an interesting idea. Although you may not be able to now, that doesn't mean you won't be capable in the future, Nahia sent Eki, interested in the thought.
You are right on that account. It is impossible right now to open a portal without taking too much time and without a great object of power like a pearl. But if this subject were studied in more depth, perhaps we might find new alternatives not analyzed until now.
I'm sure that if anyone can advance in this field, it's you, with your eagerness to know more and make important discoveries.
I would like that. I would like it a lot. But I doubt I would make a discovery where other wiser erudites of my species have not made advances already. I am not that brilliant.
Perhaps you are. You don't see yourself as capable, but I believe you are.
I appreciate your support, Nahia. I really do. Thank you.
They arrived at the lake in the east and flew up, following Tien Ordijat, who was already preparing the maneuver.
Attention! Follow me and execute the maneuver just like me. No improvisation. Do it like me, or we will have an accident, and there will be serious trouble,
Tien Ordijat sent. And the message, although it was mainly for Aroa and Eki, made Nahia very uneasy. A moment later, the great blue dragon launched into a nosedive toward the lake below them. Nahia took a deep breath, and an instant later they were going down very fast in swift mode, following Tien Ordijat, who was leading them. The speed they were flying down at was stupendous. She saw the blue mass they were headed to become larger with every blink. The wind hit the visor of her helmet and reached her eyes, which made her blink hard and tear up. She didn't want to because with each blink the water got closer. The speed at which they were flying down was extreme. Nahia thought they were going to crash and die, especially considering that Eki had admitted he was not very good at this maneuver. Fear started in her stomach and rose to her throat. She saw the water grow closer and closer, too close. They were coming down too fast. Eki would not be able to avoid the blow. Nahia could not even scream from the fear she felt at that moment. She saw Tien Ordijat straighten his flight and fly parallel to the lake, raising a curtain of water at its passing. The dragon was so close to the surface of the lake. Aroa went after the blue dragon and executed the same movement, but not as precise or controlled as Tien Ordijat's. Aroa's talons and tail touched water, and an enormous curtain of water rose on either side of the dragoness over the lake. Aroa raised a great wave, but did not crash. Somehow, she managed to control her flight and climb enough to not crash into the water. Aroa crossed the whole lake trying to fly up, which cost a titanic effort and nearly failed. She managed to rise almost at the end of the lake and not crash against the shore where a forest of oaks began. Nahia thought that if Aroa had barely succeeded, Eki had it very difficult. The small silver dragon reached 200 paces above the lake's surface. "Now, Eki, lift up now!" Nahia sent the dragon, trying to warn Eki before it was too late. Eki did not reply, but he tried to straighten his flight to avoid crashing into the water. Eki lifted his head as much as he could, setting his spread wings in a braking position and trying to rise. Nahia felt the pull in her own body and the inertia of trying to take off. She held tight to her saddle. She was convinced that Eki was not going to make it. They would crash in the water, and at that speed it was going to be very painful. Even if it was water, at that colossal velocity, she was sure they were going to break their backs. Eki struggled to climb and not hit the surface of the water with his body. His front legs touched the water, and an instant later his talons, raising a wave on either side as Eki slid, brushing the water with his chest, his head and wings trying to lift his body. "Go up! Now up!" Nahia shouted at Eki, trying to help the dragon rise. The silver dragon tried to lift off with all his might, and his chest hit the surface of the water hard. Nahia felt a terrible blow, and one of the straps that held her to the saddle broke. She suddenly found herself thrown to the side of the broken strap. She was sliding out of the saddle. She was going to fly off. Out of pure instinct, she managed to grab one of the pieces of the strap that was still stuck to the saddle, first with one hand and then the other, her feet trailing her and her body totally stretched out. She felt another blow. Eki hit the water again with his chest, which caused Nahia's body to whip onto the dragon's back. "Hold on!" Eki shouted at Nahia while trying to lift off and not hit the surface of the lake again. Nahia was flying, holding onto the straps with both hands. She was holding on so tightly that she didn't feel them. Suddenly, Eki managed to rise and not hit the water again. The dragon gained a little altitude and leveled out his flight. "You are going to lose your rider," Tien Ordijat sent him. Eki decelerated at once, setting his wings in a braking maneuver. "Do not let go, I am going to break," Eki sent to Nahia. The dragon gradually decreased his speed, and Nahia's body stopped flying to fall on Eki's back. "Try to reach the saddle," the dragon sent to her with concern. Nahia dragged herself up his back using the strap like a rope and got back in the saddle. Luckily, it had been a short distance. She sat well in the saddle and huffed, her hands and chest hurting from holding on and bumping around.
I'm sorry, Nahia. Are you all right?
Yeah, don't worry, a little bruised, but nothing else. One of the straps broke, and I was thrown off.
I have to study this maneuver better. I cannot seem to master it, and I do not know why. But I promise you I will do it. I don't want this to happen again. You could have been really hurt.
I'm fine, and I know you'll get it. How about you?
My chest is very sore. I hit it several times. But luckily, I do not think I broke anything. My wings, which would be the most problematic, did not suffer an impact.
I'm glad we're both well.
The exercise did not go well. You both hit the water. We will go back to the airfield to rest. We will try again tomorrow. That is enough for today. You must master this maneuver. It is required. So concentrate and think about how to do it.
Tien Ordijot sent them, along with an unpleasant feeling of failure. Nahia saw Aroa and Logan in front of them. They seemed to be okay, which gladdened her soul. They would have to repeat the exercise tomorrow. She hoped it would go better, for the good of all four of them. Chapter 34. That morning, Nahia on Eki and Logan on Aroa were waiting at the airfield for Tien Ordijot and Fredir to arrive. It was a cool, cloudy day, and it was threatening rain. Nahia sighed. She was happy despite the weather. After an intense week executing low nosedives, at last both Aroa and Eki had managed to do them with decent precision, like true air acrobats. Nahia's stomach always took a leap every time they attempted to do the exercise, especially after what had happened the first time, which her mind was unable to forget. Luckily, she already controlled her nerves better. She had to give credit to Eki. The young silver dragon had been analyzing how to improve until it had discovered how to calculate precisely when to fly off, and now Eki never missed and always did it properly. Nahia didn't know how the dragon had managed, but she suspected it had to do with something he had been studying. On the dragoness's part, Aroa didn't do it as well as Eki, and Nahia thought it was because the dragoness chose the moment by instinct instead of precise calculation. In any case, Nahia was delighted that they were both doing so well now, especially because she and Logan were no longer at risk of breaking their heads or backs in the exercise.
It looks as if they are a little late today,
Eki sent to Nahia, which brought her out of her reverie. Do you think there's any trouble? Nahia asked generically, in case Eki had heard anything at the castle. The silver dragon turned his head and looked at her out of the corner of his eye, which was the only way he could see her in the saddle. Nahia always wondered whether Eki could see her entirely, since the dragon could not turn his head completely, but she guessed it could.
There is a lot of talk at the castle about war problems in different worlds. It is more than likely that there is trouble indeed.
In Dramea, too? Nahia seized the moment to get some information.
Yes, the conquest is not going well in Dramea. There are several kingdoms resisting against all odds.
Do you think they'll send us there?
I doubt it. There is another priority, a world with bigger problems than Dramea, and where young dragons and their riders are usually sent. But I do not know. We can only wait and see what orders we get.
All right. Nahia did not want to ask further questions in case her interest appeared suspicious. It was something she always did, and which so far had provided good results. Risking too much, even in simple conversations, might lead to her death, and she knew it.
I have been thinking, you know how I like to do this, that in order to facilitate our interactions, you should shorten my name.
Eki sent her. Nahia was taken by surprise. Shorten your name?
Yes, yours is short. I like it. Nahia, it is pretty. Mine, as all dragons' names, is long, especially for humans who are not used to compound names. I thought we should shorten it. Any preferences?
It's your name. I can't...
How do you and Logan refer to me in private? I bet it is not by my full name.
Well, sometimes, but mostly we shorten your name.
And what is that?
We call you Eki, Nahia admitted with the feeling that they were doing something bad.
Eki, I like it. It has a nice ring to it. It is short and my name. Easy to use. Success.
Oh, I'm glad you approve.
I do approve. Let us hear you say it.
Of course, Eki. If you want it so. Fabulous. I'll call you Eki.
I want that. I like it. One question. If you call me Eki, Do you call Aroa Zuri Indar only Aroa?
Well, yes. Once again, Nahia felt as if they were doing something wrong.
I think that is great. I will ask her what she thinks.
Nahia looked to her right, where Logan and Aroa were most likely also talking. She wondered what the white dragoness would think. She might not take it as well as Eki. I think it is okay. It is understandable that you shorten our names. You may call us Eki and Aroa. That is not a problem. The dragoness's mental message reached Nahia. As a rule, the young, beautiful dragoness only communicated with Logan, as was natural since Logan was Aroa's rider. But when the dragoness messaged openly, it surprised Nahia. Aroa had a very pleasant mental voice. Eki's was gentle, persuasive, and Aroa's was pleasant, the voice of someone who cared. Tell her, please, that I appreciate it. Well, we both do, because I know Logan will also be grateful, Nahia sent to Eki. Eki nodded, and then the dragon looked at Nahia out of the corner of its eye.
As I said, the better we can communicate and collaborate, the better. Besides, I want to learn all I can about the two of you, and humans in general. I have always been fascinated by the slave races and their cultures, especially humans. You are filled with resources, very creative, and have a peculiar way of viewing the world. And I could go on and on about your culture, which is both rich and interesting.
I'll try and help you learn about our race, Nahia sent, unable to believe that a dragon might be interested at all in the human race, and let alone their culture. It was becoming increasingly clear to Nahia that Eki was not a normal dragon. Quite the opposite. Eki was a unique, special dragon.
Wonderful, Nahia,
Eki replied, and it sent the message with a feeling of joy. A moment later, Tien Ordijot and Fradir arrived and landed beside them.
Forgive the delay. We were held up at the castle with important matters,
Fradir explained.
The conquest campaigns in several worlds are turning out to be more complicated than anticipated, but there is nothing to worry about. In the end, the dragons always win. So says the path, and so it is done,
Tien Ordijot said, full of confidence and pride. Nahia wished she could set the path on fire and all the dragons that followed it. Unfortunately, this was for now impossible. Perhaps one day. She did not lose hope, or the inner flame that lit up every time she thought about the atrocities committed by the dragons. She had noticed that her condition, her problem with fire seizures, had not manifested since her arrival in Jadrakos. She didn't know whether it was because she was healing, which she doubted, since she didn't think her illness had a cure, if it was an illness, or if something altogether different was happening. Perhaps it was because she was so busy learning to be a dragon rider that she didn't have time to dwell on her personal problems. Or perhaps being with Logan helped her. Yes, indeed, being with the handsome, dark-haired, blue-eyed boy soothed her and filled her with peace and joy. It had to be that. Logan was her medicine. Just thinking about it made her blush, and then she looked at him and blushed even more.
Today we will practice swift flight at maximum velocity and through complicated places. We are going to practice maneuverability and the rider's grip in the saddle. We will go through several complicated places. Young dragons, pay attention to the flight. Riders, make sure you are strapped in well and that your weight always follows the movement of your dragon lords,
Tien Ordijot told them. Nahia had already guessed it would be a complicated exercise, but she had no more time to think, because a moment later they were flying through the sky. To complicate things a little more, they found themselves in the midst of a rainstorm with strong winds that had just arisen. Tien Ordijot started flying rapidly, and soon reached his top speed. Aroa followed closely, but being somewhat smaller, she couldn't catch up with the blue dragon, and the longer they flew, the more advantage he gained. Eki was flying after Aroa, and the same thing happened to the silver dragon in relation to the young dragoness. Suddenly, Tien Ordijot began to drop toward the ground. It was not nosediving, but flying down in a diagonal at maximum velocity. Nahia saw Logan lean forward in the saddle, and she did the same. They knew they had to do everything in their power to keep their dragons from losing speed because of the friction of the wind against their bodies. Therefore, their posture in the saddle was very important. Nahia had thought it would not have much of an effect, but she had soon discovered that indeed it did. It not only slowed down the dragon, but it might also cause an injury to her if she was not careful. At those high speeds, she could break her back against the saddle if she held herself up against the wind. That was why she hunched over the saddle and clung to it with her whole body and her head low. They were flying so fast that Nahia felt the rain slipping in through the visor's opening in her helmet, like water stings on her eyes and cheeks. She was grateful her lance and shield were strapped to the saddle while they flew, instead of her wielding them. There was nothing worse than that when they were flying at such a velocity. It was something she and Logan had talked about. It worried them that although they were practicing without their shield and lance, once they were in battle, they would have to wield them, and things would get even more difficult. Tien Ordijot entered a gully with a stream running through it. Aroa and Eki followed him. The gully was deep and narrow. The great blue dragon barely fit. Aroa had a little more space, and Eki a little more, since its breadth was even less than Aroa's. Tien Ordijot went down to skim the water without reducing the tremendous speed they were flying at.
"Do not worry, I am good with small spaces,"
Eki sent her to put her at ease. Nahia saw that they were skimming the water, and she had 2 walls of rock, one on either side, passing by at great speed. She was not at ease at all. If Eki lost his concentration and hit either wall at the speed they were going, they would kill themselves. "Don't lose your concentration," Nahia sent, unable to hide her apprehension. Tien Ordijot followed the winding gully. With every bend, Nahia thought Eki was not going to turn in time, or would turn too far and hit the wall. Flying through there at that speed was crazy. Eki reached a stretch that was like a giant snake, and they zigzagged endlessly for a good while. Nahia thought she would not live to tell the tale. Then Tien Ordijot flew out of the gully and headed to a mountain range in the north. "Tien Ordijot is going straight toward the mountain," Nahia said with apprehension.
"I know that mountain. They call it the Mountain of the 1,000 Eyes,"
Eki sent her. 1,000 eyes? Why 1,000 eyes? Just the name made Nahia shiver.
"I have never been there. I only know the name. But do not worry. We will overcome it."
Overcome? They reached the great mountain, and Nahia understood why it had such a name. It was filled with holes that must be caves. Suddenly, Tien Ordijot entered one of the caves headlong without slowing down. "Oh, no!" Nahia cried, seeing that Eki and Aroa followed Tien Ordijot into the mountain. They went in through a hole that barely allowed Tien Ordijot to pass through, and then darkness enveloped them, and Nahia thought they would crash into a wall of rock. She was truly scared. A moment later, light appeared again, and they were able to see where they were going. Nahia swallowed. This was too dangerous. They flew on along a tunnel of rock, following the light that came in through several high points along the way. The mountain was full of holes everywhere, not only the main side they had come in through. That made the light go through many windows that lit up certain stretches of the corridors and tunnels between caverns. "Be very careful, Eki! This is insane!"
"I am trying," the silver dragon sent her.
But Nahia detected some restlessness. Eki was worried too. They came out of the tunnel on the other side and reached the sunlight on the other side of the mountain. Tien Ordijot turned to the right, faced the mountain from the back, and plunged into another one of the eyes. Nahia wanted to shout that the blue dragon had lost its mind. Aroa and Eki followed their leader and went into a dim tunnel. They were going very fast, at a reckless speed for that environment. Suddenly, Tien Ordijot took a downward tunnel, and Aroa and Eki followed, flying blindly for a while. Nahia was grasping the saddle for dear life and prepared herself for impact. But then, they had light again, and Aroa reacted in time. The dragoness's right wing hit the rock, but Aroa managed to control it and not crash. Eki, being smaller and more maneuverable, managed to avoid the wall entirely. "We're going to crash," she sent Eki.
"This is how the best train,"
Eki replied, along with a feeling of doubt. The silver dragon didn't seem to think it was one of the best. They came out of the tunnel through the other end, and Nahia snorted in relief. "Too dangerous," she sent to Eki as he was turning, following the other 2 dragons.
"I will not deny that. The most dangerous maneuver I have ever done. We are going to do 2 more passes. Pay attention, since we will not repeat tunnels. This exercise is good for sharpening your reflexes,"
Tien Ordijot sent them, along with a feeling of risk. Nahia thought that this exercise was very good at getting you killed, and that the risk was excessive. Tien Ordijot didn't waste any more time and went headlong into another one of the mountain's eyes. Aroa and Eki followed him. Nahia almost wanted to shut her eyes to not see what happened and instead let fate decide. But she did not. Eki might need her help, and she had to be ready to assist her silver dragon. The exercise was hair-raising, and when they finished for the day, Nahia received the news that they would be practicing there for days until they could go into any of the eyes of the mountain without any trouble. Nahia had nightmares practically every night. In them, they always crashed into one of the walls at lightning speed, and she and Eki ended up badly wounded at the bottom of a dark cavern. It was like a fateful premonition.
Chapter 35. A few days later, Nahia and Logan were heading to the airfield, chatting in the first hour of a rainy day. It was funny how the rain didn't penetrate their armor. They were so well made. With their helmets on, they did not even get wet. Then in the air it was different, since flying against the rain made it seep through their visors and hit their cheeks.
It appears that Eki has talked to Aroa, and now she lets me call her that.
Nahia nodded. It was Eki's idea. He asked me. I was very surprised.
Yeah, me too. These two dragons aren't like the rest of them,
Logan said.
I see Aroa as protective, pleasant, and not threatening at all. Almost the very opposite, as if she didn't want anything bad to happen to me. That's very strange for a dragon. I'm baffled, pleasantly, I must add. I wasn't expecting that. And I don't believe she's faking it. I feel her honesty. And when I say I feel her intentions, I mean just that. I think it comes through the spiritual bond we've formed.
Yeah, I also feel there's no malice in Eki. And yes, it's a feeling. I think you're right. It must come through the spiritual bond we have with them. Nahia thought about it. It was true that sometimes she got a feeling that was not accompanying any mental message. Simply a feeling.
We have to learn how the bonds work. We'd better be very alert. In any case, I believe that both Aroa and Eki aren't like the other dragons, which is very significant, since it tells us not all dragons are the same.
Do you think it's because they're very young? That they might become cruel later on in life? Nahia was thoughtful. It was possible. Humans were not evil as children, at least most of them.
It could be that, or maybe because they're swift, since they're like a subspecies of dragons. They're different. Perhaps this makes them more open,
Logan reasoned. His tone was filled with doubt, though.
I really have no idea. We don't know much about the swift dragons either. Where are they from? How were they raised? Do they follow the path blindly like the rest?
Nahia shrugged. I don't have answers to those questions either. What I'm sure of is that we've gotten very lucky with them. Very lucky. Logan shook his head.
It's not luck.
It isn't? Nahia looked at him blankly.
It isn't, remember? You chose them, based on your visions. It's not luck. It's the destiny you chose.
Oh, that's right. Looking at it that way, you must be right.
Imagine you had chosen the red or blue dragon. I can promise you that we wouldn't be having this conversation. We wouldn't be calling them by their shortened names either.
Nahia nodded, realizing what Logan was telling her. Very true. I think we're much better off with Aroa and Eki.
Without a doubt, Logan said.
That morning, Fredir told them that flight training was about to become even more interesting, which made Nahia and Logan very nervous. Not only them, but their swift lord dragons, too. Eki and Aroa did not appear very calm and were wagging their long tails from side to side.
The time has come to begin practicing maneuvers of attack and evasion. They're necessary in air combat,
Fredir told them, and his tone was very serious, so they gave him their full attention.
These maneuvers are the culmination of all the others you have been practicing so far. When you fight in the air, you must know how to attack and how to evade enemy attacks.
Tien Ordijot sent them.
For this test, riders, you'll have to fly with your shield and lance in hand, as if you were really fighting,
Fredir explained. This worried Nahia. As a rule, they were allowed to fly without shield and lance, since these hampered the riders' movements a great deal, and only provided added friction to the flight, thus slowing down the dragons. It wasn't much, but in battle, from what Fredir had told them, every fraction of lost time might be fatal. As if he had read their minds, the lieutenant lectured them.
The shield and lance will make you lose speed if you don't carry them perfectly at all times. As I always tell you, in air combat every fraction of time is vital. The enemy is very fast, and a mere second might be fatal. The difference between being caught by the enemy or not is in the blink of an eye. Remember that, and always keep it in mind.
Nahia had already asked whether it was necessary to carry their shield and lance when riding a dragon, and had received a strong affirmation from the lieutenant. It was absolutely necessary. Nahia did not understand the reason. On land, she realized it was necessary in case they were attacked and surrounded, but in the air, she didn't see the purpose. Eki had magic, and so did she to defend themselves if they were attacked while airborne. The lance, although long, seemed quite useless in the middle of the immense sky, and the same went for the shield. If she could cover her body with scales, why did she need the shield as a defense? She didn't think it made much sense. But since Verdir made them carry them, there was no arguing.
Follow me to the sky where we fight, win, and rule with glory and honor,
Tien Urdijot sent them, along with a feeling of ownership and delight. Nahia knew the dragons believed the sky was theirs. The whole sky, of all the worlds, which was not only far-fetched, but also wild. No matter how powerful the dragons were, the sky was too immense for them to rule over it. The initial flight was quiet as usual, but Nahia knew it would soon get complicated. She was carrying her shield and lance at the ready, which prevented her from holding on as well as she would if her hands were free. That was going to be a problem if Eki flew very fast, or made any sudden maneuvers or twists like Lieutenant Verdir. "Eki, please warn me if you're going to make any sudden or abrupt turns," she sent to him.
"Do not worry, I will warn you.
With the lance and shield, I have less of a grip."
"I understand. I will try not to be too brusque, but I am not aware of what Tien Urdijot has in mind for us."
"Nothing good, for sure."
"We have to learn in order to survive. Real combat will be ruthless."
"I can imagine. Have you ever fought an aerial battle?"
"No. Young dragons like me are not old enough for combat. They teach us to fight and use our magic from birth since we are dragons, but we are not sent to battle until we are a few years older. We, swift dragons, are an exception, and since there are so few of us, they send us to this place when we are young to learn how to fly with a rider and fight in the air."
"Oh, I see. Since there are so few of you, you're chosen to fight at a much younger age."
"Yes, slightly younger than the other dragons."
Knowing this gave rise to all kinds of question in Nahia's mind. There was so much she didn't know about the silver dragon that she wanted to riddle him with 1,000 questions. She decided to ask one. "Did you volunteer to be a dragon with a rider?"
"Yes, my whole family is swift. It is a tradition. They all bonded sooner or later to riders, and they all started to present themselves very young. I did not have much choice."
"Oh, I see. You'd rather not have been chosen and bonded?" Eki did not reply, and Nahia thought she might have stepped over the line of what she might ask her dragon lord. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have asked about personal things. Forgive me." Nahia apologized at once.
No, it is not that. There is no need to apologize. It is only that I have not thought much about it. It is my duty, a family tradition. So when the time came, I presented myself. I did not have another option."
"I understand. You did what your family expected you to," Nahia said, looking up and noticing that they were flying under some pure white clouds of singular beauty. They transmitted a certain peace and quiet.
"That is right, but to be honest, I did not think any rider would choose me. I knew that swifter, larger, stronger, more powerful dragons would be there. I was sure I would be able to return to my studies until next year, when there would be new riders available. It did not even occur to me that I might have to fight. I have always pictured myself the kind to study, not fight."
"Oh, wow. If I had known you did not wish to bond, I wouldn't have chosen you." Nahia felt awful for having done it. She had chosen Eki, and it was because of her that the dragon was here and had to learn to fight instead of pursuing his studies.
"It is not your fault. You did what you thought was best for you. I have no idea why you thought I was the best choice, but you were within your right, and you exercised it. There is nothing to regret. Besides, I could have refused and rejected you. Although only weak riders are rejected, I still could have. The other dragons would have shamed me, even called me coward, but it was in my power to turn you down. I did not, and now we are here, the two of us. Do not blame yourself. I do not."
Nahia wanted to tell Eki that her choice had to do with destiny, that it had nothing to do with chance. But she felt so bad for having chosen Eki, now that she knew the dragon didn't want to fight but returned to his studies, that she did not have the heart to do so.
Attention! The maneuvers of attack and evasion commence.
Nahia strained her neck to see what Tien Urdijat was planning, but she didn't see anything strange. What would they have to do to evade? All of a sudden, from one of the higher clouds to their left, a red dragon with its rider appeared. The dragon lunged at them, flying straight down like it wanted to run them over. "Eki, look out," she said, pointing with her lance.
I see it,
Eki cried right before the red dragon came onto them. From among the clouds, another dragon appeared, a brown one. It lunged to attack Aroa and Logan. Nahia saw Logan pointing his lance. The next thing she saw was the front left claw of the red dragon heading straight at her. Acting on instinct, Nahia protected herself behind the shield, while Eki swerved right to try and dodge the attack. Nahia felt a hard blow and nearly lost her shield. The claw hit it, but it was more of a brush than a strong blow. Thanks to Eki's swift move, they avoided it, and the attack didn't reach them with the intended strength. The red dragon rose and vanished again into the clouds it had come out of. "That dragon almost blew my shield away."
I had not time to dodge completely. It came down very fast and took me by surprise.
The brown dragon gave an even bigger blow to Logan, whose arm flew up, shield and all. He nearly lost it. Aroa hadn't been able to avoid the attack entirely. The brown dragon vanished into the clouds like the red one had done. They continued flying north under the white formations, following Tien Urdijat, who sent them.
As you have seen, the enemy can come out of anywhere and attack. You must learn evasion and escape maneuvers. If you are attacked diagonally from an elevated position, which is usually the best way to attack, you must maneuver to the opposite side, going down fast while turning so they do not hit you. Always in the opposite direction to the attack. In order to do that, you must be very fast, or else you will not succeed. When the hawk hunts, if the prey tries to escape in the same direction as the attack, the hawk always catches it, because it has the advantage and is faster. The same principle applies here. In order to avoid the hawk, you must fly away from its course. Never try to be faster. Do you understand, swift dragons and riders?
"We understand, sir," Eki replied. "Evade in the opposite direction and make turns. Understood," Aroa said. Before they had time to assimilate this, 2 new dragons appeared out of the clouds, this time attacking on the opposite diagonal. One was white and came onto Eki, and a black one went for Aroa. Nahia realized that Tien Urdijat was telling them when to attack, and had not given them time to get ready. The white dragon was coming down from the right straight toward them. It was a larger dragon than Eki, and its rider was wearing blue. Nahia saw they were coming from the side where she had her lance, and she could not protect herself with her shield. The claws of the white dragon were coming at her at great speed. Nahia lifted her lance, but when she saw how big the dragon was, and the speed it was flying at, she realized her lance was pretty useless. "Evade to the right," she told Eki, seeing the claws coming at her like a giant raptor trying to catch her. Eki maneuvered like lightning and turned its whole body to the right while simultaneously losing altitude. Nahia felt the movement and leaned right in the saddle. The white dragon's claws skimmed her helmet, but did not manage to hit her. Eki swerved fast to the right, spinning on himself and performing a whirlwind movement. The white dragon missed its mark. Turning, it tried to chase after Eki, but when it saw how Eki had gotten away in a whirlwind, it let out a roar of rage. The white dragon had to give up, and rose again into the clouds to hide in them. Aroa and Logan were not so lucky. The black dragon descended upon them like death itself coming out of the clouds. Aroa executed the evasion maneuver to the correct side as Tien Urdijat had told them, but was not fast enough. The black dragon hit Logan with its claws. Luckily, the black dragon did so with them closed. Logan's lance snapped and flew through the air. He received a hard blow to the chest, but his straps held, and he didn't fall off the saddle. Aroa received another blow in the head, one the dragoness felt and made her spin twice in the air out of control before rising again and keeping a level flight. The black dragon roared triumphantly and withdrew to hide among the clouds. Eki and Nahia returned with Tien Urdijat, and it was then that they noticed Aroa and Logan had been hit. "Are they all right?" Nahia asked Eki, very worried. There was a moment of silence where Nahia feared they might be hurt.
"Aroa tells me they are bruised and stunned, but fine. They received a couple of hard blows, but nothing serious."
Nahia huffed in relief. "Thank goodness, what a scare." Tien Ordijot hovered in the air beside them.
Eki Elargi Asar and Ryder, congratulations for the evasion maneuver. Aroa Zuri Indar and Ryder, you did not execute the movement correctly. You must react earlier and execute the maneuver a lot faster and more controlled.
Thank you, sir, Eki replied. We will improve, sir, Aroa promised.
We are going to continue this practice. You will fly north, turn around, and come back, passing again under the arch of clouds. As you can guess, you will be attacked without warning. You must master the evasion maneuvers perfectly. I will explain what to do and how to improve, since the attacks will come from head and tail. These are more difficult to avoid than lateral attacks.
As they received Tien Ordijot's explanations, Nahia knew they were going to be attacked from every direction, and that they would have tons of difficulties. She was not wrong, and the Great Blue Dragon's warning was more than premonitory. They were attacked from different angles, and the hardest to dodge by far were the attacks from the head and tail. Eki was quite fast, and his evasion maneuvers were very good. The Silver Dragon executed them well, but even so, when they were attacked from the tail, Eki was not swift enough, since he had to do a nosedive first, and the attacking dragon had hit them in the back half, making Eki somersault through the air. Nahia thought they were going to get killed. They dropped down very fast while Eki tried to slow their fall and control his flight. The Silver Dragon succeeded, but they were very close to crashing. When it came to attacks from the head, things did not go any better, since they had to pass under the attacker. It looked simple, but the problem was that the attacking dragon was larger and coming at a tremendous speed which Eki was unable to emulate. The attacking dragon hit them with its closed claws on the head, both dragon and rider. Nahia felt as if her head had been torn off, and she was dizzy for the remainder of the exercise. Aroa and Logan did not have better luck, and suffered strong blows during the head and tail attacks. There was not a mishap by sheer luck.
That is enough for today. Go, rest and recover from the blows you have received. We will practice all week until you can execute the evasion maneuvers with your eyes closed.
Tien Ordijot sent them, along with the feeling of severe disappointment for how badly they had done. When they landed in the airfield, Nahia was overwhelmed and sore. We nearly died, she sent to Eki.
It was my fault. I was not swift enough,
Eki apologized, and Nahia felt it was a heartfelt feeling. It's not your fault. We should have been warned, or the attacks could have been more restrained.
That is how the best are trained,
Eki sent her. My head hurts terribly. How are you?
Likewise. My head, neck, and back legs are sore, and I cannot get rid of a certain numbness in my mind.
Nahia looked at Logan and Aroa, who also seemed to be talking. How are they? Will you please ask Aroa? Nahia didn't want to ask out loud because Tien Ordijot and Fredir were arriving now after seeing off the attacking dragons and their riders.
Aroa tells me they are more or less like us. She also feels terrible for not protecting Logan better.
Has anything happened to him? Nahia felt a sting of panic.
Blow to the head, and he almost broke his arm.
Almost means it's not.
Aroa thinks it is not broken, but is not sure. He will have to go to the infirmary.
All right, we'll go. Nahia hoped Logan only had bruises. Nahia and Logan headed to the infirmary at the fortress to be checked for injuries, while Aroa and Eki went to the castle to have their own checked. That night, Nahia was unable to sleep. Her headache was not receding, even after going to the infirmary. She dreamed about surprise attacks that ended with her and Eki crashing at lightning speed against the ground and dying. She was unable to rest at all. Chapter 36. The exercises with evasion maneuvers became more and more complex with the passing of days. The attacks were increasingly surprising and more difficult to avoid. Eki and Aroa strove to execute the maneuvers, nearly anticipating the attacks, and gradually they improved until the last rounds, where they defended themselves fairly well. The attacks took place in narrow mountain passes and flying quite low, which made the evasion and escape very difficult. Luckily, everything changed for the better when the turn came to execute attacks. This was much more to Nahia's liking. They hid in the clouds and attacked Tien Ordijot and Fredir, which increased the difficulty, but at least it was more fun than being attacked. A lot more.
Get ready, Nahia, here they come,
Eki sent to Nahia while they remained hidden in a cloud. You see them? I can't make them out in the middle of so many clouds.
Yes, to the east. Tien-Ori-Jot is coming, although not very fast.
Nahia looked through the clouds in that direction and glimpsed them. Now I see them.
Get ready. We will attack as soon as they are a little closer.
I'm ready. Nahia grasped her shield and lance tightly. Tien-Ori-Jot approached their position, flying a little below the clouds they were hiding in.
We attack!
Eki sent her very excited, and launched their attack, seeking to surprise Tien-Ori-Jot and Fredir. They came down upon them from behind at great speed. Nahia could feel the excitement running through her veins. They were going to surprise the great blue dragon and its rider. She readied her lance and shield for impact. It would be Eki who would hit with its claws, but she had to be alert in case she saw a chance to attack during the dragon's defensive maneuver. When Eki was close to impact, Tien-Ori-Jot maneuvered skillfully, dropping down and spinning on itself in a sublime maneuver perfectly executed. Neither Eki nor Nahia had any chance of reaching the great blue dragon. It was too good. They went by and had to straighten their flight after the failure.
The blue dragon got away,
Eki rued, accompanying the message with a feeling of failure. If anyone knows how to avoid aerial attacks, that's Tien-Ori-Jot. Don't feel bad about it.
That is true, but I felt clumsy.
I don't think that's the case. Tien-Ori-Jot is very skilled, and it knows all the tricks and maneuvers.
True, I would like to have his knowledge.
You will one day. Now it was Aroa's and Logan's turn. They did the same exercise, coming down out of the clouds and trying to surprise Tien-Ori-Jot and Fredir. The result was the same. They failed. No one who could catch them in an attack. The exercises went on for days, and the locations were varied. They attacked from the clouds, or hidden behind the mountain peaks, in passes, gullies, even coming out of caves and others. Every time they did better and got closer to catching Tien-Ori-Jot, but they never reached him. Then they changed the way of practicing. Eki and Nahia played the role of attackers, and Aroa and Logan of defenders. Here they did better, and were able to reach their partners on several occasions. Then they switched roles, and Aroa and Logan were also successful, reaching Eki and Nahia several times. Nahia enjoyed those exercises. She felt like an aerial hunter when she attacked and skilled prey when she defended. Logan also enjoyed it. They went to their supper tired but happy because they had enjoyed the practice. Feeling happy was something unusual in Jodrakos, and they were both grateful for it. After hundreds of attacks and defenses in all kinds of locations, Tien-Ori-Jot and Fredir finally gave their approval on the advances achieved by Aroa and Logan and Nahia and Eki. So they told them on that morning, and it made all four feel very pleased with themselves.
You have reached a satisfactory level of dexterity. I approve of your skills in attack and defense. Now we will start practicing the most important maneuver a rider must know. This maneuver is fundamental for the survival of both rider and dragon. Because of this, every rider must know it and master it to perfection.
They received Tien-Ori-Jot's message, along with a feeling of importance. Nahia was puzzled by this message. The great blue dragon had just admitted that dragons died. He had said the maneuver was fundamental for the survival of the dragons. This was something Nahia never thought a dragon would admit. And yet, Tien-Ori-Jot had just done so. Had it been a slip of the mind? Or was it because the great blue dragon did not care whether the riders knew dragons could die? If this was the case, it was very strange. That riders could die was a fact, and that didn't surprise Nahia in the least. She understood that what they were going to learn might be good in her fight against the dragons and to reach freedom. She paid close attention.
Today, you'll learn how to defend your dragon lord. Needless to say, you must protect them with your life at all times,
Fredir told them.
Yes, sir,
Logan hastened to say. Nahia said nothing but nodded. She needed to pretend. She didn't want any trouble. Saving the life of a dragon had never entered her plans. Not that she had anything against Eki, who had behaved very well toward her so far. But defending a dragon was not a part of her plans. And anyway, how were they going to protect a dragon? It didn't make any sense. The dragons were so powerful that there was not a being capable of harming them as far as they knew. But doubt came to her mind. Was this actually true? What must we do to protect our lords? She asked, thinking again and with the intention of seeing what information she could get and whether it might be useful for her plans of freedom. Fredir gave them both a hard look.
What I'm now going to reveal, you can't divulge. Only other riders know what I'm going to tell you. If you reveal it, the punishment is death.
Nahia was by now deeply interested. What was this information they could not reveal under penalty of death? It had to be something important.
The main purpose of a rider, and the reason why this corps was created, isn't to attack, since a dragon is more than up to this task. It is to defend the life of the dragon.
This was getting more intriguing. Nahia tried to hide how eager she was to know more.
The Lord Dragons are formidable. Why do they need our protection?
Logan asked blankly. That was just what Nahia was wondering.
Our Lord Dragons are formidable indeed, but there are certain enemies that can attack a specific spot in their anatomy.
Nahia and Logan just stared. They did their best to hide their interest. Nahia nearly jumped forward from how hard she was trying to control herself. Ferdir looked at his Lord Dragon, and Tien Ordijot nodded, granting permission for his rider to carry on with the explanation.
Our Lord Dragons can't defend a specific spot of their bodies which is vital to them.
Nahia wondered whether it might be the heart. She did not know where the heart of a dragon was, but she guessed it would be to the left in its chest. Would it be that?
This weak spot is right under your saddle. That's where the central nervous system of a dragon is located. If it is destroyed, the dragon is rendered completely incapacitated. Its muscles can't move, because the orders from the mind don't reach the limbs. It's as if your back was broken, only worse, since they lose movement of every muscle in their body. Only their mind works, but the body doesn't respond to orders.
Nahia and Logan gave each other astonished looks of disbelief. This was awesome news. Now they knew that dragons had a weak spot, a critical one they could use to defeat them. It was a very important piece of news. Nahia wanted to jump with joy and cry out to the heavens what they had just found out, for all the races and creatures of all the worlds to know.
But a dragon can't be wounded by steel or magic. How can they be hit in that nervous center, sir?
Logan asked, trying to keep his voice from disclosing how eager he was to find out. Nahia was grateful that it was him who asked, because he could hide his eagerness better than her. They would certainly see through her. Ferdir narrowed his eyes at them.
I need your word of honor that you will never reveal this information to anyone, for the sake of your life and that of your Lord Dragon.
Eki and Aroa were looking at their riders with great attention, expectant, curious about the reply they would give. On my honor and on my Lord Dragon's life, Nahia swore, knowing she was doing it falsely, because she did intend to reveal it. It might cost her life for breaking the oath, but she didn't care. If it was as important as it sounded, this information had to be known and explored.
On my honor and on the life of my Lady Dragoness,
Logan swore. Ferdir nodded.
The defenses of dragons can be breached by the talons and beaks of their worst enemy, the griffins. It is mainly to fight against them that you are being trained here.
We didn't know they could do such a thing,
Logan said blankly.
They have golden talons and beaks that pass through a dragon's magical defenses and scales,
Ferdir told them. Their beaks and talons are harder than dragon scales? Nahia was shocked. Ferdir nodded with chagrin.
They are, and they seek to attack the nervous center of dragons to incapacitate them and therefore defeat them. In fact, it's their specialty, hence the need to protect it.
They attack that weak spot, Nahia commented, thoughtfully, more to herself than for the others.
Yes, they know it, and that's why the riders were created. The saddle and the rider protect the central nervous system of the dragon. They prevent the griffins from reaching it.
Nahia finally understood. That was why the dragons allowed riders. It was to cover their backs, literally. The weak spot they could not protect by themselves. Now it all made sense. The dragons were not going to let anyone ride them unless there was a good reason for it. More so knowing the hatred they felt for the slave races.
The griffins have developed specific attack maneuvers to catch dragons unawares by dropping on their backs out of the blue. They are trained, and they are very good.
Surprise attack, sir? Logan asked.
That's right. Not only that, griffins are just as fast as dragons, and some types of griffins are even faster.
They are? Nahia was shocked by this fact, seeing how fast the great dragons could be.
Yes, in general much faster, and with greater maneuverability in the air. They are more bird, and the dragons are more reptile. In flight, the griffins are far superior.
I see, sir, said Nahia, seeing more sense in it.
Because of this, the swift dragons were born.
Nahia and Logan stared at Eki and Aroa.
They are as fast as griffins, and almost as maneuverable in the air. They are a special race of dragons created to fight against them. To protect their back, the riders were created," the lieutenant explained carefully.
Now everything made sense. Many of the questions Nahia and Logan had been wondering about were answered in that moment.
"All of this only for the griffins? Are they so dangerous, sir?" Logan asked. "They are. They've caused many casualties among the dragons. They are so fast, and their attacks so fierce, that one simple mistake or an ambush in the clouds ends with a dead or crippled dragon."
Wow, I find it almost incredible with dragons being so strong and powerful, sir, Nahia commented, stealing a glance at Tien Ordijat, who remained aside as if it were ashamed of the situation.
"So are the griffins. They don't have as powerful magic as the dragons, but they have their own magic, and it's similar."
Are there any other creatures as dangerous as griffins we must consider, sir? Fradir looked at his lord dragon. Tien Ordijat intervened.
"There are. The golden, mortal enemies of the dragons. More dangerous even than the griffins, since their magic is more powerful. But we have not found a trace of them on any of the worlds we inhabit in a very, very long time."
The golden? Who are they? Nahia thought at once that they might be a possible ally against the dragons, if there were still any alive.
"The golden are humanoid beings whose skin is golden, just like their magic. They have not been a problem for several thousand years, so we do not expect them to be so now. We believe, although it has not been confirmed, that they were exterminated after thousands of years of fighting. Do not concern yourselves with them. The ones we have to defeat and conquer are the griffins. Once we do that, the glory will be ours, the swift dragons, since only we can defeat them."
The great blue dragon sent them, along with a feeling of tremendous rage which Nahia and Logan felt as if it burned their minds. It made it crystal clear that dragons hated griffins to the death. Nahia had become excited at the mention of golden magic. She cursed under her breath for the fact that those who dominated it had vanished. The golden would have been critical allies, since they had golden magic, just what they were looking for.
"Let me remind you that this information must not be divulged. It's a rider's secret. You will take it with you to your grave," Fradir said in a stern tone.
"Yes, sir," Nahia and Logan said, pretending. They both knew that this information was extremely valuable for the cause. They already knew that the dragons were vulnerable to golden magic, but now they also knew where they might attack them to finish them off. They knew the exact spot, their weakness. The more Nahia thought about all that information, the more convinced she was that it had to be known, whatever the cost. Even if they lost their lives for it, this was critical information, and it was almost a duty to make it known. Not almost, it was their duty to divulge it.
"Do not even think about mentioning it to anyone. I will tear you to shreds with my own claws and eat your hearts if you do. That I promise you. You have my word as a dragon, and by the path that I will fulfill it."
Tien Ordijat sent them, along with a feeling of promise and revenge. Nahia felt a shiver run down her spine. She did not flinch. She looked at Logan out of the corner of her eye and saw he was more serious than usual. The dragon's death threat had sunk deep into both of them. Even so, they would not cower. They would be careful, but this had to be known, and it would be.
"Very well, let's start the exercises of rider defense. The goal is to defend the dragon's back and protect the vital spot of the nervous system under your saddles." "Everyone to the sky. Defense is learned with practice,"
Tien Ordijat ordered. A moment later, they were flying above the clouds.
"Keep a steady, calm flight to the north. I will be the attacker. Riders, what you must do is stop me from reaching the saddle with my claws or mouth, which is how a griffin would attack. In case you did not know, they can be as big as me, but also a lot smaller depending on the subspecies. Prepare for the attack."
They had no time to think because Tien Ordijat attacked at once. It went for Logan from the left side, and Logan blocked the attack with his shield. He received a hard blow from the closed claws of Tien Ordijat, but he held up. Next, the great blue dragon attacked Nahia from the right side. Nahia knew it was going to hit her hard, so she protected herself with the shield, swapping it to the right side and lifting her lance toward the claws already coming straight at her. She received a terrible impact on her shield and part of the helmet that stunned her. Tien Ordijat then flew to Logan and attacked from the front, rising first and then dropping onto him. Logan covered himself with shield and lance, but the blow was so forceful that he bent backward in the saddle and was also left stunned. Nahia half recovered and received the same descending frontal attack. From the terrible impact of the closed claws, she was left bent backward to one side and as dizzy as if she had been practicing the whirlwind movement all morning. Tien Ordijat did not attack them for a while and let them recover.
"Are you all right?"
Eki asked, concerned. "I'm a little dizzy, and there's a concerning pain in my arms from the blows against my shield and lance, but I'll hold up," Nahia replied, trying to get rid of the dizziness.
"And now that you know how difficult it is to defend the saddle when attacked directly, we will go on to the most difficult of defenses, the defense of the rider's back. I will attack from behind, and you will have to defend from the attack. For that, you must turn in your saddle. It is what is known as the rider's defense maneuver. It is dangerous, and must be executed with precision, or the rider dies."
Nahia did not like the sound of that at all. She looked behind and wondered how she might defend her back. It wasn't possible, the same way Eki could not defend his own back, and that was why she was sitting there.
To defend your back, what you have to do, riders, is turn around in the saddle completely, and in a quick, measured movement. Fradir will do a demonstration.
Tien Ordijat hovered in the air between Eki and Aroa, who were still flying gently to the north. Fradir lifted his hand to indicate he was beginning the maneuver, and also indicating that they should leave their lance and shield in their grips. Suddenly, he released both straps to the saddle, then lifted his right leg and passed it over the saddle so he was sitting sideways, both legs hanging on the left side. Then he lifted his left leg and passed it over the back of the saddle so he was sitting facing the tail of the great blue dragon. Then he strapped himself in, and a moment later, he grasped lance and shield. Just seeing it, Nahia thought that was extremely risky, since he had unstrapped himself and turned around in the saddle in mid-air. An abrupt movement of the dragon, a slip, a gust of wind, would send the rider to their death.
Now that you have seen how it is done, it is your turn to try. Go ahead, prudently. Swift dragons keep a steady flight so the riders do not fall off.
Nahia swallowed. Luckily, there was no wind, and it was not raining either, but even so, it seemed very, very dangerous.
Don't worry, I will fly very gently and keep a level flight.
Eki sent her along with a feeling of assurance. Nahia snorted. She was grateful that Eki tried to cheer her, but she had no assurance up here, flying thousands of feet in the air. She focused on what she had to do and unstrapped herself. That action alone made her very nervous. She measured the next step, and gathering courage, passed her right leg over the saddle. In order to do so, she realized she had to put her hands on the saddle and lean on it to help the maneuver. This increased the danger. She managed to pass her leg and found herself sitting sideways on the left side. The feeling was very strange, and she felt herself slipping down that side. She gripped the saddle again to prevent it. She took a deep breath to try and relax to do the last turn. Very carefully, and leaning her hands firmly on the saddle, she lifted her left leg and passed it over the back of the saddle until she was sitting facing backward. When she did it, she felt a great relief. For a moment, she forgot that she had to strap herself again, but a slight movement from Eki reminded her. She sought the straps and fastened herself to the saddle the opposite of how she usually did. Then she grasped her lance and shield. She had done it. At once, she looked at Logan, who had already finished the movement and was looking backward on Aroa. She felt such a relief that she blew the air out of her lungs hard.
Very well. Now that you know how to do the movement, you must defend the position,
Tien Ordijat sent them. Nahia knew what was coming, and she was not mistaken. The great blue dragon attacked them from the tail, first Logan and then her. They defended themselves with their shield and lance. They did it as best they could, but they received tremendous blows.
Not bad for the first day. We will leave it for today. We are going down,
Tien Ordijat sent them. They flew down and landed. They did not dismount. Each rider stayed on their swift lord dragon. Nahia and Logan could not get off without an express order, so they waited. Nahia was dizzy and sore from the experience, and she was sure Logan was too. It had been an intense and tough practice.
Go and rest, and tomorrow we will repeat these exercises in order to improve. You must be able to turn around in an instant. This is what the enemy will give you, not a second more.
Tien Ordijat sent them, along with a feeling of great danger. Nahia huffed and gave thanks for not having dropped off the saddle.
I will take you back,
Eki offered. Oh, thank you, Nahia sent back. Until then, they had always gone their separate ways after training. Aroa and Eki to the castle, and Nahia and Logan to the fortress. She was pleased by the gesture. It showed they were bonding a little more. Their relationship was growing, which Nahia really appreciated. Eki took off with her on his back and headed to the square with the statue. Nahia looked back and saw Aroa following them with Logan on her back. Yes, definitely, the relationships between them and their dragon lords were improving day by day. Chapter 37. The search and capture of the Snow Panthers became an endless game of cat and mouse through the cold, snow-covered land of Norgana. Once they had warned Vigo of what was going on, the chase and capture became a very complicated task, if not impossible. Lasgol and Camus and their friends were warned, and although they went on acting where they should and wanted to, they took great care to not stay longer than absolutely necessary in one same place. The Red Squadron always came close, since they had the information Arakis Gorigaits received. But when they arrived at the place where they were supposed to find them, they were already gone. It had happened in Eiselbag, where they arrived too late to catch them. Then they went to Denmick, which was another of the areas where they had been operating, and the story was repeated. By the time they got there, the Rangers had already slipped away, but not without assaulting 2 supply convoys first. One thing that surprised the squadron was that their leader didn't seem to despair or get furious from the lack of results. It was more like a bloodhound that had sniffed the trail and was following it to the very end. Nor did it have reasons to berate them, because they never arrived in time to intervene. It was not that the Snow Panthers were getting away from them, it was that the Red Squadron didn't locate them in time. They only found the trail of assaults the Snow Panthers perpetrated against dragons and Kraido soldiers. After traveling through the southern region of the kingdom without capturing them, Arakis Gorigaits received information from the White Dragon that the Snow Panthers were in the east, so it headed in that direction without hesitation. The squadron used the long days of marching to strengthen their friendships. Since their leader traveled by air, they marched in a big, compact group. Always, when the Great Red Dragon was far away enough, they all talked and strengthened their bonds. If this endless mission, and so much walking through Norgana, was good for something, it was to bring the 3 squads closer together. In Dracoros they had not had the chance, but during these long walks along the Norganian roads they had many. On this morning the sky was gray. It was raining and it was colder than usual. The Red Squadron arrived at the city of Bilbosson in the east, which was under the control of the Red Dragon King. The city was big, crossed by a river, and although it had been brutally punished by the war, it still maintained a certain air of the splendor it once had. There were sections of the city which had been destroyed, but they were trying to save a couple of large trade neighborhoods that had survived. They saw Norganians working to save what they could of the city under the alert gaze of the soldiers of the Red Dragon King's army. The squadron had been provided with some accommodation, better than they would have dreamed. They were waiting for their leader at a small palace that had been put at their disposal. Each squad had taken a wing of the building, with the Igneous in the middle. The place was fairly well preserved, and there were only a few areas where the fire had destroyed furniture and tapestries. The first weeks of this meaningless hunt were not bad, even fun, but now after months running around Norgana from west to east and south to north, it's become a real pain in the neck, Lily complained, warming herself by the fireplace.
We've only traveled the south of Norgana, but yes, from west to east,
Evo said, smiling.
What you don't like isn't the chase, but the terrain and cold weather of this northern region of Tremia,
Daphne told her as she looked out the window at the palace garden all covered in snow.
Well, at least today we're in a cozy place. Let's enjoy what we can,
Evo said, dropping onto a couch for 3 and stretching out to his full length.
Running through the kingdom in this cold weather makes us stronger,
Aiden told them as he sat in an armchair sharpening his sword. I can't understand why they don't stop chasing after them. It's meaningless stubbornness. We're never going to catch them, said Lily.
The dragons think it's important, and they don't seem to care how long it takes them,
Taika ventured as he calmly paced through the great hall with his hands behind his back and a thoughtful mien.
It is important, and they will catch them,
Aiden said.
I doubt it very much. They're too good. They're never going to catch them,
said Daphne.
In the end, it's always the cat that catches the mouse,
Aiden said confidently. And you're a granite-head friend of the heartless cats, Lily reproached him.
Here comes our leader,
Daphne warned.
And it's not alone.
3 dragons flew down to land in the garden. Arakis Gorigaits, the White Dragon, which it met with every now and then to get new information and begin another chase, and the black dragon. The two dragons appeared to be talking while in the sky above the black dragon flew in circles. "In my opinion, that white dragon must be someone important among the dragons," Lily commented, going to the window to watch.
It must be, because the black dragon seems to be its bodyguard,
said Daphne. "Have you noticed that the white dragon has black streaks and the black one has white ones?" Lily asked.
"Yes, it is quite curious,"
Taika commented.
"It could be a coincidence," said Evo, "or perhaps they have found each other and balance one another."
"You and your balance and everything. That's not it for sure," Lily said.
Evo shrugged. "Maybe yes, maybe no. See? Balance."
Lily rolled her eyes. "To each his own."
"I have a feeling we won't be sleeping here today,"
Daphne said ruefully. A moment later, the white dragon left and joined the black one in the sky above the city and then headed north. A powerful roar from Arrakis Godigites signaled them to come outside. The three squads came out into the garden and lined up before their leader.
"We have new information about the location of the Snow Panthers. Tsar-Zuri Arisk has told me they have been seen around the port city of Noraga. We leave at once. We must capture them. It is imperative that we do. Grab your gear and go to administration for supplies,"
it sent, along with a feeling of importance it always transmitted to them when they were about to get back to the hunt. Then it took off. "How obsessed that white dragon is with capturing the Snow Panthers!" Lily raised her hands in despair.
"Now we know its name, Tsar-Zuri Arisk, and I don't get any good vibes from it,"
said Evo with a shiver.
"I wonder who it is and why it's so important to capture the Panthers that they don't give up when the odds of catching them are so low,"
Taika said, thinking out loud, although more to himself.
"That's irrelevant. We have the order. We must carry it out. Plus, a dragon always gets its prey. It never gives up," Aiden told him.
"Yeah, and you have a rockhead which is incapable of letting any common sense get in,"
Daphne told him, upset. An hour after, they were leaving the city with new satchels of supplies on their backs. This time, they headed further east, and as they went forward, it began to snow hard, to Lily's chagrin, who protested for a long while in vain. In Organa, spring and summer were short, and the snow covered everything for most of the year. Protesting wasn't going to change that. They went on for several days. When night came, they slept in their winter tents, and each squad did a stretch of watch duty during the night. As usual, their leader slept at a distance. In all the time they had been on the hunt, they had not been attacked. The Norganians sought shelter in the few cities that still held up and in the mountains. There was no trace of them in the roads and forests. The group knew that those that were indeed walking through the forests were the rangers, and among them the Snow Panthers. They finally reached Noroga, the important port city, and stopped at its gates. The city had been a very important commercial center in its day. Now the western part of the city had been destroyed almost entirely, and only the eastern part remained standing, the part including the docks and large port warehouses.
"Separate into squads and search the city first, then try the caves of those mountains behind it. Find the officers and speak to them as usual. Try to find out the whereabouts of the Snow Panthers and return to report to me if you find the least clue,"
Arrakis Godigites ordered them. The three squads entered the city and split up as they usually did in order to cover more terrain. A small wall was being erected in the eastern part of the city to provide some protection, since the wall and the buildings of that area were completely ruined. There were soldiers and Norganians working on that, which looked very shocking. "Let's go to the port. Surely there we'll have some luck," Lily suggested.
"What you want is to look at the sea,"
Aiden accused her. "Of course I want to look at the sea. It's beautiful. Besides, the sea breeze is very good for the skin with its purifying salt."
"I'm not so sure about that,"
Daphne said with the look of not being convinced. They got to the docks, and what they saw lifted their spirits a little. The sea was calm, and the breeze was cool but pleasant. The seagulls flew over their heads and the roofs of the warehouses. There was much activity, with Norganian workers loading and unloading barges that came and went to cargo and warships with Kraido soldiers in them. There were also fishing boats with civilian crews unloading their catch. "What a beauty, the sea," Lily said, staring at it with her mouth open.
"It is indeed,"
Evo agreed.
"Gives us emotional peace, balance, quiet. I love it. It appears infinite, an endless blue ocean,"
Taika commented, also impressed.
"War and cargo ships of our army and a lot of supplies. This is a good sight, was Aiden's comment. We must look beyond the purely logistical points, Taika told Aiden.
It is pleasant to gaze at the sea. I must admit that I like it much better than the snow-covered mountains, Daphne said.
I told you that. It's very good for the body and soul. Lily smiled coquettishly. Aiden shaded his eyes with his hands to protect them from the brightness and distinguish the distance better.
Something's happened in the northern area of the docks, he said.
Taika looked in that direction.
I can see dead soldiers, he said in a serious tone.
Let's go see what happened, Daphne said.
They went down to the docks and through the crowd of soldiers and workers of the port. They reached the end of the last pier to the north and were surprised to see that a ship had been attacked. There were about a dozen dead soldiers on the pier.
What happened?
Aiden asked a sergeant, whose uniform was all bloody. Beside him were two soldiers that looked as if they had not yet got over the scare.
Norganians, they caught us by surprise, the sergeant said. The city is secured, isn't it? Taika asked, looking around.
The sergeant nodded.
It is, although that doesn't stop some sporadic attacks. What happened with this one? Aiden asked. They appeared by surprise while the soldiers were loading this ship.
Many?
Daphne asked.
No, there weren't that many. Half a dozen, not more. I'm not sure. And they killed all these soldiers?
Aiden couldn't believe it. And with so many so near? Lily pointed at the soldiers patrolling the main docks.
It was the invisible archers. Nothing we could do about it,
one of the soldiers said, his voice shaking.
Invisible archers? Lily asked, raising an eyebrow.
A group of rangers you don't see until they hit you with an arrow in the heart,
another soldier said.
They can't be invisible,
Aiden insisted.
These are. Everybody's talking about them. They appear in different locations, they attack without being seen, and then they vanish, the sergeant explained. The soldiers fear them. They believe they're the avenging spirits of the dead rangers.
They are, the more frightened soldier said.
They come for revenge, and death hits you unseen, the other soldier said. That's nonsense. There are no invisible rangers. They hide well, that's all, Aiden told them. You believe whatever you want, but look at my dead men, the sergeant replied, pointing at the dock. Why have they been attacked? Taika asked, scratching his chin. The cargo has vanished, so it had to be that. They attacked at dawn as my men were loading the ship. There was little activity at that time. It was all very fast. They were unable to even sound the alarm. Very fast we were arriving, and by the time we got here, they were all dead, and the cargo was gone, the frightened soldier told them.
What was the cargo? Daphne asked.
The sergeant shrugged. 2 chests, big ones. They were going east. Which way did they go? Taika asked. The sergeant shook his head. We never saw them escape. Because they're invisible, the soldier who was by now shaking with fear insisted. And they'll come back for more deaths, the other soldier said.
Thanks for the information. We'll go and check the ship if you don't mind, Daphne told him.
Go ahead, but if you go after them, it's a death sentence, the sergeant told them. They'll kill you and you won't see it coming, the soldier told them as a warning.
They went on board and checked the whole ship. It took them a while, but they went over it conscientiously. At last, they left the ship and then the docks.
Let's go to the mountains. They're not here anymore,
Taika said, indicating the white peaks beyond the city.
Let's go.
Daphne nodded.
Chapter 38. They headed north of the city and stopped to talk to other groups of soldiers. They were all terrified and all spoke of the same thing, the invisible archers.
Those are the Snow Panthers. It can't be anyone else, Lily said.
It might be Moloch, Luca, and the White Foxes,
Evo suggested.
If it were another type of ambush, I'd say yes. Invisible archers that kill in plain daylight. It has to be Lasgol and his friends, said Taika. They're creating quite a reputation for themselves, Evo said admiringly. A murderer's reputation. They killed all those soldiers in cold blood, Aiden said reproachfully.
Perhaps you're forgetting you're in a conquered city where thousands of Norganians have died, Daphne snapped back at him.
Aiden grunted but said nothing. They reached the northern wall and were led out through a back door that opened onto the forests beyond, which began a great mountain range with high peaks. They headed to the first mountains. They walked until they came out behind a forest that opened up on the skirts of the first mountain of the range. They started exploring the area without much hope of finding anything, But it was the order they had received, and they had to carry it out. For a long time they searched without success, contemplating those majestic mountains covered in snow. Suddenly, they heard a wolf howling, a powerful howl.
"There seem to be wolves in these parts. Watch out,"
Aiden said, holding his lance. They heard the howl again. It was long, more like weeping than a threat.
That howl sounds more like a call than a threat,
said Daphne.
"It's coming from the northeast,"
Evo pointed out.
"Let's go and see, but carefully,"
Taika said.
"It's not a good idea to get close to wolves,"
Aiden told them. The others moved on, following Taika. Aiden waited a moment and then went after them. They crossed part of the forest. Suddenly, they saw it on the side of the mountain. It was a gigantic white wolf.
I could swear that wolf is Argy,
Daphne said, narrowing her eyes to see better.
Is it you, pretty Argy?
Lily asked. A beautiful snow panther appeared beside it.
That's Ona, without a doubt,
Daphne said. Argy and Ona gave a moan and turned around to enter the mountain.
"I think they want us to follow them,"
Taika guessed.
"I was going to say the same thing,"
Evo added. The group followed them. The panther and the giant wolf led the squad easily along a narrow pass and then up a couple of slopes to the entrance of a cave hidden from sight by its position on the slope. The two creatures went inside.
"We seem to have arrived,"
Taika said.
"Be very careful, everyone,"
Aiden warned them. He was distrustful and grasped his shield. They went in. The cave was large and dark. They stopped as soon as they set foot inside. It was not inviting.
"Daphne, will you please light the way?"
Taika asked her.
Right away,
she replied, and created a small ball of light that completely lit up the part of the cave they were in.
"I see the remains of a fire at the far end,"
Aiden noted.
"Someone's been here, and by the smell of smoke not long ago," said Taika. "The cave goes on toward the bottom, and it seems to go down quite a bit,"
Evo commented, indicating an opening in the wall of rock.
I'll make more light,
Daphne said, creating 2 more small balls of light and sending them to the end of the cave with her mind. As they went into the adjacent cavern and lit it up, they saw it went on into the depths of the mountain. Daphne made the 3rd ball go as far as her mind could send it.
"We're definitely in a very large cavern,"
Evo commented.
"Not move, not attack, be us."
They all received a mental message. Instinctively, they all stood still and looked around uneasily.
Is it you, Camo?
Daphne asked, recognizing who had sent the mental message.
"Yes, be me."
"Wonderful!" Lily was overjoyed.
"Is there any danger?"
Taika asked.
No danger. Only you here, and us."
In that case, you'd better reveal yourselves,
Daphne said. All of a sudden, coming from the 2nd cave, they saw Lasgol, Gerd, Vigo, and Camu, followed by Ona and Argy.
"At last!" Lily cried, beaming.
"Don't be so glad to see us, you mischievous little Scarlet,"
Vigo told her.
"But we've been on your trail for an eternity," Lily explained.
"I think they've been playing with us, and when they felt safe, they summoned us,"
Taika guessed.
"That washed-out tiger is most perceptive," Vigo said. "Or is it a funny zebra?"
Taika shook his head without taking offense at the Norganian assassin ranger's particular sense of humor.
"Felidae tiger,"
he clarified.
"Ah, sure. What else could it be?"
Vigo made a face of clearly seeing that.
"Don't pay any attention to him. You'll get used to his insolence." "Well, it takes time, but in the end, one gets used to it," Gerd told them with a smile. "He's a bit special," Lasgol smiled. Daphne stepped forward and hugged Lasgol, who returned the hug. Then she went over to Gerd and hugged him too. "You've already seen me, so no need for all the mushiness,"
Vigo said, avoiding hugs.
I'm so glad to see you again,
Daphne said, ignoring Vigo and hugging Camu.
"We're glad to see you safe and sound."
Lasgol smiled happily too.
"I'm much happy, see you all, and yes, want hugs. Be good for soul,"
Camu sent them.
"That's a great truth,"
Evo said, and went over to hug him. They exchanged greetings and hugs, except Vigo and Aiden, who stood to the side.
It's great that you have those rings, and we can all understand one another,
Daphne told Lasgol, pointing at the rings he, Gerd, and Vigo wore. Lasgol nodded.
"Yes, I have another one, similar. My mother gave it to me so I could understand the races of the frozen continent. It occurred to me that perhaps other similar rings might be made to use with you. Here in Organa,
The magi I consulted with did not know how to make them, so I appealed to a good friend and ally, Azrael. His arcanes of the glaciers were able to make them. They're a gift from the leader of the peoples of the frozen continent. They created 5. We have 3. Azrael has one himself, and the last one is our leader's.
Thank him on our behalf, Lily said. Being able to understand one another is amazing.
I'll do that as soon as I see him again. He's very busy now, fighting back the dragons in the frozen north, Lasgold told her, smiling. I see mushiness isn't your thing either, Vigo said to Aiden. In my case, it's not worthy of the best assassin in Organa. Are you sure you're the best assassin in Organa? Aiden asked, curious about his fighting abilities. Correction, I'm the best assassin in all of Tremia. Or I was on my way to it. I've been out of the game for a while, and right now I couldn't guarantee it, because my faculties are a bit impaired. But I'm practically sure I am, and if not, I'll soon recover fully, and then I will be. Vigo be very funny. Not believe what he say. Believe himself much. Be less. Shut up, Bug. You grow larger and uglier by the day, especially the latter. I be more powerful by the day, also more handsome. Oh, sure, and cows fly in Rogden. Will you please stop? What will our guests think? Said Gerd. Sit down, I'll make a fire and we can eat. We have a lot of supplies here. I find that idea most appetizing, Evo said with a big smile. You also have 2 enormous chests, from what I see, Aiden said, pointing at them at the end of the cavern. Those are mine. No touching, Vigo warned him. What's in them? Aiden asked him. What do you think is in them? Gold and jewels. What else would a chest contain? Vigo replied as if there could only be that. But they're mine. I need them to recover my beautiful bellicose blondie, so don't even go near them. Let's sit down and talk. We have a lot to discuss, Lasgol said. Then he looked at Ona. Go keep watch outside in case they've been followed. If you see danger, come back and warn us quickly. Ona chirped once. You too, Augie, Gerd said, pointing outside. The 2 left a moment later. They'll warn us if there's trouble, don't worry, Lasgol told them. Be very good both, also ferocious if need, Camus sent them as he lay down a little away from them. He took up a lot of space, and that way the others could sit around the fire. Once the fire was lit and they were eating something, Daphne told them everything that had happened and their current mission. She did it by summarizing, speaking fast because they didn't have much time. They would have to return to their leader soon enough. Lasgol and his friends listened carefully. Once Daphne finished, the blonde ranger heaved a deep sigh. I don't know why they have such an interest in us, apart from this. He showed them the golden bow.
Yeah, that's what they want. They're interested in its magic. Golden magic, almost surely,
Daphne told them. Want me for my power. Sure, I'm more powerful every time. Modest you are not, Vigo told him. You less modest me. In my case, it's false modesty, Vigo replied sarcastically. No funny. I think it is. Vigo made a face at Camo. We've been sabotaging the dragon's attempts to take the capital and Esticus, which are the 2 large cities that still hold up, Lasgold told them. Initially, we fought in the cities, resisting with everything, as you know. You did an amazing job. Taika congratulated him. It was critical that they did not fall, or everything would have been lost, Lasgold went on with a deep sigh. I wish we could have done a lot more. That's why we're fighting to save them, together with our allies of the frozen continent, Gerd added. Saving the kingdom, or what little is left of it, has been our main goal. We've renounced everything in order to get it done. It was our duty, Lasgold said. Your fight and sacrifice does you credit. Evo congratulated them too. Well, we don't all think the same. There are more important things for me, especially one. My Ingrid, said Vigo. Lasgold nodded. Rescuing our friends is something we still have to do, and it causes us great concern and stress, but we haven't been able to face it until now. We haven't forgotten Ingrid, Nielsa, and Astrid. We love them, and we're going to get them back, Gerd added. We never forget. Have to fight here first. But rescue, sure.
I hope you succeed,
Daphne wished them. For some time now, we've taken up guerrilla tactics, as you must have noticed. This is because the capital is now holding up, and that allows us to move around and hit other points of the kingdom. Before, we couldn't do that. Not only us, the White Foxes, and 3 other groups of ranger specialists too. We attack a target, cause the most possible damage, and retreat quickly. We don't fight in the open unless it's the capital, and there we have many places to hide."
"That's a great strategy,"
Taika said, nodding. "We've been attacking supply convoys mainly. Without them, the army can't survive," Gerd said. "As well as any clueless dragon wandering around alone," Vigo added, and smiled mischievously. "We've seen your work," Lily nodded. "Unfortunately, I don't have my golden knives, or a lot more dragons would fall," Vigo assured them. "I'd also give anything to have my golden double-edged axe, Gim's death," said Gerd.
I understand that you haven't been able to find them,
Daphne guessed. Lasgol shook his head. "We've searched everywhere. Nothing. We have no idea where Ingrid hid them, and we really need them. With just my bow, it becomes very difficult to kill a dragon, and the others take many risks," said Lasgol. "I hope with my magic too. I develop new skills to fight against dragons," Camus said. "Yeah, and thanks to that, we're still alive." "It's also what makes you invisible, right?" Taika asked. Lasgol nodded. "Camus makes us invisible, which gives us a great advantage when we attack. And in escaping," added Gerd. "But I no can attack direct to dragons yet. One day, find way. I superior draconian. Sure can. And when you do, see if you can learn to speak properly, because at the rate you're improving, we're going to die of old age before you conjugate a verb well," Vigo teased him. "You be very ugly, and no be great assassin." Vigo mimicked being stabbed in the heart. "Oh." Now that the situation is a bit quieter, and we seem to be resisting, we've decided it's time to search for the golden weapons. "What do you mean about the situation being a bit quieter?" Taika asked. "Norgonia and Esticus are holding up, and the dragons are getting ready for a long campaign. They're repopulating cities and sending people to the fields, mines, and smithies. They need food and weapons. The frozen continent is also resisting. The armies die of the cold so far north, and the dragons can't conquer the glaciers where the blue-skinned peoples live. The ice is enduring. It's too hard, and the temperature too low," Lasgol explained.
Yeah, we've heard that, and lived through it ourselves, Daphne said.
"That's why it's time to get those weapons. That way, we'll be able to kill more dragons," said Lasgol. "We've realized there aren't that many of the creatures, nor have reinforcements of dragons arrived from your world since the beginning of the war."
"They're very busy fighting in other worlds," Daphne commented.
"We've focused on the kingdom. Now that this kingdom is half surviving, we'll concentrate on freeing it," Gerd added. "And that's why we need to free my beloved bellicose blondie, who is the one who hid the golden weapons," Vigo stated. Lasgol and Gerd nodded.
"Are you going to go and rescue her?"
Daphne's eyes opened wide. Lasgol nodded. "It's dangerous, very. We have to go east, to the coast, to Oricor, one of the city-states. It's still holding. Sabi Scotiris of the Regent family is who's imprisoned her. We believe she's holding up," Gerd noted. "And we're taking the gold we stole in order to buy her freedom from that Sabi Scotiris," said Vigo. "Although I'm going to cut his throat after freeing my Ingrid. He won't be able to enjoy his riches." "That's why you hit the docks," Lily realized. "A very audacious plan." "We have more gold hidden, from other assaults, but we received information that this one was substantially more important, so we took the risk," Lasgol went on. "Getting to the east coast is very dangerous," Taika told them. "It is indeed," Lasgol nodded, "but we need those golden weapons, or in the end, the dragons will defeat us. Every time there are fewer Norgonians to fight back. Thousands have died. It's a terrible tragedy."
"It is,"
Daphne nodded. She was sorry for all the Norgonian people, for all the people of Tremia, but also for the people of Craido, forced to fight and die against their will.
"We must finish the dragons, come what may."
"That's the spirit I like," said Vigo. "Yes, they must pay for all the deaths they've caused, here in Craido and on all the continent worlds," said Lily. "I knew there was something that made me like you," Vigo told them. "Dragons bad, kill and conquer, no have heart." "When do you leave? How?" Taika asked. "We have two options, one risky, the other less so," Lasgol told them. "The risky one involves a pearl," Taika guessed. "That's right. The other one a ship," Gerd said.
"The pearl will be watched. They all are, by dragons," Daphne told them.
It'll take us months by ship. I say we go by Pearl, said Vigo. We have to think it over carefully.
Lasgul was not sure. There was a howl outside.
Itagi, something's up,
Gerd said, getting to his feet. Ona came in and moaned. Lasgul got up and went to her.
What is it, Ona?
The panther turned around and went back out. Lasgul followed her. He looked up from the entrance to the cave and saw the great red dragon flying in circles above them. He turned back in.
You must leave. Your lord is looking for you.
Chapter 39. Nahia and Logan came out of the fortress, like every morning, after a light breakfast. They were surprised to find Droken, captain of dragon riders, waiting for them. Lieutenant Ferdir was with him. Logan and Nahia realized something was afoot. They had thought they would have flight practice, but if the captain was waiting for them in front of the fortress, there was something going on. They didn't see any dragon, which puzzled them even more.
Aspiring riders,
the captain greeted them with a stern face. Captain, Lieutenant, they both said, bowing their heads respectfully.
Lieutenant Ferdir has informed me that you've passed your flight training.
I have indeed, sir, Ferdir confirmed.
So today you'll begin the last part of your training,
the captain told them.
You're close to becoming dragon riders. You have one last thing left to learn. Lieutenant Ferdir, call the riders,
the captain ordered. Ferdir nodded and headed to the fortress. For a long moment, Nahia and Logan waited. There was no reason to be nervous, at least for the time being, so they waited quietly. Ferdir came out of the fortress again. There were 4 riders behind him, wearing their heavy armor. They walked confidently to where Nahia and Logan were. Nahia watched them out of the corner of her eye. They were familiar. She'd seen them in the dining hall. They were veteran riders, part of the group that looked but never talked to them.
Lieutenant, explain to them,
Droken invited them.
These are your new partners. With them, you'll make up what is known as an aerial squad,
Ferdir told them. Nahia and Logan exchanged puzzled looks. New squad, sir? Nahia dared to ask, and her face showed her confusion.
Aerial squad, which is very different from your dragon warlock squad. That is infantry. This is a squad of dragon riders. Of course, it's much more important and has greater rank. This aerial squad allows you to fly in formation against the enemy. Dragon riders and their lord dragons don't usually fly solo in enemy territory, especially if important enemies are present. Flying in formation allows for a better defense, and hence to lengthen the lives of riders and dragons in hostile territory,
Ferdir explained. Nahia looked at the new squad comrades with more interest. She saw they were all older than them by at least 2 years. A couple looked even older.
Meteorite squad, introduce yourselves,
Captain Droken ordered. Nahia and Logan looked at them intrigued. I'm Rider Teal'sa. I wish you confidence and tenacity, a Felidae lioness said as introduction. She was powerful, and her feline gaze was filled with confidence. She didn't appear aggressive, despite being a great cat, rather very assured and experienced, and Nahia liked her. As a rule, the Felidae always looked tough, especially the lions. But this lioness had the look of someone not affected by much, who knew what she had to do. Her armor was white, so Nahia guessed she had light magic. Rider Morgana, a human with long, dark, curly hair, introduced herself. She had black, intense eyes, and she was beautiful, but she looked tough, like someone who has few friends. Nahia found her even surlier than Daphne. I hope you're up to standard, Rider aspirants, she said in an unfriendly tone. We will be, Nahia replied almost reflexively. No one was going to make them cower. That human acted like an older sister. She also looked capable of knocking her down with a punch, but Nahia wasn't going to be intimidated. The color of her armor was black, so Nahia guessed Morgana had darkness magic. I'm Rider Faden, a handsome, slim Fatum boy introduced himself. He had blue eyes and light brown hair, almost blonde. I hope you enjoy the sky and dominate it with your skill and good head, he said, putting a finger to his temple. The color of his armor was blue, so Nahia knew his magic was water. Let me introduce myself. I'm Rider Sarmas, a Scarlatum said. He was tall with bright scarlet skin. May the beauty of the sky not blind you, and may you survive, he wished them. Nahia noticed the color of his armor. It was brown, so his element was earth.
Aspiring riders, you may introduce yourselves now,
Ferdir told them. Nahia and Logan, Nahia said, indicating first herself and then him. Good luck, the Scarlatum wished them with a mischievous smile. Thank you. This time it was Logan who answered in a reassuring tone. That's what the four of us hope. Be assured of that. We need to complete the squad, Teal'c said. Right now we're fighting at a disadvantage, Morgana protested. Fighting? Against who? Nahia asked, wanting to understand as much of the situation as she could.
You'll know in due time, Captain Droken cut off the conversation in a dry tone. The best is expected of you. Only thus will you be able to survive in enemy territory,
Droken said very seriously.
Those who don't make the maximum effort end up dead on the battlefield, Fredir warned them. Don't let that happen.
We won't, sir, said Nahia and Logan in unison.
In any case, welcome. You're both quite handsome for humans. I wonder whether you'll be equally good fighters,
the Scarlatum told them, looking them up and down with the typical rudeness of his race.
They're good fighters. She's a Flameborn, and he's a Stormson,
the captain told the riders. Well, that's good news for us, said Teal'c. Two chosen to be riders, and both special in the same year. That's most singular, Morgana said, raising an eyebrow as if she did not believe it.
Now that you've all introduced yourselves, it's time to begin the training. Lieutenant Fredir, take charge, Captain Droken said, and left. Nahia, Logan, call your Lord Dragons, and I'll see you at the airfield,
he ordered, and left as well. The other four riders also left without another word. Nahia called Eki using her power glare, and Logan did the same with Aroa. They were so used to it by now that it came almost naturally. A moment later, Eki and Aroa came out of the castle and joined them by the statue. We have squad flight exercises, Nahia sent to Eki to warn the dragon what was going on. The silver dragon looked at Nahia.
Flight formation with others?
Eki asked with interest, as if this new experience might give it something to learn it might like. Yeah, I think so. We've been introduced to 4 riders of the Meteorite Squad, which we're going to be a part of, apparently.
Then there will be 4 new swift dragons we will have to meet. I hope they are nice,
Eki sent. And in the mental message, Nahia picked up certain resistance, as if Eki was not especially looking forward to meeting new swift dragons. Yeah, there's no rider without a dragon, Nahia sent, using one of Fredir's favorite phrases. Logan was also telling Aroa what was going on.
Flying with others is going to be interesting,
he told Nahia. I'm not so sure, she replied, guessing that they had enough to handle with Eki and Aroa to now be a part of a group with 4 other dragons. Everything will be fine. We only have to protect one another and survive, Aroa sent them.
Not sure it will be as simple as that, but I share your feeling,
Eki sent. I think it will be, Aroa sent optimistically. Nahia would have liked to be able to mentally talk to Aroa, to get to know the dragoness better, to receive the feelings of her messages, but she could not. She could only mentally talk to the dragon she was bonded with. Luckily, Logan told her about their interactions openly, and the feelings he received from the dragoness, so Nahia could get an idea of what Aroa was like.
Come on, let us go and see what it is like to fly with others,
Eki sent. Nahia and Logan nodded and got in the saddle. A moment later, they were flying toward the airfield. Fredir and Tien Ordi Jot, the great blue dragon, arrived almost at the same time as them. A moment later, the 4 squad members arrived on their dragons.
Let the Lord Dragons introduce themselves,
Tien Ordi Jot said. The first to do so was Teal'c's.
I am Asgard Goribat, Swift Dragon, the red dragon sent to all present.
It was sizable, although not as big as Arrakis Gorigait's, and it gave off a powerful roar of introduction. The second one to introduce itself was Morgana's mount. Nahia guessed her dragon would be as cantankerous as she was or more. It was a large white dragon, who contrasted with the black decorations on Morgana's armor.
I am Zuri Azkarbi, Swift Dragon, Meteorite Squad,
it sent, followed by a roar almost as powerful. Phaeton's dragon was brown and slightly smaller than Tien Ordi Jot.
I am Maroi Hiru Askar, Swift Dragon, Meteorite Squad.
It introduced himself and roared forcefully, too. Finally, Sarmas's dragon lord introduced itself. It was also a powerful blue dragon.
I am Lao Askar Urden, Swift Dragon Meteorite Squad, it sent,
and also roared loudly. Nahia realized that the 4 dragons were quite bigger than Aroa and Eki. These looked like the others' younger siblings.
Very well. Now we will practice formation flight. I will act as squad leader,
Tien Ordi Jot sent, together with a feeling that it was important.
Riders, get ready,
Fredir told them. Nahia breathed deeply and prepared herself mentally for whatever might come. Tien-Ori-Jot and Ferdir took off, and after them the 4 dragons with their riders, followed by Aroa and Logan and Nahia and Eki. They rose over 9,000 feet high and began to form a line with 2 veteran dragons on either side of Tien-Ori-Jot. "I am going to fly on the right," Aroa's message reached them. "All right, I will fly on the left," sent Eki. A moment later, they were in their positions. They were not sure it was what they should do, but given the situation, it seemed logical, and they were right.
"Very well, everyone, get in a line formation. This is the most basic formation, although it has its purpose, especially to frighten smaller enemies, or those who are fewer in number,"
Tien-Ori-Jot sent them. Nahia watched the line, and even flying at one end she felt safer, enveloped by the group of dragons and their riders. She suddenly experienced that feeling of belonging to a squad, of being surrounded by comrades, of being safe, that she had desperately missed ever since she left her squad friends in Dracoros.
"Strength is found in numbers,"
Eki sent her, as if it were receiving what Nahia was feeling. "Is it a saying?" she asked Eki. She knew it sounded familiar, but couldn't place where it was from.
"Let us say it is military knowledge and also popular.
The Horde always wins because of its greater number of members." "I guess so. I feel better with my comrades."
"I must admit that I do too. The more of us there are, the better, especially in war."
Nahia said nothing, but thought the same, especially if the enemy was very dangerous. She remembered the Norganian archers releasing hundreds of elemental arrows against a single dragon, and she knew with certainty that it was better to have numbers on your side.
"Dragons with aspiring riders, fly at my flanks,"
Tien-Ori-Jot ordered. Aroa and Eki hung back a little, and then flew to position themselves as the great blue dragon had told them. The 4 veteran dragons moved away to either side in a perfectly coordinated flight. Aroa and Eki filled the gaps the 2 had left. They did so with poor coordination.
"When we return to formation, we must keep distances, and the movements must be subtle and coordinated. What I just witnessed from the newbies leaves a lot to be desired,"
Tien-Ori-Jot scolded them. Nahia did not find it fair. They had not rehearsed those movements, and it was their first time flying with other dragons in formation. She looked at Logan on Ferdir's other side, who was between them on Tien-Ori-Jot. Logan looked back at her, and she felt better.
"We are going to practice basic formations. I expect full concentration at all times. The newbies must master this skill in a very short time. We will begin with lance point formation. I will move ahead a body's length. The 2 dragons beside me maintain your position, and the others will drop back a body's length to form the tip of a lance. Move on."
Tien-Ori-Jot ordered and moved forward fast to fly a dragon's body's length ahead of Aroa and Eki, who maintained their position as they flew north. At once, the other 2 dragons beside them fell back, the first one a single body's length and the other 2 on either side. Nahia turned to look over her shoulder and saw that indeed they were forming a tip or wedge. The other dragons had moved swiftly and precisely. Luckily, they had not needed to move, and the formation had come out perfectly. They flew in that position for a while, and Tien-Ori-Jot made unexpected turns, changing the direction of the flight. They all had to adapt to the formation quickly. Then they began to go down and up randomly. Again, the dragons had to adapt to the changes with speed and precision. As was to be expected, Aroa and Eki had difficulties. This exercise was not just about following the leader and staying level with it, but keeping the distance and space between them so as to maintain the formation, since the other 4 dragons locked onto their flight, also maintaining the distance at all times. If Aroa and Eki made a mistake in their positioning, the 2 dragons that came after them also did, and the formation became unbalanced.
"You seem to begin to understand how to keep your position, although you still have a lot to correct. Your riders also have to learn to stay in position at all times, even as I change my flight course,"
Tien-Ori-Jot sent them. Everyone understood that it was Aroa and Eki who had to improve. "You're doing very well," Nahia told Eki to cheer up the silver dragon.
"I appreciate your support, but we both know I have a lot to improve."
"It seems I do too."
"We must look to the veterans and learn. We need to do it as well as them."
Nahia nodded. She looked over her shoulder at the other 2 riders flying behind them. They were Teal'sa and Morgana. She would pay attention to how they did it.
"We will now pass on to another commonly used formation, peel-off formation. We start at my signal,"
Tien-Ori-Jot ordered. Nahia looked around to see what would happen because she had no idea what that formation implied. She didn't see dragon or rider moving. They were still flying north, following the leader.
First, peel off now,
Tien Orijat ordered. At that moment, the last 2 dragons peeled off from the formation, making a turn and dropping toward the ground at great speed. Nahia's mouth dropped as she followed their course with her gaze. A moment later, the 2 stalled their drop and glided.
Second, peel off now,
Tien Orijat ordered again. The next 2 dragons peeled off. Nahia saw the dragon behind her and the one behind Logan dropping down in the same pirouette. They descended at great speed, so then break their fall and glide.
Third, peel off now,
Tien Orijat ordered last. Aroa and Eki peeled off, imitating the pirouette of the other dragons. Nahia felt the turn and grasped the saddle hard. Then they began to nosedive, and she held on even more tightly. They had already practiced the way they descended, so she was not too worried. Eki leveled out and rose, and Nahia was able to hold on and maintain her posture during the whole maneuver.
We will repeat formations and flight in every direction until the new members learn how to do the movements as if they were veterans. An aerial squad must fly as one single dragon, all in unison, with synchronized movements. It is the only way to defeat enemy squads.
Tien Orijat sent them. Nahia was left wondering what enemy squads Tien Orijat was referring to, and she thought of the griffins. She felt a shiver run down her spine. Chapter 40. A few days went by, and the Red Squadron was still in Noraga. Arrakis Gorigaits had them searching the Mountains of Dawn and the coast toward the north. The Ignia Squad had reported that they had not found a trail of the fugitives, but that was not the case with the Searing, which had questioned several groups of soldiers. One group had seen the tracks of a snow panther accompanied by a giant wolf a few days before. Although more than 2 weeks had gone by, this was too much of a coincidence for Arrakis Gorigaits to not doubt it was them. Hence, the 3 squads were searching the mountains while the great red dragon flew over its peaks. The Ignia Squad went into a mountainous landscape to the north. The Ardent Squad was to the east of the range and the Searing to the west. Those mountains were as large and high as they were majestic, and were covered with snow, which made the search quite difficult. Besides, the mountain range spread north and seemed to have no end. Certainly finding the snow panthers was going to be very difficult. Of course, they had moved from the cave where they had been the moment the Igneous had left. Lily stopped to look at the sides of the 2 mountains they were walking between. She sighed, tired. "Do we really have to carry these long, heavy ropes all day?" she asked, jabbing her thumb at the pack she carried on her back.
Of course. They're to catch the creature of the ice. Our leader has ordered each of us to carry one,
Aiden told her in a tone that meant you never ignore an order. "But we're not going to catch Camu, you granite head," Lily shouted at him.
An order is an order. You always follow orders, Aiden said, convinced.
"He ought to be thrown in the sea. With his heavy rock head, he should go straight to the bottom," Lily said in desperation.
He's right, up to a point. We can't be the only ones not carrying the gear to catch the fugitives. We could get into serious trouble if Arrakis Gorigaits noticed,
Taika said in Aiden's defense.
It would look suspicious if we did not carry the ropes, said Evo.
"But they're big enough to catch a dragon. They're breaking my back, they're so heavy. And they end in a hook that's currently sticking between my shoulders," Lily complained.
"If you want, I can carry yours," Evo offered. "I can with no trouble at all."
Lily thought for a moment. "Thanks, cutie, but it's my duty. I'm not going to burden you with it."
"Good for you," Daphne said. "They're quite heavy, but we each have to carry our own," she added.
They went on exploring the area slowly. They weren't in a hurry. "Do you think they'll still be around?" she asked her comrades.
"I hope so. We didn't have time to make any concrete plan, and that's something we should do," said Daphne.
"It doesn't seem to me that we can make many concrete plans in these conditions," Evo told her. "Everything is too up in the air. Uncertainty rules." "You're not wrong," Taika agreed. "Besides, there's too much risk trying to coordinate between us and them."
"We must find a way to help one another. Only by making alliances will we reach freedom. That's what Nahia always says, and she's right," Daphne insisted.
"Yes, I'm with you, but things are looking very bad," Lily said, looking up to see whether their leader was nearby. Suddenly, in front of them, up on the left side of the mountain, Ona appeared.
"Look, we've got company,"
Taika said. Argy appeared on the right side. They're coming to get us, without a doubt, said Evo.
Let's follow them,
Daphne cheered up.
We shouldn't,
Aiden began to say.
Shush! Shut up, stubborn little granite head, Lily said. They followed Ona and Argy, who led them swiftly to a new cave on the back side of the mountain. They looked up and saw that Arrakis Gorigaits was not in the area. Luckily, those mountains were immense, and the mountain range endless. They went into the cave and found the snow panthers waiting for them. I see you met the messengers.
Lasgul greeted them with a smile. He was stroking Ona, who was rubbing her head against his leg.
That's not difficult. They're beautiful and fierce,
Daphne told him with a smile. That they are, Gerd said, also stroking Argy, who had lain down at his feet like an enormous snow dog.
Any news?
Taika asked, watching Vigo pacing up and down the cave with an unfriendly look on his face.
Yes, there is. Make yourselves comfortable, and we'll tell you, Lasgul offered, and they all sat around the fire, which was now out.
Tell us, we don't have much time. Our leader is lurking around,
Daphne said in warning, jabbing her thumb upward.
Lasgul nodded. You see, we've had urgent news, and it's not good. It's going to force us to change our plans. Much bad news. I'm very worried,
Camus added. He was standing and he looked distressed.
I'm going to rescue my beloved Billikos Blondie. That's what I'm going to do. I don't care about anything else, Vigo said emphatically. Don't talk like that. You do care, Gerd chided him.
Vigo shook his head and went on pacing around the cavern looking very upset.
We've received a message from Aben, the son of Tor Nassor, the leader of the Desha Tumani tribe. It's about Nilsa, one of our fellow snow panthers. It also concerns Edwina, the healer of the Order of Tirsar, who is looking after her. Our friend was finishing her recovery among the Desha Tumani in the Mountains of Blood in the desert. It seems they have been suffering attacks from the dragons.
The dragons attacking a mountain tribe in the desert? Doesn't make much sense, does it? Lily asked blankly.
There's a pearl south of the Mountains of Blood, and 2 dragons watch it, Gerd explained.
Oh, right, that explains it, Lily nodded.
Until now, the Desha Tumani had managed to stop the dragons from entering the mountain. They had sealed all the entrances, Lasgul explained. But they seem to have managed to unblock one of the entrances and have captured Nilsa and other women who were with her. Captured? They haven't killed them? Aiden asked, puzzled. It appears they felt Edwina's healing magic, and they've taken them all. Where have they taken them? Taika asked. To the city of Jafarika, east of the mountains. It's under control of your armies, and there's a 3rd dragon there.
Understood,
said Daphne. How reliable is this information? Aiden wanted to know. Absolutely reliable. Aben sends it. He's not only the son of the leader of the tribe, but also a very good friend of ours. And besides, he's the clumsy redhead's little boyfriend, Vigo added. I mean Nilsa. You don't know her, he clarified. Lasgul nodded. The information is good. We've been having communication with the desert tribe for years. They're friends and allies. We exchange information often. Nilsa had already recovered from her serious injuries that kept her there for a long time, and she and the healer Edwina were waiting for the right moment to return. Then this happened. I be greater whore, a god for Desha Tumani, good one, Camus sent them. You're serious? Lily said, surprised. Yes, much serious. They consider I god. Treat very well. I very happy. I guess that being treated like that would make one very happy, Evo replied. There are people so illiterate they worship bugs, Vigo protested. No one worship you. You not worshipable, Camus replied. There's one more detail. The dragons are threatening to kill all the women if the Desha Tumani don't come out from inside the mountains, their home, and turn themselves in to serve them. The dragon lords wouldn't do something like that, Aiden said, offended. They do that and worse, Gerd assured him. Aiden gave him a look of disbelief. The threats are real, and that they'll carry them out we are all sure. Both us and Aben and his people, said Lasgul.
What an awful situation, Daphne said ruefully.
Terrifying, Lily agreed, because I would guess they're not going to turn themselves in.
Lasgul shook his head. They know that if they do, they'll be slaughtered. The warriors, without a doubt. The dragons wouldn't.
Aiden started to defend them, but Gerd cut him short.
Of course they would. They've done so in other places. They're despicable. Our lives are worth nothing to them. The dragons will kill them all if they come out from under those mountains of red rock that protect them. They have no heart or feelings.
There was a moment of silence while they all digested the severity of the matter.
And you're thinking about going to help your friend and the healer? Daphne guessed.
Yes, that's what we're thinking. Edwina is a very good friend of ours. We all love her. She's helped us countless times. We can't let her die. Needless to say, we're not going to abandon Nilsa.
That's what you're thinking. I'm going to rescue Ingrid, and that's that,
Vigo said, upset.
We also want to rescue Ingrid, Gerd told him. Sure, but you can't find the time. What with saving the capital, dealing with the war, with the Ranger's duty, I don't give a hoot about all that. I want to save Ingrid and nothing else, and it's what I'm going to do. I've already waited too long heeding your excuses.
Don't say you don't give a hoot about all that, because we know it's not true. You are a ranger. You have honour, and you know what your duty is, Gerd told him.
Fiddlesticks, I only care about Ingrid, and I'm going to rescue her.
And you're going to let Nilsa and Edwina die?
The redhead is so clumsy that she'll kill herself tripping over the edge of an abyss and falling in headlong. Saving her is a waste of time, and I have another priority. They won't kill the healer. They'll want to use her magic.
Nilsa needs us. She's in danger. We have to save her, Lasgol said sternly.
And how do you know Ingrid is not in danger? She might be in as much danger as Nilsa.
We don't know that, but we do know about Nilsa, Lasgol said, showing him the message.
I helped you with the war because you begged me. For duty, honour and all that crap. But I don't intend to waste more time. My little blondie needs me, and I'm going to rescue her.
Ingrid is strong. She'll hold up, Lasgol said.
And what do you know, weirdo? Do you remember her? Do you remember Nilsa? I bet you don't.
Lasgol breathed out very slowly.
I remember little, that's true, but I do have some memories. They're coming back with the passing of time.
Lasgol closed his eyes hard, as if trying to recuperate more memories.
Bah, you don't even remember your beloved. If you did, you wouldn't be here. You'd do like me and go save her.
Astrid, Lasgol muttered.
Yes, Astrid, the one I like best of all of you, with a difference. You should be searching for her, and not trying to save Norgana. Let others save it. Save yourself and your beloved.
Don't say that, Vigo. Deep down, you don't feel that way, Gerd reproached him.
Of course I do.
You not feel that real. We know.
Shut up, you bug, and don't tell me what I feel or not.
I may not remember much, but I do remember all three of them. I'm not going to let Nilsa die. We're going to help her, Lasgol said determinedly. Say much well. We go rescue Nilsa. Edwina too.
I know we don't have a say in the matter, but how are you going to get there and defeat 3 dragons and the soldiers of the city? Taika asked.
I was thinking the same thing, said Daphne.
Lasgol sighed.
We have to go by Pearl, and we won't get there in time to save them. That complicates things greatly. You go into one Pearl and come out of another, and there will be dragons at both, Taika said.
At least 2 at each Pearl, Daphne said, frowning.
That's too many dragons, Lily said, worried.
You won't be able to defeat 4 dragons, said Aidan. It's suicide to even try.
Be difficult, we know. Not important. Many difficult things we do in past. The problem is we don't have time to think much, Lasgol said anxiously, and his face showed how worried he was.
If there's anything we can do to help, we're here, and we'll do whatever you need,
Daphne offered. You can count on us, Lily joined her. Taika and Evo nodded their consensus.
Aidan snorted, crossed his arms over his chest, and said nothing.
Lasgol looked at them and nodded gratefully. We're going to need help for this. I really appreciate it. I was thinking of calling the White Foxes. With them we could pull it off. But they're in Esticus. It would take them too long to get here.
To the Pearl, at the shelter, said Gerd.
Yes, must go there to open portal of Pearl of Desert.
Then you've already decided that's what you're going to do? Taika asked, looking unsure whether it was the best idea.
Clearly the fastest and most direct way is to open a portal at the Pearl at the shelter and appear at the Desert Pearl, which is right by the Mountains of Blood, Lasgol explained. It's also the riskiest by far, Evo told them. It's a very, very unbalanced option toward danger. We know much dangerous. We know fear. We do. Wow, Camus is very optimistic. Lily was surprised.
Oh, a lot more than you think, Lasgol told her. The bug believes everything comes out well always, Vigo added moodily, and it doesn't.
At least I be handsome, not like you. Lily laughed out loud. He also has a good sense of humour.
Yeah, you go ahead and encourage him, that's all we need, Vigo grumbled.
The first thing we need is for you to change your mind and join us, Vigo. Lasgold told him. You can't let Nielsa and Edwina die.
Don't try to sweet-talk me. The redhead and the healer will have to do without me.
They can't, and you know it. If you don't come with us, we won't make it. And if we don't, they'll die. And very likely we will too.
So don't try. Come with me instead to rescue Ingrid.
You're a pain in the neck, Gerd told him. Lasgold was silent, thinking. Then, after meditating, he turned to Viggo.
Here's the deal. You join us for this mission. We rescue Nielsa and Edwina, and then we all go to rescue Ingrid. You know you'll get there faster by portal than by ship. A lot faster. And an excellent archer like Nielsa will come in handy if things go wrong with Ingrid's rescue, which is quite possible, as it usually is. Everything gets complicated with you and the bug,
Viggo reproached him. You know you can't abandon Nielsa, don't make me beg, Gerd told him. You come with us, and I open portal to Pearl East when Nielsa and Edwina safe. You get fast there.
You dirty cheaters, using emotional blackmail and magical skills to persuade me.
And friendship, love, and camaraderie, Gerd said with a wink.
And useless mushiness,
Viggo exploded, uttering all kinds of expletives while he paced around the cave, waving his arms furiously.
Your friend is somewhat peculiar, Daphne said to Lasgold.
You not know well. Much special.
Yeah, we see that, said Lily.
He'll get over it. He gets this way sometimes. Gerd shrugged it off. We need a plan that can work. Lasgold was thinking it over and over in his head. For a long moment he considered every angle, until Viggo seemed to calm down at last.
Fine, weirdo. We have a deal. I'll come with you to the desert. We'll rescue Nielsa and Edwina, and then we all go east to rescue Ingrid,
said Viggo, and went over to where Lasgold was standing and offered him his hand to close the deal. Lasgold looked at Gerd and Camus. They both nodded. Ona and Argy moaned.
Fine, we have a deal.
Lasgold shook Viggo's hand firmly.
And nobody dies in the first rescue because I need you all for the second one, Viggo told them. We'll try to oblige, Gerd said, smiling.
Argy howled.
Will you please tell that mongrel to stop howling? I don't understand why we have so many animals and bugs with us all the time,
he protested hotly. To bear you, Camus said. Lily burst out laughing. Ivo put his hand over his mouth to hide his laughter.
See here, that was funny, Bug,
Viggo admitted, and even smiled. I know, Bug, and thank you. Lasgold smiled and stroked Ona, who had lain down beside him.
Good, we have the team. Now we need a plan. As I see it, this is very easy,
Viggo said, in a better mood now that he had a way to go after his beloved Ingrid.
First we go to the shelter. We kill the 2 dragons watching it. If there are any soldiers, we kill those too. Then Camo opens the portal and we go to the Mountains of Blood. There we kill the 2 dragons at the Pearl, which are being a pain. Then we go to the city of Jafarika and kill the other dragon. If the soldiers in the city interfere, we kill them too. We rescue Nielsa and Edwina and go east. Done deal. What's the problem?
They all looked at Viggo as if he were crazy.
Is he serious?
Daphne asked with a look of disbelief.
Unfortunately, he's very serious,
Gerd confirmed. Lasgold made a face.
Yeah, he's for real. That I do remember.
Viggo very funny when in good mood. Very bad with plans, Camus sent them.
What do you mean bad with plans, Bug? My plans are the best.
Ona growled.
You shut up, Kitty. You're always against me.
Ona good. She know you fool. Very bad with plans. Need Egil.
Unfortunately, we can't count on Egil and one of his extraordinary plans, Gerd said sadly.
Argy gave a lamenting howl. Do you have anyone good at planning assaults, attack strategies, or something similar? Lasgold asked them. The closest we have is Taika. He likes to think and is always observing and analyzing things, Lily said.
Yeah, Taika has a good head for these kinds of things.
Daphne joined her. Taika raised his hands. I'm not sure I'm up for a situation like this that requires such a risky rescue with such a narrow margin of action.
We trust you, Ivo said,
and gave him a slap on the back. Taika saw everyone looking at him and snorted.
Let me think. I'll see what I can come up with.
Chapter 41.
That morning, Nahia and Logan were in the dining hall having breakfast when something new and unexpected happened. The Scarlatum rider, Sarmas, came over to their table and studied them from head to toe.
You're both attractive. Curious, because, as a rule, riders usually aren't. Well, except for the Fatum, like our Phaedon, who really is.
Nahia and Logan, to whom no one at the fortress had ever said a single word since their arrival, were surprised. "Thank you, I guess," Nahia replied, not sure how to interpret it.
No need to be grateful. I say what I think, and I think what I see,
Sarmas said with one of those charming smiles of the Scarlatum.
Why are you talking to us? Logan asked. Because now you're part of an aerial squad. Our aerial squad. You are granted the approval of belonging to a group.
Sarmas pointed at the table occupied by the other members of the squad. "Wow, what an honor," Nahia replied with certain irony in her tone.
"It is. I'm glad you see it that way."
"You could have spoken to us before," Logan reproached him.
"No, we couldn't. Jadrakos is a flying school where rules and traditions are kept. Here you don't speak to the newbies until they've earned the right. More than anything else because there are some who don't make it, and it's a waste of time. But mainly because that way it's harder for the new arrivals."
"That's heartless behavior," Nahia reproached. "Helping others should be your duty here."
"That's how the best riders are made," Sarmas said with a shrug. "I did not make the rules of the school. I only follow them."
"We understand," Logan said. He knew very well that going against the rules, here or in Dracoros, was suicide.
"Come to our table. Now you belong to the Meteorite Squad."
Sarmas made an inviting gesture for them to follow him. Nahia gave Logan a questioning look. Logan nodded. "We'll come with you," she told Sarmas. They went to the table. As they got closer, they noticed that not only the members of the Meteorite Squad were staring at them, but also the rest of the riders. "Sit down with us," Phaedon told them, indicating the free spaces on the long benches. "Thanks." Nahia looked at the others and sat down beside the Fatum.
"We appreciate it," said Logan, sitting across from Nahia.
"You've been doing well. Keep at it," Teal'sa, the Felidae lioness, said encouragingly, and her tone seemed to want to infuse them with confidence. Nahia noticed and was grateful. After being ignored as they had been, this was a nice change. "Well, but not excellent," Morgana pointed out. The human was glaring as if she were angry with them. "It's not easy at all, but we're trying to do our best," Nahia replied, not understanding why this girl might be angry at them. They hadn't done anything to her. Maybe she wasn't angry at them, but at the whole world.
"Don't be mean. They're not doing that bad," Sarmas said to Morgana reproachfully.
"You can say that. I think they leave a lot to be desired, and let me remind you that they'll be fighting with us. It might cost you your life."
Morgana crossed her arms in a huff.
"We'll do well, don't worry," Logan said confidently.
He looked her in the eye, and she held his gaze.
"Perhaps the problem is the dragons they ride rather than themselves," Phaedon commented. "They're not exactly the largest or most powerful dragons. To rule the sky, and who doesn't want to, you must have good wings," he said, and made his own flutter.
"Yeah, that's true. You do have strange dragons, very different from ours, which are large and powerful. That puts you at a disadvantage in the air," Teal'sa told them. "I believe we chose well. They're not as big and powerful as your dragon lords, but they have other very good traits."
"Chose? You mean you were lucky enough to choose a Lord Dragon and you chose those? You're crazy."
Morgana threw in their faces with a look of disbelief.
"Wow, that makes it even more remarkable."
Teal'sa looked at both of them intrigued.
"A big and powerful dragon not only gives you an advantage in battle, but it's essential for survival."
Nahia shrugged.
"They're beautiful dragons, we must admit, especially the silver one,"
Sarmas said.
"Although silver ones are the worst fighters. They don't have elemental magic."
He made a gesture of feeling sorry for Nahia.
"We'll manage, don't worry,"
Logan assured them. "Now that we're part of the squad, we'll be better protected, and we'll have more chances of winning," Nahia said, meaning that as a group they would come through.
"Sure, by putting us in danger." Morgana shook her head. "I don't understand why you're mad at us, but I can assure you that we won't put you in danger," Nahia told her in an irritated tone.
"She's not angry at you. Morgana is just like that. She's always in that excellent mood of hers," Sarmas said, joking.
"You're all thinking the same thing, even if you don't say so. Those two and their dragons make us weaker. We need strong, powerful dragons and raiders, not these weaklings, Morgana said without consideration. I can assure you that we're strong and powerful, Nahir retorted with narrowed eyes, by now very angry. We'll have to wait and see, Morgana said, not at all assured.
Oh, you will, Logan said seriously. They both look strong and powerful, Phaedon intervened. I can feel their magic. Besides, they're a Flameborn and a Stormson. The problem is the dragons. There's no place in the sky for weak dragons. No one loves the sky and flying more than I do on the back of a dragon, since we're not allowed to, he said, indicating his own wings. But weak dragons die, and with them their riders.
Is that what happened to the 2 riders you're missing in your squad? Nahia asked. There was a silence, and the 4 veteran riders bowed their heads.
Death in the sky gets you in the blink of an eye, Phaedon told them. The sky is as dangerous as it is beautiful.
Our comrades fought well and died with honor, Teal'c stated.
Their memory will always be with us. They were beautiful souls, Sarmas said.
They're dead. They're nothing now. You 2 will end the same way, you and your weak dragons. In fact, I don't believe you'll even graduate, Morgana said, very serious. We'll see about that, Nahia replied angrily. This obnoxious girl had a terrible temper.
Let's talk about something more pleasant. Such serious topics and worry about dying is bad for the spirit, and that makes you age. I don't want to lose my physical attractiveness before it's time, Sarmas said, joking. Tell us, what talent do you have?
Nahia took a deep breath and calmed down a little. Sarmas's relaxed tone and his jokes made her more comfortable. I'm a sorceress, Nahia said proudly.
Well, that's interesting. You'll surely like that, Morgana, Sarmas said to her.
Morgana made a face of not being impressed. It's a powerful, useful talent for someone who knows how to use it, she replied in clear reference to Nahia and her skill to do so. I know how to use it, Nahia said, frowning. What's your talent, Logan? Teal'c asked.
I'm a defender. Great, that's good for us, Phaedon said. Why's that? Logan asked, interested. We all have offensive talents, and Nahia's is also offensive. A little defense will definitely come in handy, Phaedon explained.
What talents do you have? Nahia asked.
I'm a magus,
Phaedon told her, and made a gesture as if he had made something explode on the table. I'm a warrior, Teal'c mimicked, holding a sword with both hands.
I'm a fighter, Sarmas said, mimicking holding a sword and shield.
I'm the most powerful. I'm a necro, said Morgana. I'll use your corpses to our advantage.
Nahia glared at her with a look that made it clear how hateful she thought Morgana was.
We have a good aerial squad, said Teal'c, and with a defender and a sorceress, it will be even better.
And we'll survive in the beautiful sky,
Phaedon added, spreading his arms as if he were gliding. There was a moment of silence while they all thought about it. Then Sarmas got up.
We must go to practice. Days fly by, never better said, he said good-humoredly. And you must improve.
Logan nodded and got up. And then, Nahia asked suddenly, at the end of this flying practice as a squad, I mean. Then they'll test you, Teal'c said.
A test? Logan asked, raising an eyebrow. They'll send you to the front to fight, Phaedon said, similar to what you've already lived in Dracoros. It's how our Lord Dragons always seal training, with a test of real combat.
Nahia and Logan were troubled hearing that, and their faces showed it. Take it easy. It'll be in the air, and we'll all go. The test is with your air squad. We'll protect you. Teal'c tried to calm them. Don't sugarcoat it, Teal'c. It'll be real aerial combat and very dangerous. Try not to die, or better still, not to get us killed, Morgana said, getting up and leaving. Seriously? Is it that dangerous? Nahia asked. Only thus do you become a rider, Teal'c said, nodding. The group left the dining hall with Nahia and Logan feeling very worried about what awaited them. The formation flight training went on for a while, until Aroa and Logan and Eki and Nahia were capable of flying in every formation, as if they had been doing it for years. The practice was difficult, since Tien Ordijot and Fredir expected them to behave as veterans when it was obvious they were not. The days of training flew by. The practice required hard concentration, and that made time go by quickly. Not only the hours, but the days too. Nahia had to admit that they had improved a lot since their first practice. They now executed the maneuvers accurately, both in timing and positioning.
She had learned to sit as she was supposed to on Eki for every kind of formation and maneuver. They repeated the maneuvers over and over every day of practice, as if with every new dawn they had forgotten what they had learned the day before. It was quite frustrating, but it seemed to be the way to make them learn how to do it almost with their eyes closed. One cool morning, they had a meeting in the airfield. Lieutenant Fredier and Tien Orijat were waiting for them. Nahia and Eki stood beside Aroa and Logan in the line they formed with Tilsa, Morgana, Phaedon, Sarmas, and their dragons. Although this lineup was usual before taking off for their practice, when Fredier and Tien Orijat addressed them and gave them the instructions for the day, for some reason Nahia felt that this was not a normal day.
"Riders," Fredier greeted them. "This past week you've done some pretty good practice. You're now able to fly in all the basic formations, and with the addition of the 2 new riders, the Meteorite Squad is once again complete. That's why we consider the Aerial Squad training finished. For the 2 aspiring riders and their Lord Dragons, this means you have completed the required training. Therefore, you will pass on to the last part of basic training. You will have to pass a test of real aerial combat. It is a requisite, a necessary test before you can graduate."
Nahia and Logan were already expecting that, but this didn't mean the news came as less of a shock. They were both very worried. They knew perfectly well what a real combat mission represented. They were being sent to risk their lives, and that was not something they could take lightly.
"Aspiring riders, if you pass this last test, you'll become rightful riders. I'm sure that all the training you have received will be good for you during the test. Be careful, keep your eyes open at all times, don't take risks, don't be caught by surprise, and you'll return alive."
"Yes, sir," Nahia muttered, not sure it would be that way. She had a feeling that it was going to be very dangerous, and she feared for Logan. The dark-haired boy looked at her out of the corner of his blue eyes, filled with unease.
"This will be a test of real aerial squad combat. The whole Meteorite Squad will go to the test. As you know, you must fulfill the mission you will be given. I hope you come back alive, riders and Lord Dragons. In order to do so, you must work as a team and make sure the squad remains united and in formation at all times. The enemy will try and break the formation. They will seek to attack you when you are separated from the others. That you must avoid at all costs. Those who lag or separate from the squad perish. Always keep that in mind."
The riders nodded, and the dragons roared in unison.
"Now go and get ready. You'll leave at noon. You will be given gear for the mission. May the conquest and glory be yours. May the enemy perish before your skill. Go and win. Return covered with blood and glory,"
Tien Orijat sent them. The line broke, and the riders got on their dragons to return to the fortress. Nahia, Eki, Aroa, and Logan were last. They were a little bewildered and very worried.
"The moment has come to show our worth,"
Eki sent to all. "I hope we survive whatever it is we're going to face," Nahia replied out loud, since they had Logan and Aroa at their side. "If we stay united, we will manage to pass this test," Aroa sent, along with a feeling that they must protect one another.
"It won't be an easy test, but we must pass it,"
Logan said, also out loud.
"You will become riders,"
Eki sent them, along with a feeling of optimism. "And we will be riders' dragons, I'm positive," Aroa added, joining in Eki's optimism. The dragons' good wishes implied that all 4 of them would survive, but Nahia was not so sure that would be possible. Chapter 42. At noon, the Meteorite Squad was lined up in the square. Nahia, Logan, Tilsa, Morgana, Phaedon, and Sarmas were standing firm beside their Lord Dragons. Captain Droken and his enormous dragon lord, Zaldi Beltzlihan, flew down from the sky, accompanied by Lieutenant Fredier and his Lord Dragon, Tien Orijat. Both dragons landed in front of the squad.
"Aspiring riders and Lord Dragons, step forward,"
Zaldi Beltzlihan ordered. Nahia and Eki stepped forward, both nervous. Aroa and Eki did the same. The rest of the squad remained in place, watching in silence. The great black dragon looked at its rider and invited him to speak.
"The time for the test of aerial combat has come. It's a critical moment for the aspiring riders,"
Captain Droken announced.
"Also for their Lord Dragons, who will have to fight against the enemy and prove their skills in aerial combat while carrying their rider on their back," added Zaldi Beltzlihan. "This test will take place in enemy territory and will test everything you've practiced and learned so far. It will be a dangerous test, since only thus is the rider's worth put to the test, as well as all the training done to reach this moment. The Dragon Lords must know that the enemy chosen for this test is none other than our worst enemy, the Griffins."
Nahia and Logan had been hoping that would not be the case. They wished to be sent to face some other enemy. But no, it had to be the Griffins. Nahia sighed deeply. Logan looked at her and snorted. He didn't like the news either.
"You have the opportunity to show your worth and return home with a triumph against a terrible enemy. The test is simple, as well as very dangerous. You will go to Grifforos, the continent world home of the Griffins. You will fight against at least 2 grown-up Griffins and defeat them. Since the Griffins fly in groups, you will have your squad with you to face them. You must defeat them yourselves. It can't be your squad comrades who do it. These victories must be registered to your names."
This didn't sound simply very dangerous to Nahia. It was atrocious. She had to go and fight against 2 Griffins to prove they were worthy riders. It was one more show of cruelty from the dragons. It didn't surprise her. She already knew how heartless and cruel their lords were.
"Don't fail. It's the only chance you've got. If you don't succeed, you won't graduate," Drogon said very seriously. "You have 3 days. Go, and may the glory of victory be yours," Zaldi Beltzlihan said.
Nahia was puzzled. Where did they have to go? If she had understood correctly, it was the continent world of the Griffins. How were they going to get there? It had to be extremely far away.
"Dragons, time to leave," Zaldi Beltzlihan sent them. "Good luck, riders," Drogon wished them.
Suddenly, the ground started to shake. Nahia could feel the tremors right under her boots. A moment later, they were climbing up her legs, and she thought it must be an earthquake. She looked at Logan, trying to keep her balance, since the tremors now were getting stronger. Logan was holding his arms out to keep his balance, and by the upset look on his face, he didn't know it was up either. Something caught Nahia's eye. She turned her head, and then she saw what was happening. The multicolored dome had begun to rise and levitate. That was what was causing the earth to shake. It was releasing from the ground where it was encased and had started levitating. Only it wasn't a dome. As it rose vertically, Nahia was able to see the full shape of the object. It was a great sphere, half of it previously buried in the ground. It rose until it freed the whole bottom half of the sphere. Nahia and Logan exchanged shocked looks. They hadn't been expecting that at all. They had never known what that dome was for. They'd always wondered because of all the buildings of the aerial schools of Jadrakos, it was the only one that didn't seem to have a purpose. They were about to find out what it did, though. The multicolored sphere was the same on the bottom as on the top, that had always been revealed. The tremor stopped once the sphere reached the height where it was free from the ground. It stopped rising and remained suspended in midair. On the ground, under the sphere, there was now a concave hole in the shape of the bottom part of the object. Suddenly, the sphere began to spin on itself. This new event struck Nahia and Logan dumb. The great multicolored sphere was spinning in the air on itself. The magic required for that had to be tremendous. Nahia noticed the colors were what appeared to provide that magic to the sphere, which went on spinning. Then, the object started giving off silver flashes that seemed to be pulses, flashing at steady intervals. "Oh, I know what it is," Nahia muttered when she realized that the singular sphere was some type of pearl. "They're going to open a portal," Logan whispered as he watched what was going on, very intrigued and having guessed its purpose too. Above the sphere, another larger one began to take shape, a much larger one. Translucent at first, it gradually became more visible until it was fully shaped. It was a silver sphere. A second sphere began to form, and this was followed by a third one. Little by little, while the pearl flashed, a great silver sphere took shape. The portal was created over the singular multicolored pearl. When the portal was finally completed, the time came to go through. "Get a move on and leave," Drogon ordered. "The portal will lead you to glory or death. Choose the first," Zaldi Beltzlihan sent. Nahia and Logan took a moment to embrace those words. Then they got onto their dragon lords. Nahia saw that they each had a lance and a combat shield hanging on grips on either side of their saddles. When she saw them and realized they were not the ones they used for practice, the seriousness of the matter jumped to her mind. They were going to fight for real, to kill or die, And they were going to do it on a dragon, armed with that lance and shield. She looked at her armor. This was the one for practice. She hoped it would hold up and protect her from the death that would surely come for her before they returned to this place. She was filled with anxiety. The rest of the squad took off. One by one, they flew around the square, and then with a roar, they entered the portal to vanish in its silver lake. It was Aroa's and Logan's turn, who also took a final flight, and with a roar from Aroa, they went into the portal. Nahia, who didn't want to be separated from Logan for a moment, asked Eki to follow closely. "Here we go," Eki sent her, and with another roar, it entered the portal. An instant later, they flew out of another portal into an unknown world. Nahia was expecting to lose consciousness since they had passed through a portal between continent worlds, but to her surprise, that was not the case. She saw how they rose in a sky above a thick forest where there was a pearl, practically invisible as it was surrounded by towering trees. The portal they had come through seemed to float above the branches of the trees. She hadn't fainted, and when she threw her head back, she saw the portal they had come out of beginning to close. She looked at Logan and Aroa to her right. He was sitting up, and he hadn't fainted either. This surprised and gladdened her.
"Meteorite Squad, my rider and I take over command as the most veteran of the squad."
They received the message from Askar Goribat, Teal'c's Lord Dragon. Nahia was glad Teal'c was the new leader. For a moment she had feared it would be Morgana, and she would not have liked that at all. The dark-haired girl with black eyes was very unpleasant, and Nahia didn't trust her leadership skills and capacity to solve difficult situations. She behaved aggressively and was bad-tempered with Nahia and Logan, and there was no reason for that. Teal'c, on the other hand, was the most complete of the group, so Nahia approved her leadership over the squad, but she didn't know how much influence Teal'c might have on her Lord Dragon, if any. Nahia hoped she did, but she couldn't be sure. The dragons were the ones who led, not their riders. The thought made her uneasy. She thought about her own squad, where the decisions were made by themselves when Arrakis Gorigaitz was not around to give them orders. Here in the air, upon a dragon, things were very different. If she were flying on Arrakis Gorigaitz, which would never happen, she was sure the Great Red Dragon would not let her make any decisions. It would make them all. In the training, they had always followed Tien Urdijat's leadership, who was Lieutenant Fredir's Lord Dragon. So Nahia guessed it would be Teal'c's Dragon Lord who would give orders now. Certainly neither she nor Logan or their Lord Dragons would have any say, since they were too young and inexperienced, and they were in enemy territory.
"We are in Griphoros, the continent world of the Griffins. It is hostile territory and very dangerous. We must move away from the pearl we arrive through so it is not discovered by the enemy, granting them knowledge of our entry and exit location. We will rise above the clouds and hide in them. Speed formation."
Askar Goribat sent, along with a feeling of urgency. The 6 dragons flew very fast in a tight triangle formation. Nahia and Logan flew behind Teal'c. After them came Morgana, Phaedon, and Sarmas. The dragons flew very close and with great skill. This formation was well known and used, so they climbed up like an arrow to the clouds and penetrated them. Nahia leaned forward and lowered her head so that Eki could go as fast as possible. Although the silver dragon maneuvered better than the other dragons due to its smaller size, for the same reason it was not as fast, and in the speed formations it struggled a little. Nahia had noticed this, and although Eki had not mentioned it, she tried to help the dragon the best she could. Aroa and Logan on her right had the same problem, although a little less, since Aroa was bigger than Eki. As soon as they reached the clouds, they hid in them.
"We will wait to see whether we have been spotted by some enemy patrol, resting in open formation,"
Askar Goribat sent them. Nahia had a moment of respite, and she began to think about the fact that she had crossed a portal without any negative consequence. That should not have been the case. "Do you know why I didn't faint?" Nahia asked Eki as the dragon flew among the clouds without losing its place in the indicated formation.
"It is because of our mental bond. It protects you from the negative effects of the magic of dragons over the mind that the slave races suffer,"
Eki told her. "Wow, I didn't know that. I didn't even expect it."
"It is one of the advantages the bond offers the rider. It also protects them from the mental attacks of the enemy."
"Do you mean they can't affect me?" Nahia was cheered by that. It would be an important advantage.
"Yes, they might affect you, but the bond makes it difficult. It protects you up to a point, although I must be close."
"Close at a magical level?"
At bond level, very well specified,
Eki said appreciatively, liking the fact that she was so alert and intelligent. Wonderful, thanks, Nahia smiled. Magic level meant that Eki had to be at 250 paces away, but bond level meant 2,000 paces, which was very useful.
I am glad you appreciate it. I will do whatever I can so nothing bad happens to you,
Eki replied, happy to be useful to Nahia and be able to protect her. They waited for a moment, watching in the clouds. They didn't seem to have been spotted. The sky was peaceful, and below, in the distance, they could see no Pearl once the portal had closed. It was very well hidden in the middle of the thick forest. Don't the griffins know about the existence of the pearls? Nahia asked Eki.
They do know them. They also know that we come to their world through them. If they find one, they watch it. That is why, when we cross them, we must do so fast and then hide quickly. The pearls must not be found. It is that way here and in all the other continent worlds.
I see. Don't they destroy them if they find them?
Some enemies cannot destroy them. They are too difficult for them. Others, with great magic who can, prefer to keep them for their great power.
That's funny. Can the griffins destroy them?
It takes them a long time, but yes, they can destroy them.
I see. That's why it's better that they don't find them.
Correct. And also so we do not fall into an ambush. From what I know, griffins love traps and surprise attacks. If they find a pearl, they wait until we arrive and then attack and catch us unawares,
Eki explained, and the message reached her along with a feeling of concern. Have you ever fought against a griffin? Nahia dared to ask.
No, my fighting experience is minimal. My interests have always been more intellectual than warrior-like. In my young life, I have barely had opportunity to travel and know other worlds. This is my first time in Grifforos,
Eki told her with a feeling of regret, which Nahia attributed to the fact that the dragon had not traveled enough rather than its lack of experience in combat. I see. What about Aroa? Nahia asked, wanting to know whether the dragoness had any experience in combat against the creatures they were about to meet.
I will ask her.
I do not have much experience in combat, and I have never been in this world of the griffins. The best we can do is follow Asghar Goribat's orders. He is an experienced dragon and has fought in this world several times before. Stay together, and we will be protected. Do not separate.
She received Aroa's message, along with, as usual, a feeling of protective maternal warmth. Nahia detected concern, too.
I've had contact with griffins,
Nahia sent to Eki.
You have? When?
Eki was very surprised.
In Dracoros, in the dungeons. They have a group of griffin prisoners there. One of them is a griffin eagle lion king. The others are its retinue.
This surprised Eki even more, and it turned its head to look at Nahia out of the corner of its eye.
This king must be someone important, then, for him and his people to be kept locked up.
That I don't know, but it was a king, an impressive creature. Better not come across one of them. It'll tear us to shreds.
You saw the king up close?
Eki was very interested. He wanted to know more.
Very close. The king and its people. There was a griffin bear owl, strong but slow, a griffin hawk cheetah, extremely fast, a griffin eagle tiger, very strong and lethal, but without a doubt the most impressive and dangerous was the griffin eagle lion, who was a king besides.
I will let Aroa know. I am sure she will want to know this.
Yes, absolutely.
Nahia was left thinking about Aran Lahuizuri, the griffin eagle lion king, and what they had talked about in the dungeons. She remembered it was a strong, intelligent being. She almost couldn't believe she was now in that creature's world, and seeking combat no less. She thought it was a terrible idea. Horrible. It didn't surprise her that the griffins and dragons had been irreconcilable enemies for thousands of years. The way dragons thought and behaved could only bring them enemies.
The fact that you know the griffins might be of help to us. I am glad you have that knowledge. Logan has already told me that he does not have it, only you.
She received Aroa's message.
I don't know whether it'll help us. I just wanted you to know that I've had contact with them,
she sent to Eki, who passed the message on to Aroa. Nahia felt her shield with her hand, as if to make sure it was still there, hanging from her saddle. She realized she barely knew anything about Eki and Aroa. The dragons had not told them where they were from, or how they had been raised, or where, or the places they had visited, or anything about their families and clans. which were so important for the dragons. Nahia wanted to know everything about these two, but this was not the place or time to ask. She didn't know either whether she was allowed to ask since they were dragons, and she doubted they would share such information, least of all with slaves like her and Logan. But she was curious to know more about their lives, so she would make a point of finding out. She would have to include Logan in the matter. Surely he also wondered about it and would like to know. After all, the more they knew about their dragon lords, the more chances they had to survive. Or so Nahia felt.
It seems certain that they have not seen us arrive. This region is far from their main settlements, and they are less vigilant here. Even so, we must keep our eyes open. We might encounter a patrol. We will seek some enemy formation ideal for attacking. Follow my orders at all times, especially the new dragons in the squad. You are young and inexperienced, and here, that will kill you. This is not training. This is real, and blood will run. Be alert, and perhaps you will get a kill to return triumphant.
Askar Goribat sent them. We will follow orders, Eki promised. And be alert, Aroa added.
We fly northeast, hiding in the clouds at all times in a closed, defensive formation. Follow me,
Teal'c's dragon lord sent. They positioned themselves in formation and headed northeast. Seeing the forests and rivers she found so alien, Nahia realized suddenly that indeed she was in another world, one she didn't know, and with creatures she knew were very dangerous and sworn enemies of the dragons. Confrontation, even if she didn't want it, was assured, and it would be bloody, because the griffins were powerful and deadly. Chapter 43. They flew for a long while, hiding their presence in the clouds. Above them, a timid sun seemed to want to hide behind the great amount of clouds floating in the ether. Nahia looked down below to see what kind of continent world this was. She could glimpse many forests, great rivers, and some lakes. She saw no more than a couple of mountains, but these seemed very high. This led her to wonder where the griffins lived. Since she didn't know, she decided to ask Eki. The silver dragon might know. He was a dragon with an erudite spirit, and he would surely have at least some basic notions of their sworn enemies. I wonder, where do the griffins live? In the forests we've passed over? On the peaks of the distant mountains?
You are not mistaken. The griffins live in the mountains, the peaks of the high mountains. That is what I have been able to read about them, and what is common knowledge among the dragons.
I guessed as much. It makes sense. Nahia gazed at one of the high mountains she could glimpse below on firm land.
But they are not just any mountains,
Eki sent her, along with a feeling that it wanted to see them. Nahia made a gesture that she did not understand. Special mountains?
I think we will get to see them during this expedition, so I will not spoil the surprise,
Eki sent with a feeling of great interest. Suddenly, they saw a group of birds south of their position. They were big, 10 of them. They all became alert at once. Nahia watched them with narrowed eyes and her visor lifted. They looked like griffins to her, or perhaps she was so predisposed to seeing them that she saw them whether it was them or not. She couldn't tell what kind, since they were still too far away to say for sure. But judging by their size, they were griffins for sure.
We climb and hide among the clouds, quickly. They must not see us,
they received from Askar Goribat's message. The whole squad climbed as one, and vanished in thick clouds that seemed to be bringing a storm from the north. Once inside, they flew more slowly, keeping level and enveloped by the cover the cloudy mass offered them, which was considerable both in thickness and width. Nahia sighed in relief when she found herself surrounded by clouds, since she thought it very unlikely the griffins would see them up there.
We are going to identify those griffins. We will get closer among the clouds and see whether they are a suitable prey to attack. Reconnaissance, formation,
Askar Goribat sent. The squad flew into position and slowly approached the group of griffins that were flying south. They didn't seem to be looking for them, but to be heading somewhere. What Nahia was able to begin to see through the clouds was that they were very big griffins. She sensed danger, as if her subconscious was warning her to get away from them.
They are griffin eagle tigers,
Askar Goribat sent, along with a feeling of great danger. Suddenly, they heard a mixture between a roar and the shrill call of a raptor. It was the leader of the griffin eagle tigers. Nahia was able to glimpse it. It was as large as Teal'c's Lord Dragon. The head and wings were those of a white eagle, and in size and span as big as an adult dragon's. The body was that of a powerful tiger. The mix between the eagle head and the tiger body was awesome. Nahia thought it magnificent. It seemed to radiate an aura of animal power and danger. She remembered the one she had seen in the dungeons on Dracoros, and this leader she was seeing now looked even more dangerous still. Surely because it was flying free and was the lord of this domain. She noticed that its head and neck were covered with white feathers, while the beak was golden, like the claws on its 4 tiger legs.
Group of 10 adult griffin eagle tigers. They appear to be going hunting. Attacking them would be too dangerous. There are 4 more of them than us, and we have 2 newbies. We will let them be and change our course, heading northwest.
Oscar Goribat sent, and then executed the maneuver, which they all followed at once. Nahia did not want to face those griffins, eagle tigers. She had the feeling that they were too dangerous, even for adult dragons with experienced riders. She pictured Fodden and his Lord Dragon fighting against one of them, and could not picture it clearly. She was supposed to think that the dragon with its rider, both of which were experienced, would be able to defeat the griffin eagle tiger. But for some reason she had her doubts, especially after having seen griffins firsthand as she had in the dungeons. They had impressed her greatly there. Here, in their own world, flying free as lords and masters, they were even more so. She wasn't the only one who felt that way.
Those griffin eagle tigers have impressed me. Incredible creatures. They look very powerful and lethal,
Eki sent her. I assure you they are, and intelligent, Nahia sent back.
I would like to be able to study them. They must be as fascinating as they are formidable.
I doubt they'd let themselves be studied. They're quite quarrelsome and proud from what I've seen. No, better not try studying them.
I see. Like us, then. Even so, I would like to learn about them. Everything I have heard is what the dragons say, and it is all bad. Terrible, really. They equate them with vile monsters that must die. Seeing them fly like that in a group, so powerful and proud, almost regal, makes me doubt whether they are really as abominable as we have been told they are.
Perhaps today isn't the best day to find out.
True, not today, but in the future I hope I might be that lucky,
Eki wished optimistically. Nahia was left a little puzzled from that exchange with Eki. It sounded as if the young silver dragon was questioning what the dragons said about the griffins. This was very strange. Dragons did not question dragons or the path they followed. This made her think that perhaps Eki was a different kind of dragon altogether. They went on reconnoitering the sky and the land under the clouds in search of a suitable prey, and avoiding at all times being spotted, which made the search harder. They could only fly in areas with a great density of clouds where the squad might hide their presence from the enemy. 6 dragons, 4 of them sizable, were difficult to hide, especially in enemy territory, as that world belonged to them.
We are not taking risks. We will fly in the clouds.
They received the order from Tilsa's dragon lord, who was turning out to be very prudent and experienced. Nahia appreciated this, since she didn't want to die on her first aerial incursion. They crossed some gray clouds, and all of a sudden something appeared before them. It was not a bird or group of birds. It was no griffin either. It was something solid and large that floated in the midst of the clouds. Nahia was numb. She simply could not believe what her eyes were seeing. In the middle of the clouds rose a tremendously high mountain with a great white peak. Since the clouds impaired her vision, Nahia had to narrow her eyes to see better and make sure that what she was seeing was not some funny optical effect. No, it was not. There was a huge mountain floating among the clouds right in front of her.
That is where the griffins live,
Eki sent her excited. I can hardly believe what I'm seeing. Nahia was blinking hard. She just could not believe her eyes.
We dragons have realms in the clouds. The griffins have mountains that float in them.
I guess they use their magic to make them float, like the dragons.
You guess correctly. Only with magic can the earth levitate in the sky and not fall.
Have they always lived like that? I find it unbelievable.
I do not know whether it is a consequence of the dragon's attacks, or if they have always lived like that, but I would like to know. I find the fact that both they and we live in the sky, and not below on land, something significant. Worthy of study, no doubt.
It might be, Nahia agreed, guessing that it could not be a coincidence that 2 of the most powerful creatures, both physically and magically, and capable of flying, should live in the sky. Suddenly, from the upper part of the mountain came a group of griffins. They were of considerable size.
"We are before one of the mountain realms of the griffins. We must withdraw. There might be hundreds of griffins in it. Evasive maneuver to the east, now,"
Asgard-Goribot sent urgently. As one, the whole squad turned and flew away from the great mountain of the griffins. As they escaped, Nahia was able to get a better look at the griffins coming out of the mountain. They were griffin eagle lions. They were majestic creatures, as large as a 1,000-year-old dragon. They had the head of a white royal eagle, enormous wings on the flanks of a lion's body and tail. With such a powerful body, watching them fly made them look like mythical creatures. They emanated undeniable strength and power. One of them gave a shrill cry in between an eagle's cry and a lion's deep roar. It was a sound Nahia had already heard, and it froze the blood in her veins just like the other time she had heard it. "Those are truly fearsome," she sent to Eki.
"I see them. Awesome creatures. I wouldn't want to have to speak to one of them. They are huge and look very powerful. I had read about them, about how dangerous and terrible they are, but seeing them has extremely shocked me. They are a lot stronger than me, than Aroa. In a fight, we would have all the odds of losing."
"Let's hope we don't come face to face with one."
"We had better tread very carefully in this world, or there could be a tragedy,"
Eki sent her, along with a feeling of great worry. They flew away quickly and continued their search. There was no luck, and they flew for a long while, changing directions every now and then without going too far from the point of entry they had arrived through. If they needed to fly out in a hurry, they must not be very far from the pearl to open the portal. Nahia thought that an escape, if they were pursued closely, would be impossible, since the enemy would discover the location of the pearl. That made her nervous. If they were found out and chased, unless they managed to fool the pursuers, they would not be able to escape. The sky was covered in every direction, and that helped them. But if the clouds flew away, pushed by wind, if they were left without a way to hide, they wouldn't be able to lose their pursuers. The more she thought about it, the more uneasy she felt. So she decided not to think any more about it and calm down. So far they hadn't been spotted, and things were going well. At that moment, Asgard-Goribot's message reached them. "Group of 10 griffins spotted south. We will approach and identify them. Maximum precaution. Reconnaissance formation." Nahia had a bad feeling. She looked at Logan and Aroa. He looked back at her. The thickness of the clouds prevented him from seeing the restlessness in her eyes, but he could also foresee that combat was near. Chapter 44. From her position, Nahia could not see anything but thick clouds all around. She felt the dampness and cold, but it was as if someone had put a thin bandage over her eyes. She could glimpse something, but very little. Everything was foggy, and the white and gray that surrounded her prevented her from seeing clearly beyond a couple of handspans. This made her get nervous. The feeling of being unable to detect the risk they were taking made her very uneasy. She knew there was danger at hand, but she could not see it. She looked down, right and left, but she was unable to locate the griffins, and this made her uneasiness grow worse. "I don't see them, do you?" she sent to Eki. "I just saw them right in front of us, 3,000 feet below us." Nahia's eyes swept the area Eki was indicating, and finally glimpsed some griffins. They were not griffin lions or griffin tigers, but they were big. She couldn't see very well what type they were, but she had the impression from their size that they would be dangerous. Asgard-Goribot gave them his opinion about the enemy group. "It is a group of griffin owl bears. Being a group of 10, it is the right prey for a surprise attack. They are slower than us, but quite strong, so be careful. We need our newbies to defeat 2 of them. The rest of us will do tasks of distraction and protection. Get ready." Nahia was very uneasy. Griffin owl bears were strong and looked fearsome to her. She couldn't understand how they were considered accessible targets. To her understanding, they were not in the least. Those bear claws and owl beaks must be very dangerous. "Time to attack," Eki warned Nahia. "This is a mistake. We shouldn't attack them like this, without any provocation or need." "I will not say that I do not share that view, but there is no choice. We have to prove our worth in combat against a griffin, and we must come out victorious. So the path demands," Eki replied, and its message came with a feeling of nervousness. "This isn't an honorable way to behave. Attacking other creatures by surprise only to shed their blood is brutal and cruel."
And even so, we have no choice. It is the way dragons understand life. Conquer and victory or death. Do not rebel. That will only lead you to death. The dragons do not forgive those who disobey their orders.
Eki sent her, but not as a threat, rather a warning so nothing bad would happen to her. I know, I don't want to rebel, Nahia sent, although she did want to rebel. However, right now, she knew it would be useless and cost her life.
Get ready for the surprise attack. We will go down at top speed in spear point formation. The 2 newbies will attack the 2 griffins flying further behind. Attack the owl head from behind. It is the way to surprise and defeat them without them turning and counterattacking. Riders, prepare your lances and shields for the attack.
Nahia took a deep breath. She grasped her lance and shield and held them in position while she shook her head. This seemed like a tremendous mistake to her, and treacherous, brutal, inexcusable behavior.
We fly down and attack. For the path. For the glory of conquest. Now!
Teal'c's Lord Dragon sent, along with a feeling of great excitement and aggressiveness. The squad came down from the clouds in spear point formation onto the group of 10 griffins peacefully flying south. They came down at maximum swift dragon velocity. The riders leaned forward in their saddles with their lances and shields well grasped and close to their bodies. They were flying at an astonishing speed. Nahia narrowed her eyes while the wind hit her body and helmet hard from the high velocity they were flying at. The visor protected her eyes, but not entirely, and tears started running down her cheeks. She didn't know whether it was the wind in her eyes or the rage she felt for committing this treacherous attack. Likely both. The descent was so swift and direct that the griffin owl bears did not see them coming. The squad of swift dragons took them completely by surprise. Besides, the attack was well executed. Teal'c and Morgana attacked the leader of the group of griffins. They fell on the enemy like lightning and hit them with tremendous force. The dragon's claws sought the owl heads and hit them from behind with great force, digging in with their claws to cause greater harm. They attacked the first 2 griffins, who received the attack with shrieks of surprise and pain. From the tremendous impact and the terrible tear of the dragon's claws, the 2 griffins fell in the void, dropping like dead weights, unconscious or lifeless. Nahia and Logan dropped onto the 2 griffins flying further back a moment after the attacks in the middle and at the head of the group occurred. Aroa hit the owl head quite accurately, and from the impact and her claws, the griffin seemed to faint for a moment and started to drop, flying in circles toward the ground. Eki hit his mark too, but the impact and the attack of his claws was not enough to knock out the griffin. The creature remained conscious and turned against Eki with a war shriek roar that froze Nahia's blood. And with this, the surprise of the attack ended. The other griffins turned in the air and identified the attackers. They heard shriek roars of alarm and war cries, and the griffins reacted and counterattacked. One of them went for Teal'c and another for Morgana. They attacked with beaks and claws, trying to reach the dragon's heads. Phaedon and Sarmas were attacked by 2 others, also with claws and beaks. The movements of the griffin owl bears were clumsier than the dragons in the air, but they defended themselves like cornered beasts with awesome strength and frenzy. Nahia and Eki found themselves face to face with the griffin they had just attacked. It had blood on its head, and its owl eyes were red with rage. It lunged at Eki's head with its 4 bear claws, delivering strikes that Eki dodged, maneuvering to one side. One of them, though, Eki was unable to avoid, and 3 grooves appeared on the silver dragon's neck. Nahia noticed that the bear claws were golden, like its golden owl beak. She knew instinctively that they had to be golden magic, and when she saw Eki's blood running down its neck, she had no doubt. The attack had pierced the dragon's scales, and that could only be done with golden magic. How those creatures could have that type of magic she had no clue, but it was clear to her in this instant that their beaks and claws could kill a dragon. "Eki, hold on, I'll help you," Aroa sent them as the dragoness reacted and charged at the griffin. Aroa hit the griffin with her claws in the right wing. Several large feathers flew off, and the griffin shrieked in rage. The attack unbalanced it, and it lost altitude so Eki was able to recover. "Thank you, Aroa," Eki sent. "Careful with its claws and beak. They are very dangerous," Aroa warned. At that moment, the griffin Aroa had stunned appeared behind them. It had recovered and was attacking with a furious gleam in its owl eyes. "Aroa behind you," Eki warned the dragoness. Aroa looked back just as the griffin attacked with its beak. The attacker reached one of her wings, and Aroa grunted in pain. The dragoness grew unbalanced and dropped altitude, leaning toward her right side. "We have to help," Nahia warned Eki. "Coming." Eki lunged behind the griffin as it was going to strike Aroa, this time with its claws. Terrified, Nahia saw Logan using his lance against the griffin's claws to protect Aroa's back. He struck one claw hard, deflecting it, and stopped another by cutting in with his shield on the trajectory toward Aroa's neck. Eki came to help Aroa and struck the griffin with its claws in its left wing, making the creature destabilize and fly off in a curved course to one side. The fight in the air became bitter. The dragons caused feathers and pieces of bearskin to fly off with their attacks. In turn, the griffins sought to take out the dragon's eyes with their beaks or a piece of neck to finish them with their claws. The attacks and counterattacks were ferocious in the middle of the air, and the shriek roars sounded very loud. The swift dragons were faster than the griffin owl bears, but these flew with greater skill. The griffins, as a rule, had better maneuverability than the dragons, and this showed in the battle. Teal'c's and Morgana's dragons, together with their riders, managed to bring down their opponents, which fell to the forest, not without having received a couple of wounds in the frantic defense of the griffins at the surprise attack. Unfortunately for the half-bird, half-bear creatures, both Teal'c and Morgana were very good in combat, and their dragons were strong and highly experienced. They didn't give the two griffins the least chance and went for their heads. They had no mercy. The claws and strengths of the dragon's attacks, plus the accurate lance thrusts of both riders, overcame the griffins' resistance and desperate fight for their lives. Meanwhile, Sodmas and Phaedon went on fighting. Their adversaries had changed tactics, finding themselves at a disadvantage before dragons stronger and more powerful than them, and with riders who knew how to fight well with the lance and shield. They switched to magic attacks from a distance. Every time the griffins approached the dragons and riders rejected them with their claws or their riders' lances, so they switched and tried to attack from a distance with their elemental magic. The griffin owl bears maneuvered and separated from their rivals to 100 paces in the air. They opened their beaks, and a gust of elemental fire came out of them and hit their enemies. The dragon's innate defensive magic stopped the attack, preventing it from reaching their scales. Phaedon and Sodmas leaned to the other side of the saddle with great skill to avoid being reached. They were left hanging on one side with the dragons' bodies in the way of the attack. The dragons maneuvered in the air, and swerving toward the griffins counterattacked with elemental breaths as well. The innate elemental defenses of the griffins activated, and they did not manage to hurt them. It didn't seem like magic would tilt the fight. Nahia saw the griffins she was fighting against attacking and got ready. She stopped a claw strike with her shield and nearly lost it from the tremendous strength of the blow. The griffin went for Eki's head, and she attacked the side of its bare body with her lance. She didn't think she would penetrate the creature's skin, but to her surprise, she did. Griffins did not have skin as tough as dragons. Her attack upset the griffin enough so that it could not hit Eki's head with its beak. The silver dragon noticed and gave an abrupt turn to the right so fast that it surprised the griffin completely. And not only the griffin. Nahia was also astonished with the incredible speed Eki had just reached. She had never seen the dragon fly this fast. In fact, she felt a shiver. One moment they were nosediving, and the next they were flying up like an arrow. The creature, surprised by the swift attack, tried to veer toward Eki, but the silver dragon placed itself at the creature's tail before the griffin could do anything about it. "Attack its wing once I am at its side," Eki sent to Nahia. "You got it." Nahia was not sure whether that would work, but she decided to trust the silver dragon. "You have to hit the upper part of the wing where there is flesh and bone, not the feathers." Nahia understood. "I'll try." Hitting the upper part would not be easy at that velocity, and with the griffin maneuvering in the air to defend itself. Eki increased his speed and reached the griffin. The dragon left the griffin's tail and placed itself beside the creature like lightning. Nahia didn't waste any time and hit hard twice with her lance. She tried to reach the upper part of the wing, the most exposed and closest to her. To her surprise, she caused 2 wounds, and the creature roared with rage. Nahia knew they were not serious wounds, but perhaps they would impair its flight so they would have the advantage. The griffin began to turn to face and attack them, and Eki made another abrupt turn at great speed to avoid it. "We have to maim it so it retreats. Hit it again on the same wing, if you can, in the same spot." "Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Go ahead, I'll try and hit it." Eki went back to the griffin's tail, as they had been taught to do in their training, and coming out with a push, Eki placed itself on top of the wing and attacked it with claws. The griffin tried to dodge, but Eki was faster and managed to strike the injured wing. Several feathers flew off, and the griffin changed course to avoid them. Eki was already expecting that and flew beside it at tremendous velocity. Nahia saw her chance and struck with her lance again, causing it another couple wounds on the same wing, almost in the same spot. The griffin shrieked and began to lose altitude fast. "I think it is retreating," Eki sent to Nahia with cautious optimism. Nahia let the air out of her lungs loudly. "I hope it doesn't come back." They did not have time to check, because Aroa needed help. She was fighting against the griffin, and they were both bleeding from the sides. "We have to go and help," Eki sent Nahia, together with a feeling of fear for the dragoness. "Let's attack. I'm ready," Nahia said reassuringly as she grasped her lance tightly. Chapter 45. Eki flew at the griffin with tremendous speed. Nahia already knew the silver dragon was impressively skilled at maneuvering. Eki did it better than anyone else in the squad, being the smallest. But what she was seeing now was something different. The dragon was flying even faster than in training. And it was not just a feeling. When they went to attack, the distance between the place where they were and the griffin they were attacking was reduced to nothing in the blink of an eye. It was absolutely impressive. Not only that, Nahia had a very odd feeling, one that made the hair on her nape stand on end and her skin crawl. It was magic. She felt magic, and it could only come from Eki, since she was not using it. They reached the griffin, which did not even see Eki arrive due to the silver dragon's immense speed. "Right wing," Eki indicated to Nahia. "All right." Nahia readied her lance to attack. The griffin was engrossed in fighting against Aroa and Logan with its claws and beak. They were rejecting it with force, although not with the desired skill. They still needed to go through a lot of combat sessions like that to have the necessary experience and be great aerial fighters like their comrades were. Aroa was not as big as the other dragons, and that griffin owl bear was a rival the dragoness could defeat, but not easily. It was going to cost Aroa a few wounds. Logan was doing a stupendous job of protecting the dragoness's back. The griffin knew very well where to attack dragons, and were not forgiving. If Logan had not been protecting Aroa's back, the griffin would have already tried to hit the central nervous system's spot. As Logan had already executed the rider's defense maneuver accurately, turning around in the saddle twice, the griffin owl bear was now trying to attack the head of the dragoness to seriously blind or wound Aroa. Eki placed itself above the griffin's wing while it was trying to reach Aroa's eye with its beak. "Now," Eki sent to Nahia. Nahia visualized the spot on the wing where she had to strike and didn't think twice. She hit it hard. Once, twice, 3 times in a row before the griffin even reacted. A shriek roar let them know the attack had wounded it. Logan, on his side, also reached the griffin's flank with his lance, and it immediately made an evasive diagonal, downward maneuver. "Let us make sure it is gone," Eki sent to Nahia. "Good, let's go." Nahia prepared for the chase and grasped her lance and shield tightly. Eki went down like lightning after the griffin, which was already slower than a swift dragon. Once again, Nahia felt the distance separating them vanish in the blink of an eye, and Eki arrived at the griffin's tail faster than any other dragon could. "Get in position in 3, 2, 1, Eki sent her. The countdown prepared Nahia for the attack. An instant later, Eki placed itself above the wounded wing and attacked with its claws. The griffin veered and Eki with it, the dragon placing itself so Nahia could strike. She didn't hesitate and delivered 2 attacks with her lance in the same spot she had struck before, which appeared featherless and sported a nasty open wound. Nahia regretted making the wound worse, but she knew it was the only way to discourage the griffin and drive it to give up. She didn't want to kill it or even wound it seriously. What she wanted was for it to fly away. A shriek roar told her the attack had been successful. The creature flew down to the forests. Nahia was about to tell Eki not to follow it when she saw something out of the corner of her eye. She only saw it for an instant, but it was enough to realize the danger. "We're under attack! Evasion maneuver!" she sent Eki. The silver dragon turned its head and saw something coming down toward them at enormous speed. At once, Eki executed an evasive maneuver. Claws skimmed Eki's head at great velocity while the dragon lunged in the opposite direction of the attack, avoiding it. Nahia saw the attacker pass by them and realized what it was. She felt they were in serious danger. She recognized a griffin hawk cheetah, the fastest of griffins. It was the size of a young dragon, only it flew and maneuvered at a speed 3 or 4 times faster than a dragon. Nahia already knew it. It was a mixture between a hawk and a cheetah. That had to be the reason for the incredible speed it flew at, and which they could not equal. She looked up and saw 3 others arrive, flying at great speed. Further behind, 2 more seemed to be following. The first headed toward Fodden and Sodomus and their dragons, which were still fighting against the Griffin Owl bears. Nahia realized that Eki might get away from them because it was turning out to be extremely fast in combat, but the rest of the squad would not be able to. She wasn't wrong. Fodden and Sodomus were hit before they even saw them arrive. Morgana did see they were attacking her and tried an evasive maneuver, but the Griffin Hawk cheetah reached their back quarters, and she was forced to do a rider's defensive maneuver, turning around in the saddle. "Warn Aroa not to fight but to evade. They're too fast," Nahia warned Eki. "Warning her," the silver dragon replied, making another dodge at once in the opposite direction he had been flying. The claws of the Griffin Hawk cheetah skimmed Nahia's head at devilish speed, but she managed to hunch down in the saddle. "Sorry, but it's terribly fast. Don't worry, you make sure to avoid it." Nahia looked for Logan and Aroa above them, and saw they were in the middle of an evasion maneuver.
"Attention, Meteorite Squad. These are Griffin Hawk cheetahs. We evade to the south. Everyone, whirlwind movement now."
Teal'c's Lord Dragon sent them. Nahia could not agree more. They all followed the order at once. This was her least favorite maneuver, since they dropped in a diagonal to the south, executing the whirlwind movement. But they had to get out of there, or the enemy, which was much faster than they were, would give them serious trouble. The 6 were dropping down in a whirlwind movement toward the forests. 3 of the Griffin Hawk cheetahs flew in pursuit, while the others stayed guarding the Griffin Owl bears who had survived the attack. Of all the evasive whirlwind movements they had made, this one they were executing to escape from the Griffins was undoubtedly the fastest they had ever achieved. Nahia was riding close to the saddle, leaning forward and holding on with all her might so that the turns would not throw her out of it. Her stomach and mind were holding up, probably because of the tension of the moment, and the enemies on her tail didn't let her think of anything else but getting out of there any way they could. The fear she felt also helped. Suddenly, she saw the Griffin Hawk cheetahs catching up with them. She witnessed then the use of the whirlwind movements she had always doubted. The first one reached Sodomus, who was bringing up the rear of the squad, and tried to hit him, but it could not. Sodomus's dragon was spinning on itself, and the griffin's attacking claws missed completely when the dragon spun and kept dropping. A second griffin reached Fodden and attacked from behind. At that moment, Fodden's dragon spun on itself, and the attack failed. The griffin tried again, but since they were spinning down in a diagonal, it was unable to hit the dragon accurately, and only managed to wound one of the dragon's hind legs instead of its head, which was what it was aiming at. Nahia, who was looking back and saw it, realized that the whirlwind movement was really worth it. Then a third griffin caught up with Aroa and Logan in the blink of an eye. Despite the spinning movement, the griffin managed to reach Aroa's flank, who grunted in pain. Logan defended the dragoness with his lance, but with the turns he could not reach the attacker. "We have to help them," Eki sent to Nahia. "Get close and I'll attack it," she sent back determinedly. Eki came out of the whirlwind movement and flew straight at Aroa and Logan. They kept spinning down in the whirlwind movement with the griffin stuck to their tail trying to reach them. Nahia could see that the griffin was faster than Aroa, just like the others were faster than Sodomus and Fodden. The 3 were in danger. They were not going to be able to dodge those lightning-fast Griffin Hawk cheetahs. "Attack the flank," Eki sent to Nahia. Nahia felt that strange magic again, and Eki flew off at the griffin. The silver dragon reached it in an instant at a devilish velocity. Nahia attacked before the fast creature could react. She plunged the tip of her lance in its side under the wing hard. The skin of the cheetah was less tough than the bear's, and the tip penetrated deep. The griffin gave a shriek growl of pain and turned on them in midair to attack them. Eki swerved like lightning, and Nahia was able to attack again and plunged the lance in the same side of the first impact. The griffin shrieked again, and with an abrupt movement, it withdrew, flying north away from them. Nahia felt bad for wounding the creature, but she couldn't let it hurt Logan and Aroa. "Thank you both," they received from Aroa, who was bleeding now from the neck and side.
"Attention! Nosedive maneuver at top speed with low flight over the river through the trees," they received Oscar Goribatz's order.
Nahia wanted to protest. That was extremely dangerous. And more so with 2 griffins still trying to kill Sadmas and Fodden who were in trouble.
Nosedive at maximum speed, now,
Oscar Goribot ordered. The 6 plunged vertically, heading straight to the forest about 9,000 feet below them. They did so with impressive skill and coordination. They went down very fast toward the river that ran in the middle of a great forest. The problem was that the 2 Griffinhawk cheetahs chasing after them were faster than they were. They didn't leave their tails and tried to attack Sadmas and Fodden again, who had the attackers right behind them. They were both hit, suffering claw strikes on their heads and backs. At the speed they were going down, they could not turn around to defend themselves from the attack. If it had not been for their armor and helmets, they would have died. Sarmas was rendered unconscious, and Fodden seemed to have been wounded in the back, in spite of the riders' armor.
"They're attacking the riders, not the dragons," Nahia sent Eki.
It occurs to me that it might be a tactic. If they get rid of the riders, they can attack the dragons on the back, in their central nervous system, and those griffins are extremely fast. They would reach their goal.
"I think you're right."
Then Nahia saw they were heading straight to the river and were going to crash if Eki did not fly off.
"We've got to break!"
Coming.
Nahia did not want to look. She knew that flying low after a nosedive at that speed was not something Eki was good at. She tried to shut her eyes, but she had no time. Oscar Goribot executed the low flight with accuracy. Morgana and her Lord Dragon followed without touching the water. Aroa skimmed it and nearly crashed, but was able to control her flight over the river and keep going. Eki flew off enough at the last moment so that only his tail touched the water. This caused the silver dragon to lean to one side. Then he straightened out, leaning to the other. Luckily, the river was very wide, and they didn't crash into the trees. For Nahia, the maneuver was a complete success, seeing the way they were going. Sarmas's and Fodden's dragon lords managed to finish the maneuver, but with the 2 griffins on their tails. They followed the course of the river close to the water. Nahia looked back and saw that the griffins had caught up with Sarmas and Fodden again and were attacking them. They were going to kill them to gain access to the dragons' backs. If they did not do something, their comrades were going to die. They would not manage to get rid of those fast pursuers.
Attention, keep flying low. Zuri, Oscar, B, and me, full inversion in 3, 2, 1, now,
Oscar Goribot ordered. Tealsa's and Morgana's dragons rose vertically while the rest went on straight. A moment later, they executed a full circle on themselves to drop down behind the 2 griffins. Nahia, who was looking back, couldn't believe the maneuver she had just witnessed. They hadn't been taught that. It must be an advanced maneuver. Oscar Goribot with Tealsa and Zuri Oscar B with Morgana attacked the 2 Griffinhawk cheetahs from behind as they were about to kill Sarmas and Fodden.
Aroa Zuri Indar, full turn to the right and attack the side. Eki Larji Asar, full turn to the left and attack the side, Oscar Goribot ordered. They both obeyed, and when they made the turn, they found they were facing the sides of the 2 griffins. They attacked just as Oscar Goribot and Zuri Oscar B attacked from behind. The 2 griffins, taken by surprise by the maneuvers, tried to fight, but there were 2 dragons larger than them that they each had to defeat. The fight was brief. The dragon's claws and the riders' lances wounded the griffins, and they fell to the river defeated. Good work, Meteorite Squad. Now let us get out of this world and back to ours. Oscar Goribot sent them, and, following the river, they headed to the Pearl. Nahia could not believe what they had lived through here. She looked at Logan, who was flying beside her, and sighed deeply when she saw that he appeared to be okay. She thought the idea of leaving the Griffin's world was excellent. Chapter 46. The Snow Panthers arrived at the entrance to the shelter with the first light of dawn. They intended to enter the valley quickly and without being seen. They saw that there were no soldiers at the Frozen Peak entrance, which surprised them, but they knew better than to question good fortune, so they went in. Lasgol was leading, carrying Aod's bow, the golden weapon in his hand, followed by Gerd, and with them went Ona and Argi. Vigo and Camus brought up the rear. They passed through the frozen cave where the whole nightmare with Durga Shoblaska, the immortal dragon, had begun, and from which they still had not recovered. The consequences of that adventure had been disastrous. Lasgol had problems with his memory and magic. Egil was still a prisoner in Dracoros. Nielsa had been kidnapped in the desert, Ingrid was imprisoned in the east, and Astrid was missing in Arenal. Someday they would finish recovering,
but they still had a long way to go and many injuries and evils to heal. Of course, Vigo had to comment. He couldn't resist himself.
I told you it was a real dragon.
Yeah, we know, Gerd told him.
You don't need to remind us every time we come through this frozen cave. Of course I need to. Only thus will you learn to pay attention to me when I say something. It was a dragon. I told you so. I was right. You weren't. You say many things not true. Shut up, Bug, and stop growing so much, or you won't be able to get through this cave. You're so fat that you're brushing the walls. I not fat. Be like this. And I can go outside mountain. My hands cling to rock. When did you say you were going to hibernate again? Not no. Body say when. I'll try to sleep a whole decade. What peace we'd have. You know funny and very ugly. I love you too.
Vigo blew him a kiss. Leave poor Camo in peace and behave, Gerd chided.
Me? I'm a charmer. Everybody says so.
Everybody you pay to say so, Gerd retorted and laughed.
There might be some truth in that.
Vigo grinned. They went down to the valley, and Lasgol set a fast pace through the trees. They had to approach the lair without being seen, and it was more than likely there would be a dragon watching it. They soon got confirmation of this. They saw a young dragon flying overhead. It was brown with red streaks. Lasgol entered a thick forest and headed to the deepest part. They had to avoid being seen. They knew the area perfectly well. They had spent a long time training to become specialists, so it was easy for Lasgol to get close to their target without leaving the forests, which kept them hidden from the dragon watching from the sky. They hid in an oak forest in front of the lair and watched. There was no trace of soldiers from Craido in the area. This did not really surprise them, since the invaders were short on troops lately. Above the lair, the Pearl seemed to watch the passing of time imperturbably. There was a young red dragon with blue streaks beside it resting.
2 dragons and no soldiers, Lasgol commented. Vigo, go and make sure there's no one inside the lair. Better not to take any risks. Consider it done,
Vigo replied as he ran like lightning through the trees to go and see.
2 young dragons. They must be powerful, but at least they're not large veterans, said Gerd, looking at one and then the other. Lasgol was also studying them. In these cases, we have to be very quick and neutralize one. If we confront both, we'll die. Ona moaned. No worry, Ona. We defeat, Camus sent her in order to calm her. Take it easy. We already have some experience on how to fight against the dragons, Lasgol said so they would be calm. Vigo returned after a moment. All clear. The soldiers left a long time ago. We only have to deal with those 2 dragons, and then we can leave. That was according to your plan, which we're not going to follow, Lasgol told him. We're going to follow Taika's plan, said Gerd. I don't like that plan. Mine's better, Vigo grumbled. Your plan no better. Your plan very crazy. And what would you know, Bug? Taika's plan is safer. We all agreed. That's the one we'll stick to. Lasgol ended the argument. How long do we have to wait? Vigo asked impatiently. Not much, I don't think. A day or 2 at the most, Lasgol calculated. Off with my plan, we'd already be in the desert. Yeah, or dead, Gerd said. They waited, despite Vigo's protests. They went deeper into the forest so as not to be seen and relaxed. It turned out that Lasgol had calculated fairly well. A day and a half later, at nightfall, a new dragon appeared, flying over the shelter. That's not a young dragon. It's a veteran one, and very powerful, Gerd said. Yeah, that's Edakis Gorigaitz, leader of the Red Squadron. Lasgol identified it. The pain in the butt that follows us everywhere we go. When I get my golden knives back, I'm going to take its heart out, Vigo threatened. I'd be careful with that one if I were you. I think it's rather powerful, Gerd warned him, making a face. The great red dragon landed beside the Pearl above the lair. The other 2 dragons that seemed to have been waiting for it started communicating with it. The 3 moved their heads, but since it was a mental conversation, the Rangers didn't know what they were saying. The Red Squadron appeared in the distance a while later. The 3 squads arrived at a run, looking as if they had been running nonstop for days. There they come, and they look dead tired, Gerd said. They've run all the way from Noraga, following the coast without resting. They must be tired indeed, Lasgol commented. That's because they're carrying steel spears and shields plus backpacks. All of that's very heavy, said Vigo. They appear to be in good physical shape. From what they've told us,
They were forced to train hard at their academy, said Gerd.
Well, it will have come in handy for this long-distance race,
Vigo nodded. The 3 squads reached the Pearl and stopped a few paces from their leader, which was no longer speaking with the other 2 dragons, but was opening a portal.
The plan is working, all right, Lasgul commented. We'd better get ready.
I'm ready. Gerd, help.
Yep, everything's ready, Gerd nodded.
This had better turn out right,
Vigo said without much assurance.
It took Arrakis Godigites a moment to open the great portal above the Pearl. The great sphere that seemed made of liquid silver flashed strongly once the portal was completed.
Be selecting Rune of Destination,
Camus warned.
Can you tell which one is it?
Lasgul asked him.
No, be too far. Then we'll have to risk it, Lasgul said.
The great red dragon selected the rune in the Pearl they had to travel to, and the portal flashed, indicating the destination was locked. Night was falling, and the flash spread throughout the darkness that surrounded them. An instant later, Arrakis Godigites entered the portal. Without wasting time, the 3 squads began to go up to the Pearl to follow their leader.
Our turn, Lasgul told his friends.
Let's go, Gerd replied. Gathering momentum, Lasgul, Gerd, and Vigo got up on Camus's back, where Gerd had placed ropes and a harness so they could hold on and not fall off.
Take the potions,
Lasgul reminded them.
Will they work?
Vigo protested.
Annika has spent years investigating. She's improved them to the best of her abilities,
Lasgul told him.
Yeah, maybe. I bet I end up vomiting.
Vigo shook his head.
Why do we have to go on the bug? The last time we didn't faint, don't you remember?
Lasgul shook his head. He did not remember.
To make sure, Gerd told him, in case something happens and we do faint.
Fine,
Vigo shrugged.
Tie yourself tightly to Camus's ropes.
If the potion fails, we can't fall off his back,
Lasgul said.
They all drank the potion.
I activate extended camouflage skill. No one see. We invisible. All be close to me.
Ona with Camus, flat against him, Lasgul told her.
Argy with Camus, said Gerd. The 2 obeyed at once.
Go on, Camus, as fast as you can, and be careful with the 2 dragons, Lasgul pleaded.
Yes, I fast and careful,
he sent back, and raced off from the forest straight to the portal above the Pearl. Ona and Argy ran on either side of him. All were covered by the invisibility dome of Camus's skill and could not be seen.
This is a nefarious plan. What a horrible mount,
Vigo grumbled as they were racing up the side of the lair toward the Pearl. Camus was running as fast as he could and slipped in between the 2 young dragons that watched the portal. One of them heard something and turned its head, and Camus went past it.
Ona, Argy, leap now,
he indicated to them as he also leaped into the Pearl. Ona and Argy took a tremendous leap and climbed onto the Pearl. Camus did not jump as high, but he managed to put his paws on the Pearl and clung there. The dragon who had heard something was looking in every direction. It suspected something. It must have messaged the other dragon, because it also started looking around the Pearl. Camus hastened to finish climbing the Pearl and entered the portal. Ona and Argy went in with him. Camus came out of the portal on the other side, but the danger had not passed. On the contrary, it was much greater. He found himself beside a white dragon with red streaks. He stood still as a statue and looked around. He was in the midst of some red rocky mountains the color of blood, and he knew them very well. They had come out at the Desert Pearl, as they had foreseen. On his right, a little further away, he saw Arrakis Godigites communicating with another red dragon with lilac streaks. The 3 squads of the Red Squadron were a little further left, waiting for orders.
Not move. Be together with me. Much danger.
Now came the most critical moment of the plan. They had to slip away without being detected. Unfortunately, they had been unable to contact the Desher Tumani in time for them to prepare a distraction when they arrived. That would have made this step a lot easier, but even if they had sent a messenger hawk, it would have taken a long time to get here from Norgana. Time was what they did not have. Camus did not know whether his friends were unconscious or not. The potion had worked well before, so he was hoping it would this time too. Then he felt Lasgul leaning his hands on his back noiselessly. He was conscious, which encouraged Camus. Gerd did the same, and then Vigo. The potion had worked. They had not fainted. This was a very good sign, because he would not have to worry about any of them falling off his back if he had to run.
Everything good so far. We in desert. I try slip,
he sent to his friends. None said anything, but the three leaned against his back. With that dragon so close, a single sound or word and everything could go sideways. Very much sideways, since there were 3 dragons here and a squadron of dragon warlocks. Camus knew he had to get away from there without being seen. With extreme care, he took a step forward soundlessly. Luckily, he left no prints on the red rock of the mountain. He took another step and looked at the red dragon out of the corner of his eye. It was too close, but there was nothing he could do because it was where he had come out of the portal. Then the white dragon looked to where they were. Camus stopped. Had it seen anything? No, not seen, but perhaps it had heard something? It started sniffing the air. That was very bad. They had to get out of there fast. Camus moved again, very careful where he stepped and trying not to make the slightest noise. As he moved on, the white dragon went to the spot where they had come out of the portal. It was still sniffing the air. Camus looked back, fearful that it might have discovered his trail. The white dragon looked to the portal. Camus took 3 more steps now that it had its back turned toward him. "No one move or make any noise," he sent them very anxiously. Suddenly, the white dragon called the other 2, and they went over to it and started sniffing around. "Seek our trail. I get out here," Camus sent them as he climbed a rock that formed a sort of peak to go down the other side. He went down a rocky slope and saw that he could no longer be seen from the plateau where the pearl was. "I go down. Must escape," he sent them, and went down another very steep slope that took him closer to the desert sand. Since the bottom of his paws adhered to practically everything, he had no fear of tumbling down the slope. His riders, though, were something different. He could feel how they were holding on to the ropes tied around his body so they didn't fall off with the pronounced forward tilt of his body. He kept running north, because the pearl was south of the mountain. He went on with his invisibility dome activated. Argy and Ona were so well trained and good, they were right by his legs, so they were not seen at all. The range of his extended invisibility had grown with time, and because, since his last hibernation, he had become more powerful with his magic. Even so, it was not too big of an area, so they had to be careful that no one strayed out of it. Little by little, and very carefully, Camus followed the mountain slope to the north. Every now and then he looked back, fear tightening his chest, and seeing they were not being followed, he took courage and went on. After running for a long while, he stopped between 2 slopes that formed a long rocky gully and waited. He thought they had made it, and was about to stop his invisibility skill, which was already consuming his inner magic, when he saw Arrakis Gorigaitz fly overhead. He was so startled that he crouched. The great red dragon flew over them in circles, as if searching for something. A moment later, the other 2 dragons appeared and also started flying in circles over the red mountains. "You can speak. Dragons fly high, and no one else here," he sent to his friends. "They seem to be looking for us," said Lasgol. "Can you keep your invisibility up?" "For now, yes, but not much time." "If they're searching, it's because they detected something," Gerd said, troubled. "Something? We've brushed by several dragons. The fact that we're alive is a miracle," Vigo burst out. "What's important is that we're here and still alive," Lasgol replied. "Yes, I do plan very well." "Yes, you did. Wonderfully," Gerd congratulated him. "Yeah, sure, you almost bumped into the white dragon, and besides, I think the dragon smelled you," Vigo accused Camus. "I not smell." "You must smell because it was sniffing at you," Vigo retorted. "Not me, you." "Yeah, sure, I bet you farted from fear and the dragon smelled it, not to say you might have poo." "Vigo, shut up, you're a real torture," Gerd told him. "You've no idea how much I miss Ingrid. To put you in your place." "I miss her more," Vigo replied with a deep sigh. "And her cold, straightforward character, my leader, my warrior." And he sighed again. "We must seek shelter. I see a cave at the end of this gully between slopes. Try to get into it," Lasgol told Camus. "Don't know if fit." "Let's try. Those dragons are going to be searching for us for a long time," he told him. "All right." Camus moved on between the 2 slopes, toward the cave at the end. "The potion worked," Gerd said gladly. "Half worked, because my head hurts as if I'd been hit with a hammer. We didn't faint, which is the important thing. And our stomachs don't feel it so much," Gerd said cheerfully. "What about our heads?" Vigo frowned. "Nothing is perfect," Gerd shrugged. They reached the end, and indeed there was a small cavern. They got off Camus and went in. "It's clear, and it doesn't have another way out," said Lasgol. "Camus, See if you can fit in."
"I try. Bit tight."
Camus managed to get inside, and soon they were all in the cavern. They could not be seen from the sky. The only way they could be spotted was if someone stood at the very entrance of the cave, so Camus was able to stop his extended invisibility skill.
"Well, the first stage of our plan has been successful," Gerd said, pleased.
"Yeah, and without any bloodshed. That's a feat," Lasgol said cheerfully.
"I'd rather there had been some bloodshed," said Vigo.
"Yeah, how odd that you should think that. It's not always the best option," Gerd said.
"What are we going to do now, apart from hiding here like desert weasels?"
Vigo demanded.
"We'll wait until they stop looking for us. It's night time. They'll soon get tired since they can't see much," said Lasgol. "Fine, but don't let the bug move much, or he's going to squash us,"
Vigo replied.
"I ignore you. Be very happy with Ona and Argy."
"Taiki was right. Rakasgori Geitz took the bait as soon as it was presented," Gerd said, going over the plan.
"Fake bait,"
Vigo specified.
"Yeah, the fake plan we wrote out, in which they presented to their leader as if they had found it in the cave following our trail,"
said Gerd.
"Which specified that we were leaving the region to come here," Lasgol commented. "The little dragon could not hurry enough to come racing here."
Vigo grinned ironically.
"The plan established that we had left the region weeks ago, and he fell for it. That dragon thought we'd already be here, and it came without wasting a moment, as we guessed it would. Very well thought out," Lasgol said. "What I can't understand is why it believed the plan."
Vigo was doubtful.
"Because the writing looked authentic, and it was the Igneous squad who delivered it. It would not suspect one of its own squads," Gerd told him. "It should. I suspect everyone." "That's not true. You trust us," Gerd said. "I don't trust the weirdo. He doesn't even remember who he is."
"Thanks, Vigo. You fill me with confidence," Lasgol replied with irony.
"Not my fault that you don't remember me."
"You I remember fairly well. It's those I love the most and care about that I can't remember. That was the punishment of that twisted dragon," Lasgol replied with a pang in his heart.
"Then don't pretend you remember me. You've always loved me. More than Gerd, for sure," Vigo said.
"No way," Gerd shook his finger at him.
"More than the bug, for sure." "Not true. Lasgol and I brothers." "With time, I'll remember everything. I keep getting images in my mind and feelings. I only need time, and I'm working on it. One day I'll remember everything, and I'll also recuperate my magic, I'm sure." "Well, just to save you time, I can tell you that you and I were like soul twins. You liked Gerd so-so, and the bug not at all," Vigo told him.
"Be all lies. You not believe him."
Vigo smiled mischievously. "You're so trusting. One day you'll learn."
At that moment, two figures appeared on the red rocks. They approached Camus at a crouch. Slightly built, they had ruby eyes and were armed with javelins. They were warriors of the Desher Tumani tribe. They knelt before Camus, very honored, and called him Hor.
"Warriors find us." "Wonderful. They'll take us inside," Lasgol told them.
A moment later, they were walking up a slope following the warriors. It was the wee hours of the night, and the dragons had stopped searching for them. The desert sky was star-studded and allowed them to see well enough to follow the warriors. After a while of going up and down red rocky slopes, they arrived at a cavern. This one was also a bit tight for Camus, but he just barely managed to get through. Inside, the warriors called, and one of the rocks shifted to one side, leading to a larger cave. The group entered the Desher Tumani's domain. Chapter 47. They went along different tunnels of red rock inside the south part of the Mountains of Blood, led by the two warriors with ruby eyes who had found them outside. The group was glad to be safe inside the great mountain of red rock walls. Camus was delighted. Every time they went by caverns where warriors practiced fighting or women worked, they all bowed, showing their respect. Once inside the Mountains of Blood, they joined Aben, the youngest son of Tor Nasor, who came to welcome them to a large cavern well lit by torches. "What a joy to see you again," Aben said, opening his arms in a sign of courtesy. The young handsome warrior, with skin weathered by the desert and ruby eyes, seemed to carry a heavy load on his shoulders. "The joy is ours," Lasgol said, greeting him with a nod. "This is my older brother, Aben Alisar. He is the leader of the tribe now. My father, our beloved and venerated leader, died last year." "We are very sorry to hear that. He was a great man," said Lasgol, who remembered the man well enough to have feelings for him. "He was always good to us," Gerd said. "My deepest condolences." "And mine," Vigo added. "He lived a long and prosperous life, and was an example to follow. We will remember him always," Aben said lovingly. "Very good man. Great leader," Camus said. "The greater whore is too kind. My father would have been very happy to hear this." Aben bowed at Camus, showing respect. "He would be indeed," Aben added, also bowing at Camus respectfully. "Your Norgonian is very good," Gerd told him. "I spent time in the north of Tremia, learning so I could be a good leader for my people someday," Aben replied. "Indeed, an excellent preparation," Gerd agreed. "My brother is leading us now during these difficult times." Aben gestured toward him. "I do what I can, following my father's teachings and principles, but it's complicated to reach his level when the difficulties are so great." "The dragons?" Lasgol asked. "The dragons and the armies of those beings, the ones called feline men. They have the bodies of large cats, but they walk and fight like men," Aben told them. "Yes, Taika already told us that the Dragon King, Ram-Maraoia, is responsible for the conquest of the whole south of Dramea, under the control of the Nosian Empire. Their armies are made up of Felidae. They are lions, tigers, panthers, and cheetah men. Tough fighters." "They are. We've fought them here. They couldn't come into our realm under the mountains. A few months ago, they stopped trying. They had to return to the city of Jafarika. The Nosians there turned against them. Now they control the city." "Tell us, what do you know of Nilsa and Edwina and the other kidnapped women?" "They have them in the city of Jafarika. The ultimatum ends in 3 days. If we don't leave our mountains, they will be killed," Aben told them with great sadness. "We're very worried." Aben could not hide his fear for Nilsa's fate in his eyes. 3 days doesn't give us a very large margin to work with, said Lasgol. "Let's use my plan. It's the only solution we've come up at this point," Vigo proposed. "Let's wait and see how things develop before we take drastic measures," Lasgol told him. "Eat with us. We can talk more quietly about everything that's happened. It's an honor for us that you're here with a benign greater whore, a god no less," Aben said. "I happy be back." "It's an honor for all our people," Aben assured him. They went with the brothers, and while they ate delicious dessert dishes the tribe of the Ruby Eyes served them, they talked about everything happening in the desert. Then they all went to sleep some, since the following day promised to be a complicated one. At mid-morning, Aben came into the cavern where the panthers were sleeping. "What news?" Lasgol asked him. "The great red dragon has been flying over the mountains. Then it went to the city of Jafarika, and there it spoke to the blue dragon that rules the city." "It's gathering information," said Gerd. "Asking about us," Vigo said. "Yes, that's very likely, but this isn't the news. It came back and has opened a portal." "It has? What for?" Lasgol was surprised. "It left, alone. Its squadron has stayed with the other 2 dragons." "Wow, will it have gone back for reinforcements?" Gerd wondered. Lasgol was wondering too. "It doesn't need reinforcements to capture us. It has its squadron and 2 dragons out there, and another one in the city." "Then why is it left?" Gerd asked. "It hasn't located us. It was hoping to find us here but couldn't sniff out our trail. It must have gone for more information. To meet with the white dragon that leads our capture and see if we've appeared somewhere else." "Yeah, that might be it," Gerd nodded. "Well, if it's gone, now's the perfect time to act," Vigo said, jumping to his feet. Lasgol breathed deeply. "You might be right. It won't take long to return, and when it does, our chances will dwindle. We have to act before it returns." "You're finally listening to me." Vigo raised his hands in the air as a sign of triumph. "Aben, let's plan the rescue. We need your warriors." "You can count on them. We'll defend our people to the death." "Very well, because we're going to take Jafarika," said Lasgol. Aben's face changed. "There are soldiers inside, and a dragon. But the walls are quite damaged, according to what you told me yesterday." "Yes, they haven't been repaired. Here in the desert, it's difficult to lay siege to a city because of the lack of food and water. The walls are pretty useless apart from protecting the city from the wind of the desert. We'll take advantage of that. Call your brother. There's no time to lose." "All right." Aben ran off. A few hours later, the snow panthers came out of the mountains of blood through a secret grotto. They remained watching the surroundings, careful not to be seen. The 2 dragons were beside the pearl without moving. They seem to have orders from Arakiskori Gaits to watch it. Lasgol knocked an arrow in his golden bow. Vigo and Gerd did the same with their bows. Ona and Argi were with Camus. Once they were within sight distance, Camus activated his extended camouflage and they all became invisible. Lasgol saw that further beyond, on a slope, the Red Squadron was resting. Their plan had reached this point. Once they contacted the tribe, they would have to establish a new plan according to the situation they found, so the Igneous Squad didn't know what was going to happen next. Lasgol didn't know how they were going to react to what was coming. He hoped they reacted with courage and integrity. They would soon find out. They had no time to agree on something with them. "I near White Dragon," Camus sent them. They went forward as one, the three humans with a hand on Camus since they could not see him. Ona and Argi walked right by Camus, even though they couldn't see him. They seemed to do it by animal instinct. Unfortunately, the only way to take the city and rescue Nilsa was by first getting rid of those two dragons. If 3 dragons got together, plus the army at the city, they wouldn't be able to fight against them. This they were very clear about. Lasgol had finally decided that attacking a dragon was very risky, and taking on 2 was crazy. But there was no other option. "We are 300 paces," Camus warned them. "Very well, get ready," Lasgol whispered. "I'll attack the white dragon first. You attack the red and distract it." "Ready," said Gerd. "More than ready," Vigo said. "Ona, stay with Camus until I tell you." Ona moaned once. "Argi, you 2 with Camus," Gerd told the wolf. Lasgol concentrated. He sought his lake of inner magic and gathered a good amount of energy. He was going to use 2 skills combined to cause more damage. The problem was that due to what the immortal dragon had done to him, his magic didn't always obey him. He shut his eyes to concentrate. He wished with all his might that this time they would work. He was going to call upon 2 skills he had recovered, or almost recovered. There were others he had possessed and was now incapable of summoning. He knew he had them, not because he remembered them, but because his friends had told him about them. They had also recovered that tome of Egil's, where he had written down everything he knew of each and every skill of Lasgol's. He had another tome about Camus' skills, too. Egil had passed his notes from his notebooks and had not told them about it. Sigrid, the current leader of the Rangers, had them now. He sighed. Thanks to these tomes, he had been able to start recovering his lost skills. He knew details about them, what they were called, how to summon them, and that was extremely important. Egil had done an amazing job detailing everything. When Lasgol had been lost in Organa without his friends, he had recovered some skills naturally without knowing why or how. He'd even developed some new ones spontaneously. The world of magic was as complicated as it was surprising. But now, thanks to Egil's tome that Sigrid had given him, Lasgol knew about all the skills he had once mastered, and he wanted to recover them all. He didn't know how long it would take him, or if he ever would, but he was certainly going to try. He called upon his true shot skill, and immediately afterward, powerful shot, then sent a flow of his magic to the golden bow. He'd been practicing this combination day and night in the hope of improving his odds of being able to use it when he needed it. Both the Ice Magi and the leaders of the Rangers had recommended he use it to reconnect his magic with his mind, since the link was fractured. They had also assured him that it hadn't been severed irreversibly, and that this was why he could still use his magic and call upon some skills. This had eased him greatly, and it also gave him hope. It had also reminded him that he had already suffered a similar situation in the past, although he didn't remember what or how he had fixed the problem. He opened his eyes and waited to see first the 2 green flashes and then the golden one that must occur in his arms and the golden bow. But they did not come. Lasgol felt the energy he had gathered wasting away when the attempt failed and his skills didn't activate. "It's for today, weirdo," Vigo whispered to him. "If those dragons come out scouting, they're going to see the ruby-eyed warriors coming up the river, and they're going to massacre them." Lasgol knew Vigo was right, and this only made him feel more pressure still. He concentrated again and tried once more with more emphasis, but he didn't make it and wasted his inner energy. He snorted and tried to calm down. It might be the pressure and not the magic that was making him fail. He had to control the intensity of the moment. He breathed in hard and let the air out through his mouth. He tried again. Luckily, it was the first attack and they hadn't been discovered yet. If he failed as he was doing, once the attack had begun, it was going to be a big problem, a very serious one. To make things more difficult, his magic failed again. He didn't lose spirit, and tried again. The same thing happened, and now he did begin to worry and despair. The white dragon beat its wings. It looked ready to take off. It was now or never. He called upon his skills and opened his eyes. The 2 green flashes came, and almost at the same time the golden one. Lasgold released the arrow. It was aiming at the dragon's right eye. The true shot made sure it did not miss, although the dragon moved its head to look up. The elemental fire arrow hit the eye and burst. The powerful shot skill made the arrow plunge into the shaft, penetrating the eye. The magic of the bow made any magical defense impossible. The power of the impact made the white dragon throw its head to the left and roar with rage and pain. Lasgold had calculated from past experience that the dragons hit this way almost lost that eye. The explosion seriously wounded it, since it burned the eye with the fire. This was added to the fact that penetrating to the shaft, the damage it caused was tremendous. The arrows were special, of the hardest Norganian steel, not wood. They used them to blind the dragons. Since the invasion, they had been developing new weapons against them. The steel arrows with an elemental explosive charge were most efficient against the beast's eyes, one of their very few weak spots. 2 more arrows went straight at the head of the red dragon. They sought its eyes, but they did not manage to hit them because it moved its head a little to look at the white dragon. Gerd and Vigo managed to hit it in the forehead and above the mouth. They were both very good archers, with years of practice in the Rangers and vast experience gained through 1,001 adventures throughout Tremia. It was not the first dragon they attacked, and it would not be the last. Vigo preferred knives, which were his specialty, but he also used the bow like an expert. There were 2 explosions of earth and dust and blinding, stunning substances. The dragon shook its head and roared furiously. The 2 dragons tried to react, but the surprise of the attack made them take too long. That, and the fact that they couldn't see the archers attacking them. Lasgold released again, a simpler shot this time, to ensure he could do it, and that the magic did not fail him. He used only true shot, and he aimed at the same eye. He wanted to make sure the dragon definitely lost one eye. The fire arrow flew swiftly with a green flash followed by the golden one and burst against the dragon's eye, although it was moving its head so as to not offer an easy target. The true shot skill ensured Lasgold never missed, even if the target moved. The arrow adjusted its flight to find its target. It was not infallible, but only rarely it had not hit the bullseye. It hit true, and when it did, there was another explosion of fire that burned the eye. The arrow penetrated, albeit not as deep as the other one. The dragon roared in pain and fury. This time Lasgold was sure he had rendered the right eye useless. Now he had to do the same with the other one, and the dragon would be finished. Gerd and Vigo released again as fast as they were able to at the red dragon's head as it tried to see through the cloud of smoke and dust that enveloped its head. Both arrows hit the head again. Gerd's hit on one side of the eye and Vigo's above the other. There were 2 new stunning explosions, and the dust cloud intensified around the dragon's head, which roared furiously because the explosions obscured its vision, and the bursts annoyed it. The white dragon opened its mouth and sent its elemental storm breath, which spread 200 paces ahead. It kept up the flow of lightning, seeking to find the archers it could not see. It moved its head from side to side, sweeping the area in front of it and forming a cone with its breath of death. The group was 300 paces away. This was the distance they knew they had to maintain at all times with the dragon if they wanted to stay alive. The 2 dragons would not reach them unless they moved forward, since their greatest reach was 250 paces. Since they did not see the attackers, they didn't move. But the red dragon also began to use its breath to attack everything in front of it. 3 new arrows flew toward the dragons, and now that they were alert, they were able to determine where they were coming from, and hence, where the invisible archers were. The arrows hit their mark, and created more trouble for the dragons, which decided to move forward to reach the archers and hit them with their breaths. "We have to move," Lasgold told Vigo and Gerd, seeing the dragons were coming toward them. "Let's move 100 paces to our right." Lasgold needed to reach the white dragon's good eye before things got worse, because once they lost the advantage of surprise, the dragons would have the upper hand with their immense physical strength and magical power. Too many advantages for such a small group of rangers. They moved as one. They were well trained. Camus moved, and they all moved with him. Since being invisible, they might trip over one another. It was not only that the enemy could not see them, but they could not see themselves or their friends. "We release at 3 steps," Lasgold told his partners in a low voice. His words were almost muffled by the noise the two elemental breaths of storm lightning and fire made. Lasgol released at the third step and used only True Shot. He didn't dare combine it with Powerful Shot in case he failed. He could not make a mistake now. The dragons were moving forward, sweeping the area with their breaths, and were almost 250 paces away so they could reach them. His magic did not fail him, nor did the bows. And there were the green and golden flashes. The arrow flew true toward the white dragon's good eye. Gerd and Vigo shot at the red dragon. Lasgol's arrow burst with a flame and plunged in shallowly, wounding the eye. He almost had it. Another true shot and he would render it blind, or practically so. The white dragon roared in pain and stopped its elemental breath. Gerd's and Vigo's arrows hit their target once again, the head. Gerd's hit its right eye. Vigo's missed the left eye by a finger. They both created serious vision problems to the dragon when they burst and filled its eyes with blinding substances. The smoke and dust surrounded its head, but the dragons had seen where the arrows came from before they had hit him, so they knew where their attackers were, even if they couldn't see them. The two dragons leapt forward, beating their wings, and stood 100 paces from them. The rangers were within reach of their elemental breaths. Camus saw it. "I create anti-magic dome," he warned his partners. "We have one more shot before they realize Camus is protecting us. Let's all release at the left eye of the white dragon. Fire arrows at my signal," Lasgol said to his friends. They both felt in their quivers and chose an elemental fire arrow. They had them marked, and just by touching the feathers they knew what type they were. Lasgol knocked another fire arrow on his bow and, lifting it, aimed at the white dragon's eye. The two dragons, now sure they had the invisible archers, sent their breaths of fire and storm at them, directly. The rangers should have died in an instant, but the two breaths hit the anti-magic barrier Camus had raised all around them, and nothing reached them. The two dragons opened their eyes wide, unable to believe what they were seeing. Their breaths died without reaching the bodies of the enemies they couldn't see. "Now!" Lasgol cried. The 3 arrows flew at the same time. Lasgol's with skill and magic, Gerd's and Vigo's only with the skill of experienced rangers. At that distance, and with the dragon not moving its head because it was attacking and stunned, the 3 hit the eye. There were 3 explosions of fire, and the 3 still arrows plunged into the dragon's eye. Lasgol knew they had completely blinded it before the dragon started roaring with pain. "We've blinded it. Now the other," he told his friends. "That red lizard with wings isn't going to be fooled now that it's seen what happened to the other one," Vigo told him. "Release at its eyes. It's the best option we have," Lasgol told them. The white dragon found itself blinded and moved to one side, roaring, aghast. If there was only one dragon, which was how they usually attacked them, they would now all approach it and finish it off. But the problem was that the red dragon was still whole, and they no longer had the element of surprise. The red dragon roared desperately, several times. It must be calling the red squadron because they came toward the dragons. "We have company," Vigo warned. "This might be a problem," Gerd said. "Let's focus on the red dragon," Lasgol said in a whisper. And as if it had heard and knew it was going to be attacked, the dragon gave a powerful leap forward and fell on them with its claws stretched forward. It couldn't see them, but it knew where they were and had decided to attack them by surprise with its powerful claws. It was going to destroy them with its claws or squash them with its enormous weight. "Watch out," Camus warned them, since his anti-magic dome could do nothing against a physical attack. Only the invisibility gave them some protection. Lasgol saw the attack coming and threw himself to one side to avoid it. Gerd jumped backward and Vigo, the nimblest, to the other side. Ona leapt agilely to get out of the area of impact. Argy also jumped, but the dragon's tail fell on him and hit him hard. The dragon hit Camus, who was unable to move away. He was not agile, rather the opposite, and he received a blow from one of the dragon's claws. His scales, as hard as the dragon's, stopped the claws from penetrating or scratching him, but he couldn't avoid the blow he received, which was very hard. He was unfortunate, and the blow hit him on the side and winded him. He was left bent over in pain, lying on the ground. And with it, they lost the invisibility and the anti-magic dome. "There you are, you insidious worms! I see you at last," the red dragon with lilac streaks sent them, and it did so with such rage that Lasgol, Gerd, and Vigo felt as if they had been hit with a hammer on the head. "Separate!" Lasgol cried, trying to overcome the mental blow. Gerd and Vigo began to move away so as not to offer a single target for the dragon to attack the 3 at the same time, but the red dragon realized. "Stop, treacherous humans!" it sent them along with a mental attack. All of a sudden, The three felt a tremendous pain in their minds, so strong that they could not even think. They doubled down, falling forward.
"Ugh!" Gerd cried. "I'm going to fry those cheating minds of yours."
It sent another mental attack, stronger than the one before. The three felt agony in their minds. It was as if it were burning their minds with intense flames. Gerd fell to his knees, and dropping the bow, he put his hands to his head. Lasgol was trying to resist. He remembered he had a skill to protect his mind, but he couldn't remember how to summon it.
"Blasted, stinging lizard, you're going to remember this moment,"
Vigo threatened the dragon as he also fell to his knees.
"You are the ones who will pay for this. I will kill you all."
It sent them, and hit them again with another mental attack that left them lying on the ground, unable to bear the pain. Camu recovered from the blow and ran to help his friends. "Stop! I order you! I hire Draconian! You obey me!" The red dragon eyed him with an air of superiority.
"One day you might be a powerful higher Draconian. Now, however, you are just a youngling. Neither I nor any of us owe you respect or obedience."
"You leave in peace or fight with me." The red dragon laughed with guffaws that sounded like roars.
"Your anti-magic protection will not save you from me,"
it told Camu, and jumped again, using its wings to fall upon Camu, who tried to get out of the way. He almost succeeded, but the red dragon attacked a second time with its claws and caught him in the head. The blow was so hard it made Camu dizzy. Ona and Argi attacked the dragon by leaping onto its neck and plunging in their teeth to defend Camu. They were both left hanging from its neck. They couldn't pierce through the scales with their fangs, but they could press hard. This annoyed the dragon greatly. It had trouble breathing. It moved its neck from side to side, but Ona and Argi did not let go. Their bite was tremendous. The dragon used its front claws to hit them and send them flying. They fell with a moan and lay there wounded. "Not attack! Leave them!" Camu sent to it.
"What do you care? They are nothing but beasts."
"Be my brothers." The dragon laughed again with roars.
"You are nothing but a draka."
Without another word, it attacked Camu a third time with tremendous force and hit him in the side again. Camu lay on the ground, stunned and winded. The white dragon was still roaring desperately while taking uncertain steps, blinded as it was.
"Red Squadron, these are the ones you seek. Tie up the higher Draconian and the blonde one with the golden bow. Grab the bow and kill the others," it ordered imperatively.
Lasgol was trying to get to his feet and fight, but he could not from the pain he felt in his mind, which was so strong he could hardly move. Gerd and Vigo were the same. Lasgol realized that the dragon was maintaining its attack on their minds. The Red Squadron approached Camu, following the dragon's order. They took out the ropes they had each brought for this purpose. The Ardent Squad stood beside Camu, and their members handled the ropes with hooks to throw them over Camu to hold him down. The Searing Squad took Lasgol to Camu to tie him up as well. Logar kept the bow. The Igneous Squad went over to Vigo and Gerd and put their spears to their necks. Lasgol looked at the three squads in the midst of the agony he was feeling.
"This is your chance for freedom," he told them. "Shut up, you stupid Norganian. They are dragon warlocks and serve their dragon masters to the death."
"You can stop being slaves," Gerd tried.
"Fight for freedom," Vigo told them.
"Shut up, you insignificant beings. Dragon warlocks, kill them now," the red dragon ordered. Daphne exchanged a look with her friends. They all nodded. Then she looked at Brendan and the members of the Ardent Squad, and they all nodded too. She looked at Logar and his comrades from the Searing Squad. They all nodded.
"What are you waiting for? I gave you an order."
"For freedom!" Daphne shouted. "Death to the dragons!" Lily yelled. The Igneous Squad ran to attack the red dragon with their spears. Brendan and his squad members threw their ropes over the dragon's neck. Logan left the golden bow beside Lasgol, and with his comrades ran to grasp the other end of the thrown ropes.
"What are you doing? Have you lost your mind?"
The red dragon could not believe what was happening. It was totally unthinkable. A squadron of warlocks was attacking it, a dragon. It was impossible. Only it was not. The slaves were rebelling and fighting for their freedom. As one, the members of the Ardent and Searing Squads pulled down on the ropes with all their strength and the weight of their bodies. The dragon's head fell against the ground of red rock.
"I will kill you all for this treachery."
"In the eyes, quick!" Daphne shouted. 2 and 2, Lily said, seeing Aiden was not attacking. Taika and Eva went for the left eye, while Daphne and Lily went for the right one. The dragon, totally taken by surprise from the attack and the impossibility of the slaves rebelling, didn't react fast enough. By the time it tried to free its neck, it felt Daphne's and Lily's spears penetrating one eye. It roared in pain, and Taika's and Evo's spears penetrated the other one. The dragon roared, enraged and in pain, and pulled with all its might upward with its neck to lift its head off the ground. It did not manage with its first attempt. The 6 members of the Ardent Squad were on one side of the ropes, and the 6 of the Searing Squad on the other pulled it down to the ground. But the strength of the dragon was tremendous, and driven by the fury of finding itself half-blinded, it managed to raise its head in its second attempt. All the members of the squads were left hanging from its neck on either side. They did not let go. They did not want to yield. They were not only risking their life, but their freedom. Camus, half recovered, called upon his anti-magic dome and moved toward his friends. At once, Lasgol, Gerd, and Vigo were freed from the mental attack of the dragon. "We shoot," Lasgol told his friends. He grabbed the golden bow, and Gerd and Vigo grabbed theirs. The dragon managed to throw off half of those hanging from its neck. Daphne, Lily, Evo, and Taika threw their spears at the eyes of the dragon. Taika hit his target, and the dragon roared beside itself. "I am going to roast you all," the dragon sent them, and tried to use its fire breath upon all those in front of it. But when it opened its mouth, its breath of fire did not come. "Accursed ones, I will fry your minds," it cried, and tried to launch a powerful mental attack. Nothing happened. "You should respect a higher draconian," Camus sent it. At that moment, the dragon realized Camus was denying its magic. "No!" it yelled, enraged, and received Vigo's and Gerd's arrows inside its mouth, which burst in flames. Lasgol, who had stood beside the dragon, released a powerful shot and sent practically all the energy in his inner pool into the golden bow. There was a green flash, followed by a very intense golden one. The arrow made a beeline and went in under the dragon's snout, penetrated, and went on up to reach the brain, where it burst in an explosion of fire. The dragon couldn't even roar. It opened its mouth as wide as it would go and wanted to scream, but was unable. The explosion and the arrow destroyed its brain completely. It was incinerated. The red dragon leaned to one side and collapsed, dead on the red rock. There was a moment of total disbelief. They all looked at the great fallen dragon. They could not believe they had defeated it. Lasgol walked over to it, aimed his bow, and with another powerful shot, he put an arrow between its eyes. "The dragon is dead," he called out. "Victory!" Daphne cried, beside herself with joy. "We did it!" Lily shouted, raising her arms in the air. "The dragon is dead!" cried Brendan. "We killed the monster!" Logar cheered. The 3 squads cheered like they had never done before in their lives. They had killed a dragon. Not only that, they had started the insurrection. They had killed a dragon in combat. It was a historical occasion for Craido and its peoples, not only for them but for all the worlds, since the repercussions of that death, of the victory achieved here by the Red Squadron and the Snow Panthers, would be remembered in the annals of history, of Craido, of Tremia, and all other worlds. Chapter 48. The city of Jafarika stood before them, surrounded by the desert except on the east side where the great river Escher flowed. A force of about 10,000 Desher Tumani warriors waited, crouched. They were waiting for dawn to assault the city. They had come up the river from the Mountains of Blood, avoiding the great abyss where the evil Earth Whore lived. The Snow Panthers and the Red Squadron were sailing toward them by the time dawn began. Aebon had lent them a swift vessel so they could go upriver to the Nosian city. They had followed the river as fast as the winds would allow, and they were almost with the bulk of the warriors led by Aebon, who waited for them to arrive to attack the city. The winds were already warm before dawn, and brought with them the sand of the endless deserts that spread east and west. That entire region was a desert of dunes, with a great river and a few oases where life endured. "It's a pity I'm in a hurry to rescue Ingrid. Otherwise, I'd have stopped at the Black Abyss and paid a visit to that horrendous giant worm," Vigo commented from the boat, looking toward the desert. "Don't be stupid. The last time it almost ate you alive," Gerd told him. "Excuse me. The last time I nearly killed it, which is very different." "How are you going to kill it if it's 100 times bigger than you?" Gerd replied. "I don't know why you say that. You're 10 times bigger than me, and I could knock you down any time." "I'm not 10 times bigger than you. Not even twice as big.
And I'm 1 head taller, which you always forget. And you couldn't knock me down, not even in your dreams. No matter how big you are, don't think I wouldn't knock you down like a 100-year-old oak felled by a Nogonian axe.
Gerd made a fist.
Come and prove it. You'd never hit me on the head with that. You have too good a heart. You're as good as you are big. In your case, I forget how good I am, Gerd retorted, and made as if to hit him on the head.
Are you two always like that?
Daphne asked as she watched them from beside her squad. They were all sitting on the wooden floor with their spears and shields ready.
Yes, Vigo always making noise for nothing,
Camus sent them. He was at the stern of the boat, filling it, he was so large.
Shut up, Bug, I don't make noise. My thoughts are almost art. We should have a poet with us, so he'd make up poems about all my adventures and achievements.
Gerd was drinking water and he choked.
It'll be from all your exaggerations. Let me remind you that I just killed 2 dragons, a red and a white one. Let me remind you that we all killed them.
Gerd corrected him with a wave at all of them, and then pointing his finger at Lasgol, who was asleep, extenuated by his excessive use of magic.
Well, 2 more dragons on my account of exceptional dragon killer,
Vigo proclaimed cockily. I see that with this one, entertainment is assured, Lily told them.
Much noise, little common sense,
Camus sent them.
Shut up, Bug. Without me, you couldn't conquer that desert city. Yes, conquer. Have warriors and have Red Squadron. We not need you.
Vigo waved his hand as if to say he didn't care what he said. Then he turned to the Red Squadron.
I have to admit that you impressed me, he said. I had my doubts about whether you'd join us or not.
We have as many reasons as you do to want to finish off the dragons, Lily told him.
More, in fact,
said Daphne.
We've been under their yoke far longer than you, Taika explained. You're just being conquered now. We were conquered thousands of years ago, Evo said. Imagine living under their rule.
Vigo signaled that he did.
Looking at it that way, I understand. We only needed a chance,
Brendan of the Ardent Squad told him with a wave at his comrades.
We all want freedom, to get rid of the dragons forever, to be free. And the chance presented itself, said Logar of the Searing Squad.
And we took it,
Daphne added.
Yeah, you've amazed me. I wasn't sure you would. But I like you, Vigo said. Now, don't fail me here, and let's finish this mission. We won't fail,
Brendan and Logar said.
We'll manage to free the city, and it'll be the beginning of the rebellion, Daphne stated.
I worried for Ona and Argy,
Camus sent. Me too, but I know they're in good hands. The Desha Tumaini healers are very good. They have that healing pond. They'll get well. Gerd tried to reassure him.
If they healed Nilsa, they can heal Ona and Argy without any trouble,
Vigo said reassuringly. The vessel reached the eastern dock of the city. Aben and the Desher Tumaini warriors were waiting there. They woke up Lasgol, who had trouble coming to after the wear and tear of the combat.
Have we arrived?
He asked, grabbing his golden bow. Gerd nodded.
The moment has come. Let's go, then. Sure you're up to it, weirdo?
Vigo asked him.
I'll be up to it, don't worry.
I protect, you easy.
I know, I appreciate it. Red Squadron, are you all with us? Lasgol asked. We are, Logar replied.
Count on us, Brendan added.
You already know about us,
Daphne told him.
Very well. Thank you all for your courage and principles, Lasgol replied. Thank you for showing us the way, Taika said.
Lasgol nodded and motioned them to follow him. They disembarked and went to talk to Aben, who was in the lead. They were facing the non-existent eastern wall of the city, which being the closest one to the river had been the first to be destroyed. Now all they could see were a few ruins of the wall and the first rows of houses of the city, which had also been destroyed. The walls that had held up were the north and south ones. The western one was also quite damaged.
What's the situation? Lasgol asked him. They've just realized we're here. A patrol of Felidae has arrived. They're wearing brown. When they saw us here, they withdrew. They've gone to warn the dragon, most likely.
Understood. Lasgol looked at the thousands of Desher Tumaini warriors. He calculated 10,000.
How many soldiers of the Dragon King are there in the city? He asked Aben. About 3,000, Aben told him. Nosian civilians about 5,000. I guess we can't ask the Nosian army for help, can we? He asked Aben.
Tor Nasor's son shook his head.
The Nosians and the Desher Tumani are enemies. They've always been. They won't help us, even against the invading army.
That's not very intelligent on their part, Gerd said.
Aben sighed. Old rivalries are very difficult to bury in this desert that doesn't forgive or forget past betrayals.
I see, Lasgoel said, already expecting they would not have help from the Nosian army. Besides, they were probably too far away to come to their aid.
If we could speak to the soldiers, we might prevent bloodshed, Daphne said.
I don't know whether they're with you, Vigo told her.
The message has been spreading throughout all the dragon's armies. It might have reached here too, Lily said.
Look where we are. There's nothing but this river and desert all around. Nothing spreads here but the burning sand we're stepping on when the desert winds blow it away, said Vigo. This desert is a place that demands respect, but that doesn't mean the soldiers of the city haven't heard the message, Ivo argued. Well, I doubt you can go and ask them, Vigo told them. Suddenly they saw the blue dragon rise above the city.
Get ready, all is one, Aben ordered his warriors, who at once replied with an ooh-ah all together. Lasgoel, Gerd, and Vigo were already knocking arrows in their bows. The squad stood, forming a triangle, protecting the archers and Camus who was with them. But the dragon did not come to attack them. It headed west, to the Mountains of Blood.
It's going for reinforcements, Daphne guessed.
Well, it's in for a surprise, Vigo said. It's only going to find the dead bodies of its two buddies.
The dragon isn't going to like it, Lily said. Lasgoel turned to Aben.
Do the warriors know what to do if a dragon attacks? They do, he confirmed. Lasgoel, what is it? We have to save Nilsa. If I lose her, I will never forgive myself. I love her, you know.
Lasgoel saw the suffering and anguish in his friend's eyes.
I know. We'll save her. Don't worry, he promised. They had come here to do exactly that, and now they had to do it. Do we attack the city? Vigo asked. No, we don't attack the city. We'll wait to see what the dragon does. And what if it opens a portal and goes for reinforcements? Then my lookouts will warn us, Aben said. And we'll attack the city, Lasgoel confirmed. Great, let's see what happens. I'm curious, Vigo said nonchalantly.
They didn't have to wait long to find out. The blue dragon returned from the Pearl and flew over the city again. He remained there waiting for them.
It's not going to come out. It's challenging us to go in, Taika said.
Lasgoel nodded. We move into the city, he told Aben. The leader of the Desher Tumani turned toward his people and gave the order. A moment later, the 10,000 warriors advanced like a horde toward the city in the middle of the desert. The sun was already rising, and its rays fell strong. It was nothing for the people of the desert. But for the Narganians and the foreigners from Craido, that sun was scorching. They covered themselves with cloaks and hoods to avoid being burned.
Not to be a bird of ill omen, but approaching a dragon in its city doesn't seem to me a prudent tactic, Vigo said.
But it was you who wanted to attack at any cost, Gerd told him reproachfully.
Yeah, but now I'm not seeing it as clearly,
he said, pointing at the soldiers of the Brown Dragon King, who were forming where the eastern wall had once stood. There were about 4,000 Felidae.
I'd give anything to avoid shedding the blood of my brothers,
Taika said in a hapless tone. We might be able to avoid it yet, Lily said optimistically, although her voice sounded as if she really did not believe it. Lasgoel gave the order to stop 200 paces away from the wall of Felidae, who waited to stop them from entering the city.
We're going to parley, he said. The rest of you wait for my order. If, for whatever reason, we die, attack the city and save the captive women.
Aben nodded.
It will be done.
Lasgoel, Gerd, and Vigo moved forward. To their surprise, the Igneous Ardent and Searing squads followed them. They formed behind them as if they were their guard of honor.
We've come to free the captive women, Lasgoel shouted with all the strength of his lungs in the Craido language. The blue dragon flying over the city roared. How dare you come to my city and demand anything? They received the mental message of the dragon, along with a feeling of great rage. We've come to free them. It can be in a peaceful way, or it can be with bloodshed. You choose. I suggest you accept a peaceful resolution.
The dragon roared, and it sounded like laughter.
I will shed your blood. The desert will drink it up, it threatened them. Your comrades already threatened us and perished. What are you talking about, humans? About what you've already seen. We killed the white and the red dragon at the Pearl. If you don't want to end the same way, I give you the chance to do the right thing. It was not you. It could not have been you.
It refused to believe it. Lasgoal looked at Daphne and Lily.
Yes, it was us,
Daphne said as she stepped up to stand first in line in front of the Felidae troops, who did not miss a detail of what was happening. And the same will happen to you if you don't free the captive women, Lily said also, stepping forward to stand beside Daphne. They both made a sign. The ardent and searing squads advanced, carrying something altogether. They left it between Daphne and Lily. They were the heads of the 2 dragons. After dying, the abominable creatures lost their anti-magic protection, and the dragon warlocks were able to pierce the impenetrable scales that covered their bodies with their elemental claws.
This is the time to fight for freedom. Join us,
Daphne shouted at the Felidae troops. The dragons must die. Between us all, we can do it. Lily indicated herself, the snow panthers, and the warriors of the desert with ruby eyes.
Join us, brothers,
Taika said, stepping up to where Daphne and Lily stood. The Felidae soldiers were watching with huge, surprised eyes. They were not only seeing the heads of 2 dead dragons, something unthinkable, but dragon warlocks from their army were asking them to rebel against their masters. It was so unbelievable that they were unable to react to what they were witnessing.
I will kill each of you for those crimes,
the blue dragon sent, along with a feeling like a death sentence. Everyone, with me, Camus sent to his friends in the Red Squadron. Ready to shoot, Lasgoal shouted. The dragon went straight to finish off Lasgoal's and Camus' group. It came down on them and sent its elemental water breath. A freezing stream came out to freeze everything it reached, inflicting an icy death. The stream of ice and frost fell on Lasgoal and the group, but Camus had called upon his dome of anti-magic protection, and the freezing death stream crashed against it without breaking it. Lasgoal released with the golden bow and shot the dragon in the mouth as it came. Gerd and Vigo hit it in the head as it approached. The bursts of fire, earth, smoke, and dust annoyed it, and it was unable to see well what was going on. It continued flying low, seeking to freeze all the warriors with its breath of ice. Aben gave the order. Release now, he told his warriors in their own language. The dragon, trusting itself, flew low to try and kill as many as it could and didn't calculate its own risk. The warriors didn't move away from its breath of death. They let it glide over them at a short distance, and then they threw their javelins at it. But they already knew their javelins wouldn't pierce the scales of the blue dragon. They all shot at the 2 wings with javelins that carried a net. The warriors had tied fishing nets they used in the river to the javelins. The dragon delivered death to the warriors it reached with its freezing breath as it passed over them. But at the same time, several thousands of javelins with nets reached both its wings. The dragon realized and tried to escape by flying off, but it could not. The warriors had tied one end of the nets to their own waists. When the dragon tried to rise, 3,000 warriors pulled down on its wings. It crashed on the ground uproariously. It was half buried in the sand. Surround it so it can't escape, Aben ordered its warriors. The Desher Tumani did so, and those who had not managed to throw their nets did so then. The dragon found itself covered by an infinitude of them. It tried to rise and fly to escape, and uttered furious roars, but the warriors pulled on the nets, keeping it pinned in the sand. Lasgoal and his group came over to the dragon and stood in front of it. The dragon tried to kill them with its elemental breath, but Camus stopped it. "Accursed fools! I will rip out your guts," it sent furiously.
Your threats are useless now,
Daphne told it. You're going to die as what you are, an evil beast, Lily added.
I am a dragon, your lord. I demand that you help me. Free me.
We don't have a lord and master. We are no longer slaves. From this moment on, we're free, Daphne told it.
You and yours are going to pay for all the evil you've caused, Lily said. Shall I take its eyes out? Vigo asked casually. The dragon roared, and this time it was with fear. It tried to turn over, but the strength and number of the warriors prevented it from doing so. It was trapped. Lasgoal stood in front of the dragon. I don't like to have to do this. I gave you the chance of doing good, and you rejected it. I'm sorry, he told it. And calling upon a powerful shot, and sending his magic to the golden bow, he put an arrow between its eyes to the brain. Then a second one, and finally a third. The dragon died with one last tail lash. The Desher Tumani warriors cheered to high heaven, as if they had achieved the impossible, and in a way they had. They had killed an evil whore. Lasgul gave the order, and together with his comrades and Aben and the warriors, they headed to the city. They faced the Felidae soldiers. Taika stepped forward.
"Brothers, the day has come to fight for freedom. Join us. We can be free. You've seen the evidence."
There was an expectant silence. Suddenly, the row of soldiers opened, and a group of women came forward. In the lead were Nilsa and Edwina.
"What do you bet Clumsyfoot trips before she gets to us?"
Vigo said, breaking the tension of the moment.
"You are hopeless," Camus shook his head.
"Lasgul, Gerd, Vigo, Camus!" Nilsa ran to them with tears running down her cheeks and her red hair flowing in the desert wind. The five melted in a hug as intense as it was significant.
"How are you, little one?"
Gerd asked with moist eyes. "Grateful. You have no idea what it means to me that you've come to rescue us." Nilsa could not stop weeping with emotion.
"It's been so long. What a joy to see you," Gerd told her. "You look the same Nilsa as usual."
"I can say the same, big guy, though you even look handsomer." Nilsa hugged him with all her heart.
"We couldn't leave the clumsiest and most fidgety Norganian in the hands of the enemy. Too risky,"
Vigo said, smiling. "And you're as much of a pain in the neck as usual," she replied and gave him a big hug.
"I'm much happy see you well,"
Camus told her. Nilsa looked him up and down several times. "You're bigger, more grown up, and a different colour. What a surprise!"
"But be me. Always."
"Yeah, I know." Nilsa hugged him and laughed to see him. Lasgul smiled and hugged her tightly. "Thank you, Lasgul," Nilsa said very seriously.
"The Panthers don't leave anyone behind," Lasgul assured her.
Nilsa nodded in tears and hugged him. Edwina came to them.
"The Snow Panthers, it couldn't be anyone else,"
the healer told them. "Thank you for rescuing us. We were fearing the worst."
"Never. We will always come to your aid," Lasgul said.
"How are you?" the healer asked him.
"Not that well. I'm going to need your help."
Lasgul smiled at her.
"Of course," she smiled back at him.